several nights in succession. Hammond considers that they occur about once a fortnight. 235 ribbing regards 10 to 14 days as the normal interval. 236 Lowenfeld puts the normal frequency at about once a week. 237 This seems to be nearer the truth as regards most fairly healthy young men. In proof of this, it is only necessary to refer to the exact records of healthy young adults summarized in the study of periodicity, in the present volume. It occasionally happens, however, that nocturnal emissions are entirely absent. I am acquainted with some cases. In other fairly healthy young men, they seldom occur, except at times of intellectual activity, or of anxiety and worry. Lately there has been some tendency for medical opinion to revert to the view of Luther, and to regard sexual excitement during sleep as a somewhat unhealthy phenomenon. Moll is a distinguished advocate of this view. Sexual excitement during sleep is the normal result of celibacy, but it is another thing to say that it is, on that account, satisfactory. We might, then, Moll remarks, maintain that nocturnal incontinence of urine is satisfactory, since the bladder is thus emptied. Yet, we take every precaution against this by insisting that the bladder shall be emptied before going to sleep. Libido Sexualis, BDI, page 552. This remark is supported by the fact, to which I find that both men and women can bear witness, that sexual excitement during sleep is more fatiguing than in the waking state, though this is not an invariable rule, and it is sometimes found to be refreshing. In a similar way, Eulenberg, Sexual Neuropathy, page 55, states that nocturnal emissions are no more normal than coughing or vomiting. Nocturnal emissions are usually, though not invariably, accompanied by dreams of a voluptuous character, in which the dreamer becomes conscious in a more or less fantastic manner, of the more or less intimate presence or contact of a person of the opposite sex. It would seem, as a general rule, that the more vivid and voluptuous the dream, the greater is the physical excitement and the greater also the relief experienced on awakening. Sometimes the erotic dream occurs without any emission, and not infrequently the emission takes place after the dreamer has awakened. The widest and most comprehensive investigation of erotic dreams is that carried out by Guilino, in northern Italy, and based on inquiries among 100 normal men, doctors, teachers, lawyers, etc., who had all had experience of the phenomenon. El Guilino, Il sogno erotico nell'uomo normale, Rivista di Psicologia, Jan. February, 1907. Guilino shows that erotic dreams, with emissions, whether or not seminal, began somewhat earlier than the period of physical development, as ascertained by Mero for use of the same part of northern Italy. Guilino found that all his cases had had erotic dreams at the age of 17. Mero found 8% of youths still sexually undeveloped at that age. And while sexual development began at 13 years, erotic dreams began at 12. Their appearance was preceded, in most cases for some months, by erections. In 37% of the cases there had been no actual sexual experiences, either masturbation or intercourse. In 23%, there had been masturbation, in the rest, some form of sexual contact. The dreams are mainly visual, tactual elements coming second, and the dramatis persona is either an unknown woman, 27%, cases, or only known by sight, 56%, and in the majority is, at all events in the beginning, an ugly or fantastic figure, becoming more attractive later in life, but never identical with the woman loved during waking life. This, as Guilino points out, accords with the general tendency for the emotions of the day to be latent in sleep. Masturbation only formed the subject of the dream in 4 cases. The emotional state in the pubertal stage, apart from pleasure, was anxiety, 37%, desire, 17%, fear, 14%. In the adult stage, anxiety and fear receded to 7% and 6%, respectively. 33 of the subjects, as a result of sexual or general disturbances, had had nocturnal emissions without dreams. These were always found exhausting. Normally, in more than 90%, erotic dreams are the most vivid of all dreams. In no case was there knowledge of any monthly or other cyclic periodicity in the occurrence of the manifestations. In 34% of cases, they tended to occur very soon after sexual intercourse. In numerous cases they were peculiarly frequent, even 3 in one night during courtship, when the young man was in the habit of kissing and caressing his betrothed, but ceased after marriage. It was not noted that position in bed, or a full bladder exerted any marked influence in the occurrence of erotic dreams. Repletion of the seminal vesicles is regarded as the main factor. In Germany, erotic dreams have been discussed by Vogelt, Die Traumfantasie, 1875, pages 78-82, and especially by Lowenfeld, Sexual Problem, October, 1908, while in America, Stanley Hall thus summarizes the general characteristics of erotic dreams in men. In by far the most cases, consciousness, even when the act causes full awakening from sleep, finds only scattered images, single words, gestures, and acts, many of which would perhaps normally constitute no provocation. Many times the mental activity seems to be remote and incidental, and the mind retains in the morning nothing except, perhaps, a peculiar dress pattern, the shape of a fingernail, the back of a neck, the toss of a head, the movement of a foot, or the dressing of the hair. In such cases, these images stand out for a time with the distinctness of a cameo, and suggest that the origin of erotic fetishisms is largely to be found in sexual dreams. Very rarely is there any imagery of the organs themselves, but the tendency to irradiation is so strong as to reinforce the suggestion of so many other phenomena in this field, that nature designs this experience to be long-circuited, and that it may give a peculiar ictus to almost any experience. When waking occurs just afterward, it seems at least possible that there may be much imagery that existed, but failed to be recalled to memory, possibly because the flow of psychic impressions was over very familiar fields, and this, therefore, was forgotten, while an eruption into new or unwanted channels stood out with distinctness. All these psychic phenomena, although very characteristic of man in his prime, are not so of the dreams of dawning puberty, which are far more vivid. G. Stanley Hall, Adolescence, Volume 1, page 455. I may, further, quote the experience of an anonymous contributor, a healthy and chaste man between 30 and 38 years of age, to the American Journal of Psychology, Nocturnal Emissions, January, 1904. Legs and breasts often figured prominently in these dreams. The other sexual parts, however, very seldom, and then they turned out to be male organs in most cases. There were but 2 instances of copulation dreamt. Girls and young women were the usual dramatis persona, and, curiously enough, often the aggressors. Sometimes the face or faces were well known, sometimes only once seen, sometimes entirely unknown. The orgasm occurs at the most erotic part of the dream, the physical and psychical running parallel. This most erotic or suggestive part of the dream was very often quite an innocent-looking incident enough, as, for example, while passing a strange young woman, overtaken on the street, she calls after me some question. At first, I pay no heed, but when she calls again, I hesitate whether to turn back and answer or not. Emission. Again, walking beside a young woman, she said, "Shall I take your arm?" I offered it, and she took it, entwining her arm around it, and raising it high. Emission. I could feel stronger erection as she asked the question. Sometimes, a word was enough, sometimes, a gesture. Once emission took place on my noticing the young woman's diminished fingernails. Another example of fetishism was my being curiously attracted in a dream by the pretty embroidered figure on a little girl's dress. As an illustration of the strange metamorphoses that occur in dreams, one night, in my dream, I had been observing partridges in the summer, fell in love with a partridge, which changed under my caresses to a beautiful girl, who yet retained an indescribable wild bird innocence, grace, and charm, a sort of Undina. These experiences may be regarded as fairly typical of the erotic dreams of healthy and chaste young men. The bird, for instance, that changes into a woman while retaining some elements of the bird, has been encountered in erotic dreams by other young men. It is indeed remarkable that, as de Gubernatis observes, the bird is a well-known phallic symbol, while Meter finds, Interpretations de Quelques Archives de Psychologie, April, 1907, that birds have a sexual significance both in life and in dreams. The appearance of male organs in the dream woman is doubtless due to the dreamer's greater familiarity with those organs. But, though it occurs occasionally, it can scarcely be said to be the rule in erotic dreams. Even men who have never had connection with a woman are quite commonly aware of the presence of a woman's sexual organs in their erotic dreams. Moll's comparison of nocturnal emissions of semen with nocturnal incontinence of urine suggests an interesting resemblance, and at the same time seeming contrast. In both cases we are concerned with vessels which, when overfilled or unduly irritable, spasmodically eject their contents during sleep. There is a further resemblance which usually becomes clear when, as occasionally happens, nocturnal incontinence of urine persists on to late childhood or adolescence. Both phenomena are frequently accompanied by vivid dreams of appropriate character, c.e.g., Rees, Überenuresis nocturna, Monatsschrift for Harmkrankheiten und Sexualhygiene, 1904, A.P. Buchan, nearly a century ago, pointed out the psychic element in the experiences of young persons who wetted the bed, Venus sign concubit 2, 1816, page 47, thus, in one case known to me, a child of 7, who occasionally wetted the bed, usually dreamed at the same time that she wanted to make water, and was out of doors, running to find a suitable spot, which she at last found, and, on awaking, discovered that she had wetted the bed. 15 years later she still sometimes had similar dreams, which caused her much alarm until, when thoroughly awake, she realized that no accident had happened. These later dreams were not the result of any actual strong desire to urinate. In another case with which I am acquainted, a little girl of 8, after mental excitement or indigestible meals, occasionally wetted the bed, dreaming that she was frightened by someone running after her, and wetted herself in consequence, after the manner of the Ganymede in the eagle's clutch, as depicted by Rembrandt. These two cases, it may be noted, belong to two quite different types. In the first case, the full bladder suggests to imagination the appropriate actions for relief, and the bladder actually accepts the imaginative solution offered. It is, according to Fiarni's phrase, somnambulism of the bladder. In the other case, there is no such somnambulism, but a psychic and nervous disturbance, not arising in the bladder at all, irradiates convulsively, and whether or not the bladder is overfull, attacks a vesical nervous system which is not yet sufficiently well balanced to withstand the inflow of excitement. In children of somewhat nervous temperament, manifestations of this kind may occur as an occasional accident, up to about the age of 7 or 8, and thereafter, the nervous control of the bladder having become firmly established, they cease to happen, the nervous energy required to affect the bladder sufficing to awake the dreamer. In very rare cases, however, the phenomenon may still occasionally happen, even in adolescence or later, in individuals who are otherwise quite free from it. This is most apt to occur in young women even in waking life. In men it is probably extremely rare. The erotic dream seems to differ flagrantly from the vesical dream, in that it occurs in adult life, and is with difficulty brought under control. The contrast is, however, very superficial. When we remember that sexual activity only begins normally at puberty, we realize that the youth of 20 is, in the matter of sexual control, scarcely much older than in the matter of vesical control he was at the age of 6. Moreover, if we were habitually, from our earliest years, to go to bed with a full bladder, as the chaste man goes to bed with unrelieved sexual system, it would be fully as difficult to gain vesical control during sleep as it now is to gain sexual control. Ultimately, such sexual control is attained after the age of 40. It seems that erotic dreams with emission become more and more rare, either the dreammakers without actual emission, exactly as dreams of urination occur in adults with full bladder, or else the organic stress, with or without dreams, serves to awaken the sleeper before any emission has occurred. But this stage is not easily or completely attained. St. Augustine, even at the period when he wrote his Confessions, mentions, as a matter of course, that sexual dreams not merely arouse pleasure, but gain the consent of the will. X 41. Not infrequently there is a struggle in sleep, just as the hypnotic subject may resist suggestions. Thus, a lady of 35 dreamed a sexual dream, and awoke without excitement. Again she fell asleep, and had another dream of sexual character, but resisted the tendency to excitement, and again awoke. Finally, she fell asleep and had a third sexual dream, which was this time accompanied by the orgasm. This has recently been described also by Nock, who terms it pollutio interrupta, neurologisches Entraublet, October 16, 1909. The corresponding voluntary process in the waking state is described by Rohleder and termed masturbatio interrupta. Zeitschrift für Sexualwissenschaft, August, 1908. The factors involved in the acquirement of vesicle and sexual control during sleep are the same, but the conditions are somewhat different. There is a very intimate connection between the vesicle and the sexual spheres, as I have elsewhere pointed out, c.e.g., in the third volume of these studies, Analysis of the Sexual Impulse. This connection is psychic as well as organic. Both in men and women, a full bladder tends to develop erotic dreams, c.e.g., K. E. Schirner, Das Leben des Traums, 1861, pages 187a sec. Spitta also points out the connection between vesicle and erotic dreams. Die Schlafut Traumsystons. 2d ed. 1882, pages 250a sec. Raymond and Janet State, Let Obsessions, Volume 2, page 135, that nocturnal incontinence of urine, accompanied by dreams of urination, may be replaced at puberty by masturbation. In the reverse direction, Freud believes, Monatsschrift for Psychiatry, BD 18, page 433, that masturbation plays a large part in causing the bedwetting of children who have passed the age when that usually ceases, and he even finds that children are themselves aware of the connection. The diagnostic value of sexual dreams, as an indication of the sexual nature of the subject when awake, has been emphasized by various writers. E.g., Marl, Die Kontrollsexualempfindung, Chapter 9, Noch der Traumausfindungsreagens für die Art des sexuellen Empfindens. Monatsschrift for Kriminalpsychology, 1905, page 500. Sexual dreams tend to reproduce, and even to accentuate, those characteristics which make the strongest sexual appeal to the subject when awake. At the same time, this general statement has to be qualified, more especially as regards inverted dreams. In the first place, a young man, however normal, who is not familiar with a feminine body when awake, is not likely to see it when asleep, even in dreams of women. In the second place, the confusions and combinations of dream imagery often tend to obliterate sexual distinctions, however free from perversions the subjects may be. Thus, a correspondent tells me of a healthy man, of very pure character, totally inexperienced in sexual matters, and never having seen a woman naked, who, in his sexual dreams, always sees the woman with male organs, though he has never had any sexual inclinations for men, and is much in love with a lady. The confusions and associations of dream imagery, leading to abnormal combinations, may be illustrated by a dream which once occurred to me after reading Yest's account of how a young negress, whose tattoo marks he was sketching, having become bored, suddenly pressed her hands to her breasts, spurting 2 streams of lukewarm milk into his face, and ran away laughing. I dreamed of a woman performing a similar action, not from her breasts, however, but from the penis with which she was furnished. Again, by another kind of confusion, a man dreams sexually that he is with a man, although the figure of the partner revealed in the dream is a woman. The following dream, in a normal man who had never been, or wished to be, in the positions shown by the dream, may be quoted. I dreamed that I was a big boy, and that a younger boy lay close beside me, and that we, or, certainly, he, had seminal emissions. I was complacently passive, and had a feeling of shame when the boy was discovered. On awaking I found I had had no emission, but was lying very close to my wife. The day before, I had seen boys in a swimming match. This was, it seems to me, an example of dream confusion, and not an erotic inverted dream. Nook also brings forward inverted dreams by normal persons, c.e.g., his betrothed and sexual entrainment, Archive for Criminal Anthropology, BDXX, 1908, page 366. So far as I have been able to ascertain, there seem to be, generally speaking, certain differences in the manifestations of autoerotism during sleep in men and women, which I believe to be not without psychological significance. In men the phenomenon is fairly simple. It usually appears about puberty, continues at intervals of varying duration during sexual life provided the individual is living chastely, and is generally, though not always, accompanied by erotic dreams which lead up to the climax, its occurrence being, to some extent, influenced by a variety of circumstances, physical, mental, or emotional excitement, alcohol taken before retiring, position in bed, as lying on the back, the state of the bladder, sometimes the mere fact of being in a strange bed, and to some extent apparently by the existence of monthly and yearly rhythms. On the whole, it is a fairly definite and regular phenomenon which usually leaves little conscious trace on awaking, beyond probably some sense of fatigue and, occasionally, a headache. In women, however, the phenomena of autoerotism during sleep seem to be much more irregular, varied, and diffused. So far as I have been able to make inquiries, it is the exception rather than the rule for girls to experience definitely erotic dreams about the period of puberty or adolescence. 238 Erotic phenomena during sleep in women who have never experienced the orgasm when awake are usually of a very vague kind. While it is the rule in a chaste youth for the orgasm thus to manifest itself, it is the exception in a chaste girl. It is not, as a rule, until the orgasm has been definitely produced in the waking state, under whatever conditions it may have been produced, that it begins to occur during sleep. And even in a strongly sexual woman living a repressed life it is often comparatively infrequent. 239 Thus, a young medical woman who endeavors to deal strenuously with her physical sexual emotions writes, "I sleep soundly, and do not dream at all. Occasionally, but very rarely, I have had sensations which awaken me suddenly. They can scarcely be called dreams, for they are mere impulses, nothing connected or coherent, yet prompted, I know, by sexual feeling. This is probably an experience common to all." Another lady, with a restrained psychosexual tendency to be attracted to both sexes, states that her first sexual sensations with orgasm were felt in dreams at the age of 16, but these dreams, which she has now forgotten, were not agreeable and not erotic. 2 or 3 years later spontaneous orgasm began to occur occasionally when awake, and after this, orgasm took place regularly once or twice a week in sleep, but still without erotic dreams. She merely dreamt that the orgasm was occurring and awoke as it took place. It is possible that to the comparative rarity in chaste women of complete orgasm during sleep, we may in part attribute the violence with which repressed sexual emotion in women often manifests itself. 240. There is thus a difference here between men and women, which is of some significance when we are considering the natural satisfaction of the sexual impulse in chaste women. In women, who have become accustomed to sexual intercourse, erotic dreams of fully developed character occur, with complete orgasm and accompanying relief, as may occasionally be the case in women who are not acquainted with actual intercourse. 241 Some women, however, even when familiar with actual coitus, find that sexual dreams, though accompanied by emissions, are only the symptoms of desire and do not produce actual relief. Some interest attaches to cases in which young women, even girls at puberty, experience dreams of erotic character, or at all events dream concerning coitus or men in erection, although they profess, and almost certainly with truth, to be quite ignorant of sexual phenomena. Several such dreams of remarkable character have been communicated to me. One can imagine that the psychologists of some schools would see in these dreams the spontaneous eruption of the experiences of the race. I am inclined to regard them as forgotten memories, such as we know to occur sometimes in sleep. The child has somehow seen or heard of sexual phenomena and felt no interest, and the memory may subsequently be aroused in sleep, under the stimulation of newborn sexual sensations. It is a curious proof of the ignorance which has prevailed in recent times concerning the psychic sexual nature of women that, although in earlier ages the fact that women are normally liable to erotic dreams was fully recognized, in recent times it has been denied, even by writers who have made a special study of the sexual impulse in women. Eulenberg, Sexual Neuropathy, 1895, pages 31-79, appears to regard the appearances of sexual phenomena during sleep, in women, as the result of masturbation. Adler, in what is in many respects an extremely careful study of sexual phenomena in women, Die Mangelhaft-Geschlechtsempfindung des Weibes, 1904, page 130, boldly states that they do not have erotic dreams. In 1847, Gebaut, des Pollutions involontaire chez la femme, Union Medicale, page 260, presented the case of a married lady who masturbated from the age of 10, and continued the practice, even after her marriage at 24, and at 29 began to have erotic dreams with emissions every few nights, and later sometimes even several times a night. Though they ceased to be voluptuous, he believed the case to be the first ever reported of such a condition in a woman. Yet, thousands of years ago, the Indian of Vedic days recognized erotic dreams in women as an ordinary and normal occurrence. Lowenfeld quotes a passage to this effect from the Upneklet, Sexualbenoitner van Leden, 2d ed., page 114. Even savages recognized the occurrence of erotic dreams in women as normal. For the Papuans, for instance, believe that a young girl's first menstruation is due to intercourse with the moon in the shape of a man, the girl dreaming that a man is embracing her. Reports Cambridge Expedition to Torres Straits, Volume 5, page 206. In the 17th century, Rolf Incius, in a well-informed study, De Pollutioner Nocturna, Agena inaugural dissertation, 1667, concluded that women experience such manifestations, and quotes Aristotle, Galen, and Fernelius in the same sense. Sir Thomas Overbury, in his Characters, written in the early part of the same century, describing the ideal milkmaid, says that her dreams are so chaste that she dare tell them, clearly implying that it was not so with most women. The notion that women are not subject to erotic dreams thus appears to be of comparatively recent origin. One of the most interesting and important characters by which the erotic dreams of women, and, indeed, their dreams generally, differ from those of men is in the tendency to evoke a repercussion on the waking life, a tendency more rarely noted in men's erotic dreams, and then only to a minor extent. This is very common, even in healthy and normal women, and is exaggerated to a high degree in neurotic subjects, by whom the dream may even be interpreted as reality, and so declared on oath, a fact of practical importance. Hersman, having met with a case in which a schoolgirl with chorea, after having dreamed of an assault, accused the principal of the school of assault, securing his conviction, obtained the opinions of various American alienists, as to the frequency with which such dreams in unstable mental subjects lead to delusions and criminal accusations. Dercum, H. C. Wood, and Rohe had not personally met with such cases. Burr believed that there was strong evidence that a sexual dream may be so vivid as to make the subject believe she has had sexual congress. Kiernan knew of such cases. C.H. Hughes, in persons with every appearance of sanity, had known the erotic dreams of the night to become the erotic delusions of the day, the patient protesting violently the truth of her story. Wallersman reports the case 242, of a young lady in an asylum who had nightly delusions that a medical officer visited her every night, and had to do with her, coming up the hot air flue. I am acquainted with a similar case in a clever, but highly neurotic, young woman, who writes, "For years I have been trying to stamp out my passional nature, and was beginning to succeed when a strange thing happened to me last autumn. One night, as I lay in bed, I felt an influence so powerful that a man seemed present with me. I crimsoned with shame and wonder. I remember that I lay upon my back, and marveled when the spell had passed. The influence, I was assured, came from a priest whom I believed in and admired above everyone in the world. I had never dreamed of love in connection with him, because I always thought him so far above me. The influence has been upon me ever since, sometimes by day and nearly always by night. From it I generally go into a deep sleep, which lasts until morning. I am always much refreshed when I awake. This influence has the best effect upon my life that anything has ever had as regards health and mind. It is the knowledge that I am loved fittingly that makes me so indifferent to my future. What worries me is that I sometimes wonder if I suffer from a nervous disorder merely. The subject thus seemed to regard these occurrences as objectively caused, but was sufficiently sane to wonder whether her experiences were not due to mental disorder. 243 The tendency of the autoerotic phenomena of sleep to be manifested with such energy as to flow over into the waking life and influence conscious emotion and action, while very well marked in normal and healthy women, is seen to an exaggerated extent in hysterical women, in whom it has, therefore, chiefly been studied. Sante de Sanctis, who has investigated the dreams of many classes of people, remarks on the frequently sexual character of the dreams of hysterical women, and the repercussion of such dreams on the waking life of the following day. He gives a typical case of hysterical erotic dreaming in an uneducated servant girl of 23, in whom such dreams occur usually a few days before the menstrual period. Her dreams, especially if erotic, make an enormous impression on her. In the morning she is bad-tempered if they were unpleasant, while she feels lascivious and gives herself up to masturbation if she has had erotic dreams of men. She then has a feeling of pleasure throughout the day, and her sexual organs are bathed with moisture. 244 Beatrice and Gilles de la Tourette, two of Charcot's most distinguished pupils, in their elaborate works on hysteria, both consider that dreams generally have a great influence on the waking life of the hysterical, and they deal with the special influence of erotic dreams, to which, doubtless, we must refer those conceptions of incubi and succubi, which played so vast and so important a part in the demonology of the Middle Ages, and while not unknown in men were most frequent in women. Such erotic dreams, as these observers, confirming the experience of old writers, have found among the hysterical today, are by no means always, or even usually, of a pleasurable character. It is very rare, Petrus remarks, when insisting on the sexual character of the hallucinations of the hysterical, for these erotic hallucinations to be accompanied by agreeable voluptuous sensations. In most cases the illusion of sexual intercourse even provokes acute pain. The witches of old times nearly all affirmed that in their relations with the devil they suffered greatly. 245 They said that his organ was long and rough and pointed, with scales which lifted on withdrawal and tore the vagina. It seems probable, I may remark, that the witches' representations, both of the devil and of sexual intercourse, were largely influenced by familiarity with the coupling of animals. As Gilles de la Tourette is careful to warn his readers, we must not too hastily assume, from the prevalence of nocturnal autoerotic phenomena in hysterical women, that such women are necessarily sexual and libidinous in excess. The disorder is in them psychic, he points out, and not physical, and they usually receive sexual approaches with indifference and repugnance, because their sexual centers are anesthetic or hyperesthetic. During the period of sexual activity, they seek much more the care and delicate attention of men than the genital act, which they often only tolerate. Many households, begun under the happiest auspices, the bride all the more apt to believe that she loves her betrothed in virtue of her suggestibility, easily exalted, perhaps at the expense of the senses, become hells on earth. The sexual act has for the hysterical woman more than one disillusion. She cannot understand it. It inspires her with insurmountable repugnance. 246 I refer to these hysterical phenomena because they present to us, in an extreme form, facts which are common among women whom, under the artificial conditions of civilized life, we are compelled to regard as ordinarily healthy and normal. The frequent painfulness of autoerotic phenomena is by no means an exclusively hysterical phenomenon, although often seen in a heightened form in hysterical conditions. It is probably to some extent simply the result of a conflict in consciousness, with a merely physical impulse, which is strong enough to assert itself, In spite of the emotional and intellectual abhorrence of the subject, it is thus but an extreme form of the disgust, which all sexual physical manifestations tend to inspire in a person who is not inclined to respond to them. Somewhat similar psychic disgust and physical pain are produced in the attempts to stimulate the sexual emotions and organs, when these are exhausted by exercise. In the detailed history which Mull presents of the sexual experiences of a sister in an American nursing guild, a most instructive history of a woman fairly normal except for the results of repressed sexual emotion, and with strong moral tendencies. Various episodes are narrated well illustrating the way in which sexual excitement becomes unpleasant, or even painful when it takes place as a physical reflex which the emotions and intellect are all the time struggling against. 247 It is quite probable, however, that there is a physiological, as well as a psychic, factor in this phenomenon, and Solier, in his elaborate study of the nature and genesis of hysteria, by insisting on the capital importance of the disturbance of sensibility in hysteria, and the definite character of the phenomena produced in the passage between anesthesia and normal sensation, has greatly helped to reveal the mechanism of this feature of autoerotic excitement in the hysterical. No doubt there has been a tendency to exaggerate the unpleasant character of the autoerotic phenomena of hysteria. That tendency was an inevitable reaction against an earlier view, according to which hysteria was little more than an unconscious expression of the sexual emotions, and as such was unscientifically dismissed without any careful investigation. I agree with Breuer and Freud that the sexual needs of the hysterical are just as individual and various as those of normal women, but that they suffer from them more, largely through a moral struggle with their own instincts, and the attempt to put them into the background of consciousness. 248 In many hysterical and psychically abnormal women, autoerotic phenomena, and sexual phenomena generally, are highly pleasurable, though such persons may be quite innocent of any knowledge of the erotic character of the experience. I have come across interesting and extreme examples of this in the published experiences of the women followers of the American religious leader, T. L. Harris, founder of the Brotherhood of the New Life. Thus, in a pamphlet entitled Internal Respiration by Respiro, a letter is quoted from a lady physician, who writes, "One morning I awoke with a strange new feeling in the womb, which lasted for a day or two. I was so very happy, but the joy was in my womb, not in my heart." 249 At last, writes a lady quoted in the same pamphlet, "I fell into a slumber, lying on my back with arms and feet folded, a position I almost always find myself in when I awake, no matter in which position I may go to sleep. Very soon I awoke from this slumber with a most delightful sensation, every fiber tingling with an exquisite glow of warmth. I was lying on my left side, something I am never able to do, and was folded in the arms of my counterpart. Unless you have seen it, I cannot give you an idea of the beauty of his flesh, and with what joy I beheld and felt it. Think of it, luminous flesh, and oh, such tints you never could imagine without seeing. He folded me so closely in his arms, etc." In such cases there is no conflict between the physical and the psychic, and therefore the resulting excitement is pleasurable and not painful. At this point our study of autoerotism brings us into the sphere of mysticism. Loiba, in a penetrating and suggestive essay on Christian mysticism, after quoting the present study, refers to the famous passages in which Saint Teresa describes how a beautiful little angel inserted a flame-tipped dart into her heart until it descended into her bowels and left her inflamed with divine love. What physiological difference, he asks, is there between this voluptuous sensation and that enjoyed by the disciple of the Brotherhood of New Life? Saint Teresa says bowels, the woman doctor says womb, that is all. 250. The extreme form of autoerotism is the tendency for the sexual emotion to be absorbed, and often entirely lost in self-admiration. This narcissus-like tendency, of which the normal German women is symbolized by the mirror, is found in a minor degree in some men, and is sometimes well marked in women, usually in association with an attraction for other persons, to which attraction it is, of course, normally subservient. The mirror remarks block, B. Traj 1, page 201, plays an important part in the genesis of sexual aberration. It cannot be doubted that many a boy and girl have first experienced sexual excitement at the sight of their own bodies in a mirror. Valera, the Spanish novelist, very well described this impulse in his Genio y Figura. Rafaela, the heroine of this novel, says that, after her bath, I fall into a puerility which may be innocent or vicious. I cannot decide. I only know that it is a purely contemplative act, a disinterested admiration of beauty. It is not coarse sensuality, but aesthetic platonism. I imitate Narcissus, and I apply my lips to the cold surface of the mirror and kiss my image. It is the love of beauty, the expression of tenderness and affection for what God has made manifest, in an ingenuous kiss imprinted on the empty and incorporeal reflection. In the same spirit the real heroine of the Tajabachiner Verlorenen, page 114, at the point when she was about to become a prostitute, wrote, I am pretty. It gives me pleasure to throw off my clothes, one by one, before the mirror, and to look at myself, just as I am, white as snow and straight as a fir, with my long, fine hair like a cloak of black silk. When I spread abroad the black stream of it, with both hands, I am like a white swan with black wings. A typical case known to me is that of a lady of 28, brought up on a farm. She is a handsome woman, of very large and fine proportions, active and healthy and intelligent, with, however, no marked sexual attraction to the opposite sex. At the same time she is not inverted, though she would like to be a man, and has a considerable degree of contempt for women. She has an intense admiration for her own person, especially her limbs. She is never so happy as when alone and naked in her own bedroom, and, so far as possible, she cultivates nakedness. She knows by heart the various measurements of her body, is proud of the fact that they are strictly in accordance with the canons of proportion, and she laughs proudly at the thought that her thigh is larger than many a woman's waist. She is frank and assured in her manners, without sexual shyness, and, while willing to receive the attention and admiration of others, she makes no attempt to gain it, and seems never to have experienced any emotions stronger than her own pleasure in herself. I should add that I have had no opportunity of detailed examination, and cannot speak positively as to the absence of masturbation. In the extreme form in which alone the name of Narcissus may properly be invoked, there is comparative indifference to sexual intercourse or even the admiration of the opposite sex. Such a condition seems to be rare, except, perhaps, in insanity. Since I called attention to this form of autoerotism, alienist and neurologist, April 1898, several writers have discussed the condition, especially Nock, who, following out the suggestion, terms the condition narcissism. Among 1,500 insane persons, Nock has found it in 4 men and 1 woman. Psychiatrischen Neurologische Bladen, Number 2, 1899, Dr. C.H. Hughes writes, in a private letter, that he is acquainted with such cases, in which men have been absorbed in admiration of their own manly forms, and of their sexual organs, and women, likewise, absorbed in admiration of their own mamma and physical proportions, especially of limbs. The whole subject, he adds, is a singular phase of psychology, and it is not all morbid psychology, either. It is closely allied to that aesthetic sense which admires the nude in art. Feyre, L'instinct sexuel, 2d ed., page 271 mentions a woman who experienced sexual excitement in kissing her own hand. Nock knew a woman in an asylum who, during periodical fits of excitement, would kiss her own arms and hands, at the same time looking like a person in love. He also knew a young man with dementia praecox who would kiss his own image. Der Kussbeigeisteskranken, Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatry, BD 63, page 127. Moll refers to a young homosexual lawyer, who experienced great pleasure in gazing at himself in a mirror. Kontroversichtliche 3d ed., page 228, and mentions another inverted man, an admirer of the nadies of men, who, chancing to observe his own nadies in a mirror, when changing his shirt, was struck by their beauty, and subsequently found pleasure in admiring them. Libido sexualis, BDI, Tiley, page 60. Krafft-Ebing knew a man who masturbated before a mirror, imagining, at the same time, how much better a real lover would be. The best observed cases of narcissism have, however, been recorded by Rohleder, who confers upon this condition the ponderous name of autoeroticism, and believes that it has not been previously observed. H. Rohleder, Der Autoeroticismus, being Hef 225 of Berliner Klinik, March, 1907. In the two cases investigated by Rohleder, both men, there was sexual excitement in the contemplation of the individual's own body, actually or in a mirror, with little or no sexual attraction to other persons. Rohleder is inclined to regard the condition as due to a congenital defect in the sexual center of the brain. 2. Hysteria and the question of its relation to the sexual emotions. The early Greek theories of its nature and causation, the gradual rise of modern views, Charcot, the revolt against Charcot's two absolute conclusions, fallacies involved, Charcot's attitude the outcome of his personal temperament, Brewer and Freud. Their views supplement and complete Charcot's. At the same time they furnish a justification for the earlier doctrine of hysteria, but they must not be regarded as final. The diffused, hysteroid condition in normal persons, the physiological basis of hysteria. True pathological hysteria is linked onto almost normal states, especially to sex hunger. The nocturnal hallucinations of hysteria, as all careful students of this condition now seem to agree, are closely allied to the hysterical attack proper. Sollier, indeed, one of the ablest of the more recent investigators of hysteria, has argued with much force that the subjects of hysteria really live in a state of pathological sleep. Of vigilambulism, 251, he regards all the various accidents of hysteria as having a common basis in disturbances of sensibility, in the widest sense of the word sensibility, as the very foundation of personality, while anesthesia is the real sigillum hysteria, whatever the form of hysteria. We are thus only concerned with a more or less profound state of vigilambulism, a state in which the subject seems, often even to himself, to be more or less always asleep, whether the sleep may be regarded as local or general. Sollier agrees with Feyre that the disorder of sensibility may be regarded as due to an exhaustion of the sensory centers of the brain, whether as the result of constitutional cerebral weakness, of the shock of a violent emotion, or of some toxic influence on the cerebral cells. We may, therefore, fitly turn from the autoerotic phenomena of sleep which in women generally, and especially in hysterical women, seem to possess so much importance and significance, to the question, which has been so divergently answered at different periods and by different investigators, concerning the causation of hysteria, and especially concerning its alleged connection with conscious or unconscious sexual emotion. 252 It was the belief of the ancient Greeks that hysteria came from the womb, hence its name. We first find that statement in Plato's Timos, in men the organ of generation, becoming rebellious and masterful, like an animal disobedient to reason, and maddened with the sting of lust, seeks to gain absolute sway. And the same is the case with the so-called womb, or uterus, of women. The animal within them is desirous of procreating children, and, when remaining unfruitful long beyond its proper time, gets discontented and angry, and, wandering in every direction through the body, closes up the passages of the breath, and, by obstructing respiration, 253 drives them to extremity, causing all varieties of disease. Plato, it is true, cannot be said to reveal anywhere a very scientific attitude toward nature. Yet he was here probably only giving expression to the current medical doctrine of his day. We find precisely the same doctrine attributed to Hippocrates, though without a clear distinction between hysteria and epilepsy. 254 If we turn to the best Roman physicians we find again that Aratus, the Esquirrel of antiquity, has set forth the same view, adding to his description of the movements of the woman hysteria. It delights, also, in fragrant smells, and advances toward them, and it has an aversion to fetid smells, and flies from them, and, on the whole, the womb is like an animal within an animal. 255 Consequently, the treatment was by applying fetid smells to the nose and rubbing fragrant ointments around the sexual parts. 256 The Arab physicians, who carried on the traditions of Greek medicine, appear to have said nothing new about hysteria and possibly had little knowledge of it. In Christian medieval Europe, also, nothing new was added to the theory of hysteria. It was, indeed, less known medically than it had ever been, and, in part it may be as a result of this ignorance, in part as a result of general wretchedness, the hysterical phenomena of witchcraft reaching their height, Michelet points out, in the 14th century, which was a period of special misery for the poor, it flourished more vigorously. Not alone have we the records of nervous epidemics, but illuminated manuscripts, ivories, miniatures, bas-reliefs, frescoes, and engravings furnish the most vivid iconographic evidence of the prevalence of hysteria in its most violent forms during the Middle Ages. Much of this evidence is brought to the service of science in the fascinating works of Dr. P. Richer, one of Charcot's pupils. 257 In the 17th century Ambrose Paré was still talking, like Hippocrates, about suffocation of the womb. Forstus was still, like Aratos, applying friction to the vulva. Fernel was still reproaching Galen, who had denied that the movements of the womb produced hysteria. It was in the 17th century, 1618, that a French physician, Charles Lepois, Carolus Piso, physician to Henry II, trusting, as he said, to experience and reason, overthrew at one stroke the doctrine of hysteria that had ruled almost unquestioned for 2,000 years, and showed that the malady occurred at all ages and in both sexes, that its seat was not in the womb, but in the brain, and that it must be considered a nervous disease. 258 So revolutionary a doctrine could not fail to meet with violent opposition, but it was confirmed by Willis, and in 1681, we owe to the genius of Sydenham a picture of hysteria which for lucidity, precision, and comprehensiveness has only been excelled in our own times. It was not possible any longer to maintain the womb theory of Hippocrates in its crude form, but in modified forms, and especially with the object of preserving the connection which many observers continue to find between hysteria and the sexual emotions. It still found supporters in the 18th and even the 19th centuries. James, in the middle of the 18th century, returned to the classical view, and in his Dictionary of Medicine maintained that the womb is the seat of hysteria. Lauyre-Villermé in 1816 asserted that the most frequent causes of hysteria are deprivation of the pleasures of love, griefs connected with this passion, and disorders of menstruation. Fauville in 1833 and Landuzzi in 1846 advocated somewhat similar views. The acute Laycock in 1840 quoted as almost a medical proverb the saying, "Solicitus major, majorat hysterium proclivitas," fully endorsing it. More recently still Clouston has defined hysteria as the loss of the inhibitory influence exercised on the reproductive and sexual instincts of women by the higher mental and moral functions, a position evidently requiring some modification in view of the fact that hysteria is by no means confined to women. While the same authority remarks that more or less concealed sexual phenomena are the chief symptoms of hysterical insanity. 259 To gynecologists of high position in different parts of the world, Hagar in Germany and Balls, Headley in Australia, attribute hysteria, as well as anemia, largely to unsatisfied sexual desire, including the non-satisfaction of the ideal feelings. 260 Lombroso and Ferrero, again, while admitting that the sexual feelings might be either heightened or depressed in hysteria, referred to the frequency of what they termed a paradoxical sexual instinct in the hysterical, by which, for instance, sexual frigidity is combined with intense sexual preoccupations, and they also pointed out the significant fact that the crimes of the hysterical nearly always revolve around the sexual sphere. 261 Thus, even up to the time when the conception of hysteria which absolutely ignored and excluded any sexual relationship whatever had reached its height, independent views favoring such a relationship still found expression. Of recent years, however, such views usually aroused violent antagonism. The main current of opinion was with Briquet, 1859, who, treating the matter with considerable ability and a wide induction of facts, indignantly repelled the idea that there is any connection between hysteria and the sexual facts of life, physical or psychic. As he himself admitted, Briquet was moved to deny a sexual causation of hysteria by the thought that such an origin would be degrading for women, a quelle chose de dégradant pour les femmes. It was, however, the genius of Charcot, and the influence of his able pupils, which finally secured the overthrow of the sexual theory of hysteria. Charcot emphatically anathematized the visceral origin of hysteria. He declared that it is a psychic disorder, and to leave no loophole of escape for those who maintained a sexual causation, he asserted that there are no varieties of hysteria, that the disease is one and indivisible. Charcot recognized no primordial cause of hysteria beyond heredity, which here plays a more important part than in any other neuropathic condition. Such heredity is either direct or more occasionally by transformation, any deviation of nutrition found in the ancestors, gout, diabetes, arthritis, being a possible cause of hysteria in the descendants. We do not know anything about the nature of hysteria, Charcot wrote in 1892. We must make it objective in order to recognize it. The dominant idea for us in the etiology of hysteria is, in the widest sense, its hereditary predisposition. The greater number of those suffering from this affection are simply born hysterizable, and on them the occasional causes act directly, either through autosuggestion or by causing derangement of general nutrition, and more particularly of the nutrition of the nervous system. 262 These views were ably and decisively stated in Gilles de la Tourette's Traité de l'Hystérie, written under the inspiration of Charcot. While Charcot's doctrine was thus being affirmed and generally accepted, there were at the same time workers in these fields who, though they by no means ignored this doctrine of hysteria or even rejected it, were inclined to think that it was too absolutely stated. Writing in the Dictionary of Psychological Medicine at the same time as Charcot, Duncan, while deprecating any exclusive emphasis on the sexual causation, pointed out the enormous part played by the emotions in the production of hysteria, and the great influence of puberty in women due to the greater extent of the sexual organs, and the consequently large area of central innervation involved, and thus rendered liable to fall into a state of unstable equilibrium. Enforced abstinence from the gratification of any of the inherent and primitive desires, he pointed out, may be an adequate exciting cause. Such a view as this indicated that to set aside the ancient doctrine of a physical sexual cause of hysteria, was by no means to exclude a psychic sexual cause. 10 years earlier Axenfeld and Huchard had pointed out that the reaction against the sexual origin of hysteria was becoming excessive, and they referred to the evidence brought forward by veterinary surgeons showing that unsatisfied sexual desire in animals may produce nervous symptoms very similar to hysteria. 263 The present writer, when in 1894 briefly discussing hysteria as an element in secondary sexual characterization, ventured to reflect the view, confirmed by his own observation, that there was a tendency to unduly minimize the sexual factor in hysteria, and further pointed out that the old error of a special connection between hysteria and the female sexual organs probably arose from the fact that in woman the organic sexual sphere is larger than in man. 264 When, indeed, we analyzed the foundation of the once predominant opinions of Charcot and his school regarding the sexual relationships of hysteria, it becomes clear that many fallacies and misunderstandings were involved. Briquet, Charcot's chief predecessor, acknowledged that his own view was that a sexual origin of hysteria would be degrading to women. That is to say, he admitted that he was influenced by a foolish and improper prejudice, for the belief that the unconscious and involuntary morbid reaction of the nervous system to any disturbance of a great primary instinct can have quelque chose de dégradant, is itself an immoral belief. Such disturbance of the nervous system might or might not be caused, but in any case the alleged degradation could only be the fiction of a distorted imagination. Again, confusion had been caused by the ancient error of making the physical sexual organs responsible for hysteria, first the womb, more recently the ovaries. The outcome of this belief was the extirpation of the sexual organs for the cure of hysteria. Charcot condemned absolutely all such operations as unscientific and dangerous, declaring that there is no such thing as hysteria of menstrual origin. 265 Subsequently, Angelucci and Pierassini carried out an international inquiry into the results of the surgical treatment of hysteria. and condemned it in the most unqualified manner. 266 It is clearly demonstrated that the physical sexual organs are not the seat of hysteria. It does not, however, follow that even physical sexual desire, when repressed, is not a cause of hysteria. The opinion that it was so formed an essential part of the early doctrine of hysteria, and was embodied in the ancient maxim, Nubitil amorpus effugit, the womb, it seemed to the ancients, was crying out for satisfaction, and when that was received the disease vanished. 267 But when it became clear that sexual desire, though ultimately founded on the sexual apparatus, is a nervous and psychic fact, to put the sexual organs out of count was not sufficient, for the sexual emotions may exist before puberty, and persist after complete removal of the sexual organs. Thus it has been the object of many writers to repel the idea that unsatisfied sexual desire can be a cause of hysteria. Briquet pointed out that hysteria is rare among nuns and frequent among prostitutes. Krafft-Ebing believed that most hysterical women are not anxious for sexual satisfaction, and declared that hysteria caused through the non-satisfaction of the core sensual sexual impulse. I have never seen. 268 While Betress and others refer to the frequently painful nature of sexual hallucinations in the hysterical, but it soon becomes obvious that the psychic sexual sphere is not confined to the gratification of conscious physical sexual desire. It is not true that hysteria is rare among nuns. Some of the most tremendous epidemics of hysteria, and the most carefully studied, having occurred in convents. 269 While the hysterical phenomena sometimes associated with revivals are well known, the supposed prevalence among prostitutes would not be evidence against the sexual relationships of hysteria. It has, however, been denied, even by so great an authority as Perrin Duchatelet, who found it very rare, even in prostitutes in hospitals, when it was often associated with masturbation. In prostitutes, however, who returned to a respectable life, giving up their old habits, he found hysteria common and severe. 270 The frequent absence of physical sexual feeling, again, may quite reasonably be taken as evidence of a disorder of the sexual emotions, while the undoubted fact that sexual intercourse usually has little beneficial effect on pronounced hysteria, and that sexual excitement during sleep and sexual hallucinations are often painful in the same condition, is far from showing that injury or repression of the sexual emotions had nothing to do with the production of the hysteria. It would be as reasonable to argue that the evil effect of a heavy meal on a starving man must be taken as evidence that he was not suffering from starvation. The fact, indeed, on which Gilles de la Tourette and others have remarked, that the hysterical often desire not so much sexual intercourse as simple affection, would tend to show that there is here a real analogy, and that starvation or lesion of the sexual emotions may produce, like bodily starvation, a rejection of those satisfactions which are demanded in health. Thus, even a mainly a priori examination of the matter may lead us to see that many arguments brought forward in favor of Charcot's position on this point fall to the ground, when we realize that the sexual emotions may constitute a highly complex sphere, often hidden from observation, sometimes not conscious at all, and liable to many lesions besides that due to the non-satisfaction of sexual desire. At the same time, we are not thus unable to overthrow any of the positive results attained by Charcot and his school. It may, however, be pointed out that Charcot's attitude toward hysteria was the outcome of his own temperament. He was primarily a neurologist. The bent of his genius was toward the investigation of facts that could be objectively demonstrated. His first interest in hysteria, dating from as far back as 1862, was in hysteroepileptic convulsive attacks, and to the last he remained indifferent to all facts which could not be objectively demonstrated. That was the secret of the advances he was unable to make in neurology. For purely psychological investigation he had no liking and probably no aptitude. Anyone who was privileged to observe his methods of work at the Salpêtrière will easily recall the great master's towering figure, the disdainful expression, sometimes, even, it seemed, a little sour, the lofty bearing which enthusiastic admirers called Napoleonic. The questions addressed to the patient were cold, distant, sometimes impatient. Charcot clearly had little faith in the value of any results so attained. One may well believe, also, that a man whose superficial personality was so haughty and awe-inspiring to strangers would, in any case, have had the greatest difficulty in penetrating the mysteries of a psychic world so obscure and elusive as that presented by the hysterical. 271 The way was thus opened for further investigations on the psychic side. Charcot had affirmed the power, not only of physical traumatism, but even of psychic lesions, of moral shocks, to provoke its manifestations, but his sole contribution to the psychology of this psychic malady, and this was borrowed from the Nancy school, lay in the one-word suggestibility. The nature and mechanism of this psychic process he left wholly unexplained. This step has been taken by others, in part by Janet, who, from 1889 onward, has not only insisted that the emotions stand in the first line among the causes of hysteria, but has also pointed out some portion of the mechanism of this process. Thus, he saw the significance of the fact, already recognized, that strong emotions tend to produce anesthesia and to lead to a condition of mental disaggregation, favorable to abulia, or abolition of willpower. It remained to show in detail the mechanism by which the most potent of all the emotions affects its influence, and, by attempting to do this, the Viennese investigators, Breuer and especially Freud, have greatly aided the study of hysteria. 272 They have not, it is important to remark, overturned the positive elements in their great forerunners' work. Freud began as a disciple of Charcot, and he himself remarked that, in his earlier investigations of hysteria, he had no thought of finding any sexual etiology for that malady. He would have regarded any such suggestion as an insult to his patient. The results reached by these workers were the outcome of long and detailed investigation. Freud has investigated many cases of hysteria in minute detail, often devoting to a single case over 100 hours of work. The patients, unlike those on whom the results of the French school have been mainly founded, all belong to the educated classes, and it was thus possible to carry out an elaborate psychic investigation, which would be impossible among the uneducated. Breuer and Freud insist on the fine qualities of mind and character frequently found among the hysterical. They cannot accept suggestibility as an invariable characteristic of hysteria, only abnormal excitability. They are far from agreeing with Janet, although on many points at one with him, that psychic weakness marks hysteria. There is merely an appearance of mental weakness, they say, because the mental activity of the hysterical is split up, and only a part of it is conscious. 273 The superiority of character of the hysterical is indicated by the fact that the conflict between their ideas of right and the bent of their inclinations is often an element in the constitution of the hysterical state. Breuer and Freud are prepared to assert that the hysterical are among the flower of humanity, and they refer to those qualities of combined imaginative genius and practical energy which characterized Saint Teresa, the patron saint of the hysterical. To understand the position of Breuer and Freud, we may start from the phenomenon of nervous shock produced by physical traumatism, often of a very slight character. Charcot had shown that such nervous shock, with the chain of resulting symptoms, is nothing more or less than hysteria. Breuer and Freud may be linked onto Charcot at this point. They began by regarding the most typical hysteria as really a psychic traumatism, that is to say, that it starts in a lesion, or rather in repeated lesions, of the emotional organism. It is true that the school of Charcot admitted the influence of moral shock, especially of the emotion of fear, but that merely as an agent provocateur and with a curious perversity Gilles de la Tourette, certainly reflecting the attitude of Charcot, in his elaborate treatise on hysteria fails to refer to the sphere of the sexual emotions, even when enumerating the agents provocateurs. 274 The influence of fear is not denied by Breuer and Freud, but they have found that careful psychic analysis frequently shows that the shock of a commonplace fear is really rooted in a lesion of the sexual emotions. A typical and very simple illustration is furnished in a case, recorded by Breuer, in which a young girl of 17 had her first hysterical attack after a cat sprang on her shoulders as she was going downstairs. Careful investigation showed that this girl had been the object of somewhat ardent attentions from a young man whose advances she had resisted, although her own sexual emotions had been aroused. A few days before, she had been surprised by this young man on these same dark stairs, and had forcibly escaped from his hands. Here was the real psychic traumatism, the operation of which merely became manifest in the cat. But in how many cases, asks Breuer, is a cat thus reckoned as a completely sufficient causa efficiens? In every case that they have investigated, Breuer and Freud have found some similar secret lesion of the psychic sexual sphere. In one case, a governess, whose training has been severely upright, is, in spite of herself and without any encouragement, led to experience for the father of the children under her care an affection which she refuses to acknowledge even to herself. In another, a young woman finds herself falling in love with her brother-in-law. Again, an innocent girl suddenly discovers her uncle in the act of sexual intercourse with her playmate, and a boy on his way home from school is subjected to the coarse advances of a sexual invert. In nearly every case, as Freud eventually found reason to believe, a primary lesion of the sexual emotions dates from the period of puberty and frequently of childhood, and in nearly every case the intimately private nature of the lesion causes it to be carefully hidden from everyone, and even to be unacknowledged by the subject of it. In the earlier cases, Breuer and Freud found that a slight degree of hypnosis is necessary to bring the lesion into consciousness, and the accuracy of the revelations thus obtained has been tested by independent witness. Freud has, however, long abandoned the induction of any degree of hypnosis. He simply tries to arrange that the patient shall feel absolutely free to tell her own story, and so proceeds from the surface downwards, slowly finding and piecing together such essential fragments of the history as may be recovered, in the same way, he remarks, as the archaeologist excavates below the surface and recovers and puts together the fragments of an antique statue. Much of the material found, however, has only a symbolic value requiring interpretation and is sometimes pure fantasy. Freud now attaches great importance to dreams as symbolically representing much in the subject's mental history, which is otherwise difficult to reach. 275 The subtle and slender clues which Freud frequently follows in interpreting dreams cannot fail, sometimes to arouse doubt in his readers' minds, but he certainly seems to have been often successful in thus reaching latent facts in consciousness. The primary lesion may thus act as a foreign body in consciousness. Something is introduced into psychic life which refuses to merge in the general flow of consciousness. It cannot be accepted simply as other facts of life are accepted, it cannot even be talked about, and so submitted to the slow usury by which our experiences are worn down and gradually transformed. Breuer illustrates what happens by reference to the sneezing reflex. When an irritation to the nasal mucous membrane for some reason fails to liberate this reflex, a feeling of excitement and tension arises. This excitement, being unable to stream out along motor channels, now spreads itself over the brain, inhibiting other activities. In the highest spheres of human activity we may watch the same process. It is a result of this process that, as Breuer and Freud found, the mere act of confession may greatly relieve the hysterical symptoms produced by this psychic mechanism, and in some cases may wholly and permanently remove them. It is on this fact that they founded their method of treatment, devised by Breuer and by him termed the cathartic method, though Freud prefers to call it the analytic method. It is, as Freud points out, the reverse of the hypnotic method of suggestive treatment. There is the same difference, Freud remarks, between the two methods as Leonardo da Vinci found for the two technical methods of art, per via di por and per via di lever. The hypnotic method, like painting, works by putting in. The cathartic or analytic method, like sculpture, works by taking out. 276 It is part of the mechanism of this process, as understood by these authors, that the physical symptoms of hysteria are constituted by a process of conversion out of the injured emotions, which then sink into the background or altogether out of consciousness. Thus, they found the prolonged tension of nursing a near and dear relative to be a very frequent factor in the production of hysteria. For instance, an originally rheumatic pain experienced by a daughter when nursing her father becomes the symbol in memory of her painful psychic excitement, and this perhaps for several reasons, but chiefly because its presence in consciousness almost exactly coincided with that excitement. In another way, again, Nausea and vomiting may become a symbol through the profound sense of disgust, with which some emotional shock was associated. Then the symbol begins to have a life of its own, and draws hidden strength from the emotion with which it is correlated. Breuer and Freud have found by careful investigation that the pains and physical troubles of hysteria are far from being capricious, but may be traced in a varying manner to an origin in some incident, some pain, some action, which was associated with a moment of acute psychic agony. The process of conversion was an involuntary escape from an intolerable emotion, comparable to the physical pain sometimes sought in intense mental grief, and the patient wins some relief from the tortured emotions, though at the cost of psychic abnormality, of a more or less divided state of consciousness and of physical pain, or else anesthesia. In Charcot's third stage of the hysterical convulsion, the of attitudes passionelles, Breuer and Freud see the hallucinatory reproduction of a recollection, which is full of significance for the origin of the hysterical manifestations. The final result reached by these workers is clearly stated by each writer. The main observation of our predecessors, states Breuer, 277 still preserved in the word hysteria, is nearer to the truth than the more recent view, which puts sexuality almost in the last line, with the object of protecting the patient from moral reproaches. Certainly the sexual needs of the hysterical are just as individual, and as various in force as those of the healthy, but they suffer from them, and in large measure, indeed, they suffer precisely through the struggle with them, through the effort to thrust sexuality aside. The weightiest fact, concludes Freud, 278, on which we strike in a thorough pursuit of the analysis is this: from whatever side and from whatever symptoms we start, we always unfailingly reach the region of the sexual life. Here, first of all, an etiological condition of hysterical states is revealed, at the bottom of every case of hysteria, and reproducible by an analytical effort after even an interval of long years, may be found one or more facts of precocious sexual experience belonging to earliest youth. I regard this as an important result, as the discovery of a capitally of neuropathology. 10 years later, enlarging rather than restricting his conception, Freud remarks, sexuality is not a mere deus ex machina which intervenes but once in the hysterical process. It is the motive force of every separate symptom and every expression of a symptom. The morbid phenomena constitute, to speak plainly, the patient's sexual activity. 279 The actual hysterical fit, Freud now states, may be regarded as the substitute for a once practiced and then abandoned autoerotic satisfaction, and similarly it may be regarded as an equivalent of coitus. 280 It is natural to ask how this conception affects that elaborate picture of hysteria laboriously achieved by Charcot and his school. It cannot be said that it abolishes any of the positive results reached by Charcot, but it certainly alters their significance and value. It presents them in a new light and changes the whole perspective. With this passion for getting at tangible definite physical facts, Charcot was on very safe ground, but he was content to neglect the psychic analysis of hysteria, while yet proclaiming that hysteria is a purely psychic disorder. He had no cause of hysteria to present save only heredity. Freud certainly admits heredity, but, as he points out, the part it plays has been overrated. It is too vague and general to carry us far, and when a specific and definite cause can be found, the part played by heredity recedes to become merely a condition, the soil on which the specific etiology works. Here probably Freud's enthusiasm at first carried him too far, and the most important modification he has made in his views occurs at this point. He now attaches a preponderant influence to heredity. He has realized that sexual activity in one form or another is far too common in childhood to make it possible to lay very great emphasis on traumatic lesions of this character, and he has also realized that an outcrop of fantasies may somewhat later develop on these childish activities, intervening between them and the subsequent morbid symptoms. He is thus led to emphasize anew the significance of heredity, not, however, in Charcot's sense, as general neuropathic disposition but as sexual constitution. The significance of infantile sexual lesions has also tended to give place to that of infantilism of sexuality. 281 The real merit of Freud's subtle investigations is that, while possibly furnishing a justification of the imperfectly understood idea that had floated in the mind of observers. Ever since the name hysteria was first invented, he has certainly supplied a definite psychic explanation of a psychic malady. He has succeeded in presenting clearly, at the expense of much labor, insight, and sympathy, a dynamic view of the psychic processes involved in the constitution of the hysterical state, and such a view seems to show that the physical symptoms laboriously brought to light by Charcot are largely but epiphenomena, and byproducts of an emotional process, often of tragic significance to the subject, which is taking place in the most sensitive recess of the psychic organism, that the picture of the mechanism involved, presented to us by Professor Freud, cannot be regarded as a final and complete account of the matter, may readily be admitted. It has developed in Freud's own hands, and some of the developments will require very considerable confirmation before they can be accepted as generally true. 282 But these investigations have at least served to open the door, which Charcot had inconsistently held closed, into the deeper mysteries of hysteria, and have shown that here, if anywhere, further research will be profitable. They have also served to show that hysteria may be definitely regarded as, in very many cases at least, a manifestation of the sexual emotions and their lesions. In other words, a transformation of autoerotism. The conception of hysteria so vigorously enforced by Charcot and his school is thus now beginning to appear incomplete. But we have to recognize that incompleteness was right and necessary. A strong reaction was needed against a widespread view of hysteria that was in large measure scientifically false. It was necessary to show clearly that hysteria is a definite disorder, even when the sexual organs and emotions are swept wholly out of consideration. And it was also necessary to show that the lying and dissimulation so widely attributed to the hysterical were merely the result of an ignorant and unscientific misinterpretation of psychic elements of the disease. This was finally and triumphantly achieved by Charcot's school. There is only one other point in the explanation of hysteria which I will here refer to, and that because it is usually ignored, and because it has relationship to the general psychology of the sexual emotions, I refer to that physiological hysteria, which is the normal counterpart of the pathological hysteria, which has been described in its physical details by Charcot, and to which alone the term should strictly be applied. Even though hysteria as a disease may be described as one and indivisible, there are yet to be found, among the ordinary and fairly healthy population, vague and diffused hysteroid symptoms which are dissipated in a healthy environment, or pass nearly unnoted, only to develop in a small proportion of cases, under the influence of a more pronounced heredity, or a severe physical or psychic lesion, into that definite morbid state which is properly called hysteria. This diffused hysteroid condition may be illustrated by the results of a psychological investigation, carried on in America by Miss Gertrude Stein, among the ordinary male and female students of Harvard University and Radcliffe College. The object of the investigation was to study, with the aid of a planchette, the varying liability to automatic movements among normal individuals. Nearly 100 students were submitted to experiment. It was found that automatic responses could be obtained in 2 sittings from all but a small proportion of the students of both sexes, but that there were 2 types of individual who showed a special aptitude. One type, probably showing the embryonic form of neurasthenia, was a nervous, high-strung, imaginative type, not easily influenced from without, and not so much suggestible as autosuggestible. The other type, which is significant from our present point of view, is thus described by Miss Stein. In general, the individuals, often blonde and pale, are distinctly phlegmatic, if emotional, decidedly of the weakest, sentimental order. They may be either large, healthy, rather heavy, and lacking in vigor, or they may be what we call anemic and phlegmatic. Their power of concentrated attention is very small. They describe themselves as never being held by their work. They say that their minds wander easily, that they work on after they are tired, and just keep pegging away. They are very apt to have premonitory conversations. They anticipate the words of their friends. They imagine whole conversations that afterward come true. The feeling of having been there is very common with them. That is, they feel under given circumstances that they have had that identical experience before in all its details. They are often fatalistic in their ideas. They indulge in daydreams. As a rule, they are highly suggestible. 283. There we have a picture of the physical constitution and psychic temperament on which the classical symptoms of hysteria might easily be built up. 284. But these persons were ordinary students, and while a few of their characteristics are what is commonly and vaguely called morbid, on the whole they must be regarded as ordinarily healthy individuals. They have the congenital constitution and predisposition, on which some severe psychic lesion at the psychological moment might develop the most definite and obstinate symptoms of hysteria, but under favorable circumstances they will be ordinary men and women, of no more than ordinary abnormality or ordinary power. They are among the many who have been called to hysteria at birth. They may never be among the few who are chosen. We may have to recognize that on the side of the sexual emotions, as well as in general constitution, a condition may be traced among normal persons that is hysteroid in character, and serves as the healthy counterpart of a condition which in hysteria is morbid. In women such a condition has been traced, though misnamed, by Dr. King. 285. Dr. King describes what he calls sexual hysteria in women, which he considers a chief variety of hysteria. He adds, however, that it is not strictly a disease, but simply an automatic reaction of the reproductive system, which tends to become abnormal under conditions of civilization, and to be perpetuated in a morbid form. In this condition he finds 12 characters. 1. Time of life, usually between puberty and climacteric. 2. Attacks rarely occur when subject is alone. 3. Subject appears unconscious, but is not really so. 4. She is instinctively ashamed afterward. 5. It occurs usually in single women, or in those, single or married, whose sexual needs are unsatisfied. 6. No external evidence of disease, and, as Aitken pointed out, the nadies are not flattened, the woman's physical condition is not impaired, and she may be specially attractive to men. 7. Warmth of climate and the season of spring and summer are conducive to the condition. 8. The paroxysm is short and temporary. 9. While light touches are painful, firm pressure and rough handling give relief. 10. It may occur in the occupied, but an idle, purposeless life is conducive. 11. The subject delights in exciting sympathy and in being fondled and caressed. 12. There is defective will and a strong stimulus is required to lead to action. Among civilized women, the author proceeds, this condition does not appear to subserve any useful purpose. Let us, however, go back to aboriginal woman, to woman of the woods and the fields. Let us picture ourselves a young aboriginal Venus in one of her earliest hysterical paroxysms. In doing so, let us not forget some of the 12 characteristics previously mentioned. She will not be acting her part alone, or, if alone, it will be in a place where someone else is likely soon to discover her. Let this Venus be now discovered by a youthful Apollo of the woods, a man with fully developed animal instincts. He and she, like any other animals, are in the free field of nature. He cannot but observe to himself, this woman is not dead, she breathes and is warm, she does not look ill, she is plump and rosy. He speaks to her, she neither hears, apparently, nor responds. Her eyes are closed. He touches, moves, and handles her at his pleasure. She makes no resistance. What will this primitive Apollo do next? He will cure the fit, and bring the woman back to consciousness, satisfy her emotions, and restore her volition, not by delicate touches that might be agonizing to her hyperesthetic skin, but by vigorous massage, passive motions, and succussion that would be painless. The emotional process on the part of the woman would end, perhaps, with mingled laughter, tears, and shame, and when accused afterward of the part which the ancestrally acquired properties of her nervous system had compelled her to act, as a preliminary to the event, what woman would not deny and be angry? But the course of nature having been followed, the natural purpose of the hysterical paroxysm accomplished, there would remain as a result of the treatment, instead of one discontented woman, 2 happy people, and the possible beginning of a third, natural, primary sexual hysteria in woman. King concludes, is a temporary modification of the nervous government of the body and the distribution of nerve force, occurring for the most part, as we see it today, in prudish women of strong moral principle, whose volition has disposed them to resist every sort of liberty or approach from the other sex, consisting in a transient abdication of the general, volitional, and self-preservational ego, while the reins of government are temporarily assigned to the usurping power of the reproductive ego, so that the reproductive government overrules the government by volition, and thus, as it were, forcibly compels the woman's organism to so dispose itself, at a suitable time and place, as to allow, invite, and secure the approach of the other sex, whether she will or not, to the end that nature's imperious demand for reproduction shall be obeyed. This perhaps rather fantastic description is not a presentation of hysteria in the technical sense, but we may admit that it presents a state which, if not the real physiological counterpart of the hysterical convulsion, is yet distinctly analogous to the latter. The sexual orgasm has this correspondence with the hysterical fit, that they both serve to discharge the nervous centers and relieve emotional tension. It may even happen, especially in the less severe forms of hysteria, that the sexual orgasm takes place during the hysterical fit. This was found by Rosenthal, of Vienna, to be always the case in the semi-conscious paroxysms of a young girl, whose condition was easily cured. 286. No doubt such cases would be more frequently found if they were sought for. In severe forms of hysteria, however, it frequently happens, as so many observers have noted, that normal sexual excitement has ceased to give satisfaction, has become painful, perverted, paradoxical. Freud has enabled us to see how a shock to the sexual emotions, entering the emotional life at its source, can scarcely fail sometimes to produce such a result, but the necessity for nervous explosion still persists. 287. It may, indeed, persist, even in an abnormally strong degree, in consequence of the inhibition of normal activities generally. The convulsive fit is the only form of relief open to the tension. A lady whom I long attended, remarks Ashwell, always rejoiced when the fit was over, since it relieved her system generally, and especially her brain, from painful irritation which had existed for several previous days. That the fit mostly fails to give real satisfaction, and that it fails to cure the disease, is due to the fact that it is a morbid form of relief. The same character of hysteria is seen, with more satisfactory results for the most part, in the influence of external nervous shock. It was the misunderstood influence of such shocks in removing hysteria, which in former times led to the refusal to regard hysteria as a serious disease. During the rebellion of 1745-1746 in Scotland, Cullen remarks that there was little hysteria. The same was true of the French Revolution and of the Irish Rebellion, while Rush, in a study on the influence of the American Revolution on the human body, observed that many hysterical women were restored to perfect health by the events of the time. In such cases the emotional tension is given an opportunity of explosion in new and impersonal channels, and the chain of morbid personal emotions is broken. It has been urged by some that the fact that the sexual orgasm usually fails to remove the disorder in true hysteria, excludes a sexual factor of hysteria. It is really, one may point out, an argument in favor of such an element as one of the factors of hysteria. If there were no initial lesion of the sexual emotions, if the natural healthy sexual channel still remained free for the passage of the emotional overflow, then we should expect that it would much oftener come into play in the removal of hysteria. In the more healthy, merely hysteroid condition, the psychic sexual organism is not injured, and still responds normally, removing the abnormal symptoms when allowed to do so. It is the confusion between this almost natural condition and the truly morbid condition, alone properly called hysteria, which led to the ancient opinion, inaugurated by Plato and Hippocrates, that hysteria may be cured by marriage. 288. The difference may be illustrated by the difference between a distended bladder, which is still able to contract normally on its contents, when at last an opportunity of doing so is afforded, and the bladder, in which distension has been so prolonged that nervous control had been lost and spontaneous expulsion has become impossible. The first condition corresponds to the constitution, which, while simulating the hysterical condition, is healthy enough to react normally in spite of psychic lesions. The second corresponds to a state in which, owing to the prolonged stress of psychic traumatism, sexual or not, a definite condition of hysteria has arisen. The one state is healthy, though abnormal, the other is one of pronounced morbidity. The condition of true hysteria is thus linked onto almost healthy states, and especially to a condition which may be described as one of sex hunger. Such a suggestion may help us to see these puzzling phenomena in their true nature and perspective. At this point I may refer to the interesting parallel and probable real relationship between hysteria and chlorosis. As Luzet has said, hysteria and chlorosis are sisters. We have seen that there is some ground for regarding hysteria as an exaggerated form of a normal process, which is really an autoerotic phenomenon. There is some ground, also, for regarding chlorosis as the exaggeration of a physiological state connected with sexual conditions, more specifically with the preparation for maternity. Hysteria is so frequently associated with anemic conditions that Biernacki has argued that such conditions really constitute the primary and fundamental cause of hysteria. Neurologisches Centralblatt, March, 1898. And, centuries before Biernacki, Sydenham had stated his belief that poverty of the blood is the chief cause of hysteria. It would be some confirmation of this position if we could believe that chlorosis, like hysteria, is in some degree a congenital condition. This was the view of Virchow, who regarded chlorosis as essentially dependent on a congenital hypoplasia of the arterial system. Stita, on the basis of an elaborate study of 23 cases, has endeavored to prove that chlorosis is due to a congenital defect of development. Zeitschrift für Geburtshilfe Gynäkologie, Volume 32, Part 1, 1895. His facts tend to prove that in chlorosis there are signs of general ill development, and that, in particular, there is imperfect development of the breasts and sexual organs, with a tendency to contracted pelvis. Charon, again, regards utero-ovarian inadequacy as at least one of the factors of chlorosis. Chlorosis, in its extreme form, may thus be regarded as a disorder of development, a sign of physical degeneracy. Even if not strictly a cause, a congenital condition may, as Stockman believes, British Medical Journal, December 14, 1895, be a predisposing influence. However it may be in extreme cases, there is very considerable evidence to indicate that the ordinary anemia of young women may be due to a storing up of iron in the system, and is so far normal, being a preparation for the function of reproduction. Some observations of Bungay seem to throw much light on the real cause of what may be termed physiological chlorosis. He found by a series of experiments on animals of different ages that young animals contain a much greater amount of iron in their tissues than adult animals, that, for instance, the body of a rabbit an hour after birth contains more than 4 times as much iron as that of a rabbit 2.5 months old. It thus appears probable that at the period of puberty, and later, there is a storage of iron in the system preparatory to the exercise of the maternal functions. It is precisely between the ages of 15 and 23, as Stockman found by an analysis of his own cases. British Medical Journal, December 14, 1895, that the majority of cases occur. There was, indeed, he found, no case in which the first onset was later than the age of 23. A similar result is revealed by the charts of Lloyd-Jones, which cover a vastly greater number of cases. We owe to Lloyd-Jones an important contribution to the knowledge of chlorosis, in its physiological or normal relationships. He has shown that chlorosis is but the exaggeration of a condition that is normal at puberty, and, in many women, at each menstrual period, and which, there is good reason to believe, even has a favorable influence on fertility. He found that light-complexioned persons are more fertile than the dark-complexioned, and that at the same time the blood of the latter is of less specific gravity, containing less hemoglobin. Lloyd-Jones also reached the generalization that girls who have had chlorosis are often remarkably pretty, so that the tendency to chlorosis is associated with all the sexual and reproductive aptitudes that make a woman attractive to a man. His conclusion is that the normal condition of which chlorosis is the extreme and pathological condition, is a preparation for motherhood. E. Lloyd-Jones, Chlorosis, The Special Anemia of Young Women 1897. Also numerous reports to the British Medical Association, published in the British Medical Journal. There was an interesting discussion of the theories of chlorosis at the Moscow International Medical Congress. in 1898. See Proceedings of the Congress. Volume in, Section Volts, pages 224a sec. We may thus, perhaps, understand why it is that hysteria and anemia are often combined, and why they are both most frequently found in adolescent young women, who have yet had no sexual experiences. Sclerosis is a physical phenomenon, hysteria, largely a psychic phenomenon. Yet, both alike may, to some extent at least, be regarded as sexual aptitude showing itself in extreme and pathological forms. 3. The prevalence of masturbation, its occurrence in infancy and childhood, is it more frequent in males or females? After adolescence, apparently more frequent in women. Reasons for the sexual distribution of masturbation, the alleged evils of masturbation, historical sketch of the views held on this point, the symptoms and results of masturbation, its alleged influence in causing eye disorders, its relation to insanity and nervous disorders. The evil effects of masturbation usually occur on the basis of a congenitally morbid nervous system neurasthenia, probably the commonest accompaniment of excessive masturbation. Precocious masturbation tends to produce aversion to coitus. Psychic results of habitual masturbation. Masturbation in men, of genius, masturbation as a nervous sedative. Typical cases. The Greek attitude toward masturbation. Attitude of the Catholic theologians. The Mohammedan attitude. The modern scientific attitude. In what sense is masturbation normal? The immense part in life played by transmuted autoerotic phenomena. The foregoing sketch will serve to show how vast is the field of life, of normal and not merely abnormal life, more or less infused by autoerotic phenomena. If, however, we proceed to investigate precisely the exact extent, degree, and significance of such phenomena, we are met by many difficulties. We find, indeed, that no attempts have been made to study autoerotic phenomena, except as regards the group, a somewhat artificial group, as I have already tried to show, collected under the term masturbation, while even here such attempts have only been made among abnormal classes of people, or have been conducted in a manner scarcely likely to yield reliable results. 289. Still, there is a certain significance in the more careful investigations which have been made to ascertain the precise frequency of masturbation. Berger, an experienced specialist in nervous diseases, concluded, in his Vorlesungen, that 99% of young men and women masturbate occasionally, while the 100th conceals the truth. 290. And Hermann Cohn appears to accept this statement as generally true in Germany. So high an estimate has, of course, been called in question. And, since it appears to rest on no basis of careful investigation, we need not seriously consider it. It is useless to argue on suppositions. We must cling to our definite evidence, even though it yields figures which are probably below the mark. Rohleder considers that during adolescence at least 95% of both sexes masturbate, but his figures are not founded on precise investigation. 291. Julian Marcuse, on the basis of his own statistics, concludes that 92% male individuals have to some extent masturbated in youth. Perhaps, also, weight attaches to the opinion of Dukes, physician to Rugby School, who states that from 90 to 95% of all boys at boarding school masturbate. 292. Searle, of Springfield, Mass., found that of 125 academic students only 8 assured they had never masturbated, while of 347, who answered his questions, 71 denied that they practiced masturbation, which seems to imply that 79% admitted that they practiced it. 293. Brockman, also in America, among 232 theological students, of the average age of 23.5 years and coming from various parts of the United States, found that 132 spontaneously admitted that masturbation was their most serious temptation, and all but one of these admitted that he yielded 69 of them to a considerable extent. This is a proportion of at least 56%, the real proportion being doubtless larger, since no question had been asked as to sexual offenses. 75 practiced masturbation after conversion, and 24 after they had decided to become ministers. Only 66 mentioned sexual intercourse as their chief temptation, but altogether sexual temptations outnumbered all others together. 294 Miraglia, who made inquiry of 200 women of the lower class in Italy, found that 120 acknowledged either that they still masturbate, or that they had done so during a long period. 295 Guilano found that 23% men of the professional classes in North Italy masturbate about puberty. No account was taken of those who began later. Here in Switzerland, a correspondent writes, I have had occasion to learn from adult men, whom I can trust, that they have reached the age of 25, or over, without sexual congress. Where haben nicht dieses Bedürfnis is what they say, but I believe that, in the case of the Swiss mountaineers, moderate onanism is practiced, as a rule. In hot countries the same habits are found at a more precocious age. In Venezuela, for instance, among the Spanish Creoles, Ernst found that in all classes boys and girls are infested with the vice of onanism. They learn it early, in the very beginning of life, from their wet nurses, generally low mulatto women, and many reasons help to foster the habit. The young men are often dissipated and the young women often remain single. 296 Niceforo, who shows a special knowledge of the working girl class at Rome, states that in many milliners' and dressmakers' workrooms, where young girls are employed, it frequently happens that during the hottest hours of the day, between 12 and 2, when the mistress or forewoman is asleep, all the girls without exception give themselves up to masturbation. 297. In France a country curé assured Debrine, that among the little girls who come up for their first communion, 11 out of 12 were given to masturbation. 298. The medical officer of a Prussian reformatory told Rollator that nearly all the inmates over the age of puberty masturbated. Stanley Hall knew a reform school in America where masturbation was practiced without exception, and he who could practice it oftenest was regarded with hero worship. 299 Ferriani, who has made an elaborate study of youthful criminality in Italy, states that even if all boys and girls among the general population do not masturbate, it is certainly so among those who have a tendency to crime. Among 458 adult male criminals, Mero, as he states in his Curatori dei Delinquenti, found that only 72 denied masturbation, while 386 had practiced it from an early age. 140 of them before the age of 13. Among 30 criminal women Miraglia found that 24 acknowledged the practice, at all events in early youth. 8 of them before the age of 10, a precocity accompanied by average precocity in menstruation, while he suspected that most of the remainder were not unfamiliar with the practice. Among prostitutes of whatever class or position Miraglia found masturbation, though it must be pointed out that he does not appear to distinguish masturbation very clearly from homosexual practices, to be universal. In one group of 50 prostitutes everyone had practiced masturbation at some period. 28 began between the ages of 6 and 11, 19, between 12 and 14, the most usual period, a precocious one, of commencing puberty, the remaining 3 at 15 and 16. The average age of commencing masturbation, it may be added, was 11, while that of the first sexual intercourse was 15.300 in a larger group of 180 prostitutes, belonging to Genoa, Turin, Venice, etc., and among 23 elegant cocottes, of Italian and foreign origin. Miraglia obtained the same results. Everyone admitted masturbation, and not less than 113 preferred masturbation, either solitary or mutual, to normal coitus. Among the insane, as among idiots, masturbation is somewhat more common among males. According to Blandford, in England, as also it is in Germany. According to Nock, 301 while Venturi, in Italy, has found it more common among females. 302. There appears to be no limit to the age at which spontaneous masturbation may begin to appear. I have already referred to the practice of thigh rubbing in infants under 1 year of age. J.P. West has reported in detail 3 cases of masturbation in very early childhood, 2 in girls, 1 in a boy, in which the practice had been acquired spontaneously, and could only be traced to some source of irritation and pressure from clothing, etc. 303 Probably there is often in such cases some hereditary lack of nervous stability. Block has recorded the case of a girl, very bright for her age, though excessively shy and taciturn, who began masturbating spontaneously at the age of 2. In this case the mother had masturbated all her life, even continuing the practice after marriage, and, though she succeeded in refraining during pregnancy, her thoughts still dwelt upon it. While the maternal grandmother had died in an asylum from masturbatory insanity, Freud considers that autoerotic manifestations are common in infancy, and that the rhythmic function of any sensitive spot, primarily the lips, may easily pass into masturbation. He regards the infantile manifestations of which thumb-sucking is the most familiar example, Ludel or Lutschen in German, as autoerotic. The germ arising in sucking the breasts, since the lips are an erogenous zone, which may easily be excited by the warm stream of milk. But this only occurs, he points out, in subjects in whom the sensitivity of the lip zone is heightened, and especially in those who at a later age are liable to become hysterical. 304 Shuttleworth also points out that the mere fidgetiness of a neurotic infant, even when only a few months old, sometimes leads to the spontaneous and accidental discovery of pleasurable sexual sensations, which for a time appease the restlessness of nervous instability. Though a vicious circle is thus established, he has found that, especially among quite young girls of neurotic heredity, self-induced excitement, often in the form of thigh friction, is more common than is usually supposed. 305. Normally there appears to be a varying aptitude to experience the sexual organism, or any voluptuous sensations before puberty. I find, on eliciting the recollections of normal persons, that in some cases there have been voluptuous sensations from casual contact with the sexual organs, at a very early age. In other cases there has been occasional slight excitement from early years, in yet other cases complete sexual anesthesia until the age of puberty. That the latter condition is not due to mere absence of peripheral irritation is shown by a case I am acquainted with, in which a boy of 7, incited by a companion, innocently attempted, at intervals during several weeks, to produce erection by friction of the penis. No result of any kind followed, although erections occurred spontaneously at puberty, with normal sexual feelings. 306 I am indebted to a correspondent for the following notes. From my observation during 5 years at a boarding school, it seems that 8 out of 10 boys were more or less addicted to the practice, but I would not state positively that such was the proportion of masturbators among an average of 30 pupils, though the habit was very common. I know that in one bedroom, sleeping 7 boys, the whole number masturbated frequently. The act was performed in bed, in the closets, and sometimes in the classrooms during lessons. Inquiry among my friends as to onanism in the boarding schools to which they were sent, elicited somewhat contradictory answers concerning the frequency of the habit. Dr., who went to a French school, told me that all the older boys had younger accomplices in mutual masturbation. He also spoke with experience of the prevalence of the practice, in a well-known public school, in the west of England. B said all the boys at his school masturbated. G stated that most of his schoolmates were onanists. L said more than half was the proportion. At my school, manual masturbation was both solitary and mutual, and sometimes younger boys, who had not acquired the habit, were induced to manipulate bigger boys. One very precocious boy of 15 always chose a companion of 10 because his hand was like a woman's. Sometimes boys entered their friend's bed for mutual excitement. In after life they showed no signs of inversion. Another boy, aged about 14, who had been seduced by a servant girl, embraced the bolster. The pleasurable sensations, according to his statement, were heightened by imagining that the bolster was a woman. He said that the enjoyment of the act was greatly increased during the holidays, when he was able to spread a pair of his sister's drawers upon the pillow, and so intensify the illusion. Before puberty the boys appeared to be more continent than afterward. A few of the older and more intelligent masturbators regulated the habit, as some married men regulate intercourse. The big boy referred to, who chose always the same manipulator, professed to indulge only once in 20 days. his reason being that more frequent repetition of the act would injure his health. About twice a week for boys who had reached puberty, and once a week for younger boys, was, I think, about the average indulgence. I have never met with a parallel of one of those cases of excessive masturbation, recorded by many doctors. There may have been such cases at this school, but, if so, the boys concealed the frequency of their gratifications. My experience proved that many of the lads regarded masturbation as reprehensible, but their plea was everyone does it. Some, often those who indulged inordinately and more secretly than their companions, gravely condemned the practice as sinful. A few seemed to think there was no harm in it, but that the habit might stunt the growth and weaken the body if practiced very frequently. The greater number made no attempt to conceal the habit, they enlarged upon the pleasure of it. It was ever so much nicer than eating tarts, etc. The chief cause I believe to be initiation by an older schoolmate. But I have known accidental causes, such as the discovery that swarming up a pole pleasurably excited the organ, rubbing to allay irritation, and simple, curious handling of the erect penis in the early morning before rising from bed. I quote the foregoing communication as perhaps a fairly typical experience in a British school, though I am myself inclined to think that the prevalence of masturbation in schools is often much overrated. For, while in some schools the practice is doubtless rampant, in others it is practically unknown, or, at all events, only practiced by a few individuals in secret. My own early recollections of private school life fail to yield any reminiscences of any kind connected with either masturbation or homosexuality, and, while such happy ignorance may be the exception rather than the rule, I am certainly inclined to believe that, owing to race and climate, and healthier conditions of life, the sexual impulse is less precocious and less prominently developed during the school age in England than in some continental countries. It is probably to this delayed development that we should attribute the contrast that Ferrero finds, El Europa Giovane, pp. 151-56, and certainly states too absolutely, between the sexual reserve of young Englishmen and the sexual immodesty of his own countrymen. In Germany, Nock has also stated, Kritisches zum Kapitel der Sexualität, Archive for Psychiatry, pages 354-56, 1899, that he heard nothing at school either of masturbation or homosexuality, and he records the experience of medical friends who stated that such phenomena were only rare exceptions, and regarded by the majority of the boys as exhibitions of Schweinerei. At other German schools, as Hosch has shown, sexual practices are very prevalent. It is evident that at different schools, and even at the same school at different times, these manifestations vary in frequency within wide limits. Such variations, it seems to me, are due to two causes. In the first place, they largely depend upon the character of the more influential elder boys. In the second place, they depend upon the attitude of the headmaster. With reference to this point I may quote from a letter written by an experienced master in one of the most famous English public schools. When I first came to, a quarter of a century ago, Dr. was making a crusade against this failing. Boys were sent away wholesale, the school was summoned and lectured solemnly, and the more the severities, the more rampant the disease. I thought to myself that the remedy was creating the malady, and I heard afterward, from an old boy, that in those days they used to talk things over by the fireside, and think there must be something very choice in a sin that braved so much. Dr. went, and, under, we never spoke of such things. Curiosity died down, and the thing itself, I believe, was lessened. We were told to warn new boys of the dangers to health and morals of such offenses, lest the innocent should be caught in ignorance. I have only spoken to a few. I think the great thing is not to put it in boys' heads. I have noticed solitary faults most commonly, and then I tell the boy how he is physically weakening himself. If you notice, it is puppies that seem to go against nature, but grown dogs, never. So, if two small boys acted thus, I should think it merely an instinctive feeling after nature, which would amend itself. Many here would consider it a heinous sin, but those who think such things sins make them sins. I have seen, in the old days, most delightful little children sent away, branded with infamy, and scarce knowing why, You might as well expel a boy for scratching his head when it itched. I am sure the soundest way is to treat it as a doctor would, and explain to the boy the physical effects of overindulgence of any sort. When it is combated from the monkish standpoint, the evil becomes an epidemic. I am, however, far from anxious to endorse the policy of ignoring the sexual phenomena of youth. It is not the speaking about such things that should be called in question, but the wisdom and good sense of the speaker. We ought to expect the headmaster to possess both an adequate acquaintance with the nature of the phenomena of autoerotism and homosexuality, and a reasonable amount of tact in dealing with boys. He may then fairly be trusted to exercise his own judgment. It may be doubted whether boys should be made too alive to the existence of sexual phenomena. There can be no doubt about their teachers. The same is, of course, true as regards girls, among whom the same phenomena, though less obtrusive, are not less liable to occur. As to whether masturbation is more common in one sex than the other, there have been considerable differences of opinion. Tissot considered it more prevalent among women, Christian believed it commoner among men. Deslandes and Ewan Block hold that there are no sexual differences, and Garnier was doubtful. Lawson Tate, in his Diseases of Women, stated his opinion that in England, while very common among boys, it is relatively rare among women, and then usually taught. Spitzka, in America, also found it relatively rare among women, and Dana considers it commoner in boys than in girls or adults. 307 Mull is inclined to think that masturbation is less common in women and girls than in the male sex. Rollader believes that after puberty, when it is equally common in both sexes, it is more frequently found in men, but that women masturbate with more passion and imaginative fervor. 308 Kellogg, in America, says it is equally prevalent in both sexes, but that women are more secretive. Morris, also in America, considers, on the other hand, that persistent masturbation is commoner in women, and accounts for this by the healthier life and traditions of boys. Powlett, who studied the matter with considerable thoroughness in France, came to the conclusion that masturbation is commoner among women, among whom he found it to be equally prevalent in rich and poor, and especially so in the great centers of civilization. In Russia, Gutseed states in his Dresig Jadhar Praxis, that from the ages of 10 to 16 boys masturbate more than girls, who know less about the practice which has not for them the charm of the forbidden. But after 16, he finds the practice more frequent in girls and women than in youths and men. Nork, in Germany, believes that there is much evidence pointing in the same direction, and Adler considers masturbation very common in women. Maraglia is decidedly of the opinion, on the ground of his own observations already alluded to, that masturbation is more frequent among women. He refers to the fact, a very significant fact, as I shall elsewhere have to point out, that, while in men there is only one sexual center, the penis, in women there are several centers, the clitoris, the vagina, the uterus, the breasts. 309, and he mentions that he knew a prostitute, a well-developed brunette of somewhat nervous temperament, who boasted that she knew 14 ways of masturbating herself. My own opinion is that the question of the sexual distribution of masturbation has been somewhat obscured by that harmful tendency, to which I have already alluded, to concentrate attention on a particular set of autoerotic phenomena. We must group and divide our facts rationally if we wish to commend them. If we confine our attention to very young children, the available evidence shows that the practice is much more common in females. 310, and such a result is in harmony with the fact that precocious puberty is most often found in female children. 311 At puberty and adolescence occasional or frequent masturbation is common in both boys and girls, though, I believe, less common than is sometimes supposed. It is difficult to say whether it is more prevalent among boys or girls. One is inclined to conclude that it prevails more widely among boys. The sexual impulse, and consequently the tendency to masturbation, tend to be aroused later, and less easily in girls than in youths, though it must also be remembered that boys' traditions, and their more active life keep the tendency in abeyance, while in girls there is much less frequently any restraining influence of corresponding character. 312. In my study of inversion, I have found that ignorance and the same absence of tradition are probably factors in the prevalence of homosexual tendencies among women. 313. After adolescence, I think there can be no doubt that masturbation is more common in women than in men. Men have, by this time, mostly adopted some method of sexual gratification with the opposite sex. Women are to a much larger extent shut out from such gratification. Moreover, while in rare cases women are sexually precocious, it more often happens that their sexual impulses only gain strength and self-consciousness after adolescence has passed. I have been much impressed by the frequency with which masturbation is occasionally, especially about the period of menstruation, practiced by active, intelligent, and healthy women who otherwise lead a chaste life. This experience is confirmed by others who are in a position to ascertain the facts among normal people. Thus a lady, who has received the confidence of many women, told me that she believes that all women who remain unmarried masturbate, as she found so much evidence pointing in this direction. 314. This statement certainly needs some qualification, though I believe it is not far from the truth as regards young and healthy women who, after having normal sexual relationships, have been compelled for some reason or other to break them off and lead a lonely life. 315. But we have to remember that there are some women, evidently with a considerable degree of congenital sexual anesthesia, no doubt, in some respect or another below the standard of normal health, in whom the sexual instinct has never been aroused, and who not only do not masturbate, but do not show any desire for normal gratification, while in a large proportion of other cases, the impulse is gratified passively in ways I have already referred to. The autoerotic phenomena which take place in this way, spontaneously, by yielding to reverie, with little or no active interference, certainly occur much more frequently in women than in men. On the other hand, contrary to what one might be led to expect, the closely related autoerotic phenomena during sleep seem to take place more frequently in men, although in women, as we have found ground for concluding, they reverberate much more widely and impressively on the waking psychical life. We owe to Restif de la Breton what is perhaps the earliest precise description of a woman masturbating. In 1755 he knew a dark young woman, plain but well-made, and of warm temperament, educated in a convent. She was observed one day, when gazing from her window at a young man in whom she was tenderly interested, to become much excited. Her movements became agitated. I approached her, and really believed that she was uttering affectionate expressions. She had become red. Then she sighed deeply, and became motionless, stretching out her legs, which she stiffened, as if she felt pain. It is further hinted that her hands took part in this maneuver. Monsieur Nicholas, Volume 6, page 143. Pictorial representations of a woman masturbating also occur in 18th-century engravings. Thus, in France, Baudouin's L'Amity reproduced in Fuchs's Das erotische Element in der Caricature, figure 92, represents an elegant young lady in a rococo garden bower. She has been reading a book she has now just dropped. Together with her sunshade, she leans languorously back, and her hand begins to find its way through her placket hole. Adler, who has studied masturbation in women with more care than any previous writer, has recorded in detail the autoerotic manifestations involved in the case of an intelligent and unprejudiced woman, aged 30, who had begun masturbating when 20 and practiced it at intervals of a few weeks. She experienced the desire for sexual gratification under the following circumstances: 1. Spontaneously, directly before or after menstruation. 2. As a method to cure sleeplessness. 3. After washing the parts with warm, but not cold, water. 4. After erotic dreams. 5. Quite suddenly, without definite cause. The phenomena of the masturbatory process fell into two stages: 1. In complete excitement. 2. The highest pleasurable gratification. It only took place in the evening, or at night, and a special position was necessary, with the right knee bent, and the right foot against the knee of the extended left leg. The bent index and middle fingers of the right hand were then applied firmly to the lower third of the left labium minus, which was rubbed against the underlying parts. At this stage, the manifestations sometimes stopped, either from an effort of self-control or from fatigue of the arm. There was no emission of mucus or general perspiration, but some degree of satisfaction and of fatigue, followed by sleep. If, however, the manipulation was continued, the second stage was reached, and the middle finger sank into the vagina, while the index finger remained on the labium, the rest of the hand holding and compressing the whole of the vulva, from pubes to anus, against this emphasis, with a backwards and forwards movement, the left hand also being frequently used to support and assist the right. The parts now gave a mushroom-like feeling to the touch, and in a few seconds, or after a longer interval, the complete feeling of pleasurable satisfaction was attained. At the same moment there was, but only after she had had experience of coitus, an involuntary elevation of the pelvis, together with emission of mucus, making the hand wet, this mucus having an odor, and being quite distinct from the ordinary odorless mucus of the vagina. At the same time, the finger in the vagina felt slight contractions of the whole vaginal wall. The climax of sexual pleasure lasted a few seconds with its concomitant vaginal contractions, then slowly subsided with a feeling of general well-being, the finger at the same time slipping out of the vagina, and she was left in a state of general perspiration, and sleep would immediately follow. When this was not the case, she was frequently conscious of some degree of sensibility in the sacrum, lasting for several hours, and especially felt when sitting. When masturbation was the result of an erotic dream, which occurred but seldom, the first stage was already reached in sleep, and the second was more quickly obtained. During the act it was only occasionally that any thoughts of men or of coitus were present, the attention being fixed on the coming climax. The psychic state afterwards was usually one of self-reproach. O. Adler, Die Mangel have geschlecht Empfindung des Weibes, 1904, pages 26-29. The phenomenon in this case may be regarded as fairly typical, but there are many individual variations. Mucus emissions and vaginal contractions frequently occur before actual orgasm, and there is not usually any insertion of the finger into the vagina in women who have never experienced coitus, or, indeed, even in those who have. We must now turn to that aspect of our subject, which in the past has always seemed the only aspect of autoerotic phenomena, meriting attention: the symptoms and results of chronic masturbation. It appears to have been an Englishman who, at the beginning of the 18th century, first called popular attention to the supposed evils of masturbation. His book was published in London, and entitled, Anania, or the Heinous Sin of Self-Pollution, and all its frightful consequences in both sexes, considered, with spiritual and physical advice, etc. It is not a serious medical treatise, but an early and certainly superior example of a kind of literature, which we have since become familiar with through the daily newspapers. A large part of the book, which is cleverly written, is devoted in the later editions to the letters of nervous and hypochondriacal young men and women, who are too shy to visit the author, but request him to send a bottle of his strengthening tincture, and mention that they are enclosing half a guinea, or still larger sum. Concerning the composition of the strengthening tincture we are not informed. 316 This work, which was subsequently attributed to a writer named Beckers, is said to have passed through no less than 80 editions, and it was translated into German. Tissot, a physician of Lausanne, followed with his Traité de l'onanisme, Dissertation sur les maladies produites par la masturbation, first published in Latin, 1760, then in French, 1764, and afterward in nearly all European languages. He regarded masturbation as a crime, and as an act of suicide. His book is a production of amusing exaggeration and rhetoric, zealously setting forth the prodigious evils of masturbation in a style which combines, as Christian remarks, the strains of Rousseau with a vein of religious piety. Tissot included only manual self-abuse under the term onanism. Shortly afterward, Voltaire, in his Dictionnaire philosophique, took up the subject, giving it a wider meaning and still further popularizing it. Finally, Lallemande, at a somewhat later period, 1836, wrote a book which was, indeed, more scientific in character, but which still sought to represent masturbation as the source of all evils. These four writers, the author of Anania, Tissot, Voltaire, Lallement are certainly responsible for much. The mistaken notions of many medical authorities, carried on by tradition, even down to our own time, the powerful lever which has been put into the hand of unscrupulous quacks, the suffering, dread, and remorse experienced in silence by many thousands of ignorant and often innocent young people may all be traced in large measure back to these four well-meaning, but, on this question, misguided, authors. There is really no end to the list of real or supposed symptoms and results of masturbation, as given by various medical writers during the last century: insanity, epilepsy, numerous forms of eye disease, supraorbital headache, occipital headache, spitzka, strange sensations at the top of the head, savage, various forms of neuralgia, Anstey, J. Chapman, tenderness of the skin in the lower dorsal region, Chapman, mammary tenderness in young girls, Lacasagna, mammary hypertrophy, Ascendovsky, asthma, Pear, cardiac murmurs, Searle, the appearance of vesicles on wounds, Baraduc, acne and other forms of cutaneous eruptions, the author of Anania, Clipson, dilated pupils, Steer, Lewis, meraglia, eyes directed upward and sideways, Powillet, dark rings around the eyes, intermittent functional deafness, Bonnier, painful menstruation, J. Chapman, catarrh of uterus and vagina, Winkle, Powillet, ovarian disease, Jessett, pale and discolored skin, Lewis, meraglia, redness of nose, Gruner, epistaxis, Joel, J.N., Mackenzie, morbid changes in nose, Fliss, convulsive cough of puberty, Gowers, acidity of vagina, R.W. Schufelt, incontinence of urine in young women, Girondeau, warts on the hands in women, Dirt, Kretschmer, von Oye, hallucinations of smell and hearing, Griesinger, Lewis, intermittent functional deafness, Bonnier, indican in the urine, Herder, an indescribable odor of the skin in women, Skene. These are but a few of the signs and consequences of masturbation given by various prominent authorities. 317 That many of these manifestations do occur in connection with masturbation is unquestionable. There is also good reason to believe that some of them may be the results of masturbation acting on an imperfectly healthy organism, but in all such cases we must speak with great caution, for there appears to be little reliable evidence to show that simple masturbation, in a well-born and healthy individual, can produce any evil results beyond slight functional disturbances, and these only when it is practiced in excess. To illustrate the real pathological relationships of masturbation, a few typical and important disorders may be briefly considered. The delicate mechanism of the eye is one of the first portions of the nervous apparatus to be disturbed by any undue strain on the system. It is not surprising that masturbation should be widely incriminated as a cause of eye troubles. If, however, we inquire into the results obtained by the most cautious and experienced ophthalmological observers, it grows evident that masturbation, as a cause of disease of the eye, becomes merged into wider causes. In Germany, Hermann Cohn, the distinguished ophthalmic surgeon of Breslau, has dealt fully with the question. 318 Cohn, who believes that all young men and women masturbate to some extent, finds that masturbation must be excessive for eye trouble to become apparent. In most of his cases there was masturbation several times daily during from 5 to 7 years, in many during 10 years, and in one during 23 years. In such cases we are obviously dealing with abnormal persons, and no one will dispute the possibility of harmful results. In some of the cases, when masturbation was stopped, the eye trouble improved. Even in these cases, however, the troubles were but slight, the chief being, apparently, photopsia, a subjective sensation of light, with otherwise normal conditions of pupil, vision, color sense, and retina. In some cases there was photophobia, and he has also found paralysis of accommodation and conjunctivitis. At a later date Salmo Cohn, in his comprehensive monograph on the relationship between the eye and the sexual organs in women, brought together numerous cases of eye troubles in young women associated with masturbation. But in most of these cases masturbation had been practiced with great frequency for a long period, and the ocular affections were usually not serious. 319 in England. Power has investigated the relations of the sexual system to eye disease. He is inclined to think that the effects of masturbation have been exaggerated, but he believes that it may produce such for the most part trivial complaints as photopsia, muxia, muscular asthenopia, possibly blepharospasm, and perhaps conjunctivitis. He goes on, however, to point out that more serious complaints of the eye are caused by excess in normal coitus, by sexual abstinence, and especially by disordered menstruation. Thus we see that even when we are considering a mechanism so delicately poised, and one so easily disturbed by any jar of the system as vision, masturbation produces no effect except when carried to an extent which argues a hereditarily imperfect organism, while even in these cases the effects are usually but slight, moreover, in no respect specific, but are paralleled and even exceeded by the results of other disturbances of the sexual system. Let us turn to the supposed influence of masturbation in causing insanity and nervous diseases. Here we may chiefly realize the immense influence exerted on medical science by Tissot and his followers during 100 years. Mental weakness is the cause and not the result of excessive masturbation, Gall declared. 320 Betty was a man of genius, in isolation. Sir William Ellis, an alienist of considerable reputation at the beginning of the last century, could write with scientific equanimity. I have no hesitation in saying that, in a very large number of patients in all public asylums, the disease may be attributed to that cause. He does, indeed, admit that it may be only a symptom sometimes, but goes on to assert that masturbation has not hitherto been exhibited in the awful light in which it deserves to be shown, and that in by far the greater number of cases it is the true cause of dementia. 321 Esquirrel lent his name and influence to a similar view of the pernicious influence of masturbation. Throughout the century, even down to the present day, this point of view has been traditionally preserved in a modified form, in apparent ignorance of the enormous prevalence of masturbation, and without, so far as can be seen, any attempt to distinguish between cause and effect or to eliminate the hereditary neuropathic element. Many alienists have set down a large proportion of cases of insanity, idiocy, epilepsy, and disease of the spinal cord to uncomplicated masturbation. Thus, at the Methuen State Hospital, New York, for criminal lunatics and insane prisoners, from 1875 to 1907, masturbation was the sole assigned cause of insanity in 160 men, out of 2,595, while, according to Dr. Clara Barras, among 121 cases of insanity in young women, masturbation is the cause in 10 cases. 322 It is unnecessary to multiply examples, for this traditional tendency is familiar to all. It appears to have been largely due to Griesinger, in the middle of the last century, that we owe the first authoritative appearance of a saner, more discriminating view regarding the results of masturbation, although still to some extent fettered by the traditions prevalent in his day. Griesinger saw that it was not so much masturbation itself as the feelings aroused in sensitive minds by the social attitude toward masturbation, which produced evil effects. That constant struggle, he wrote, against a desire which is even overpowering, and to which the individual always in the end succumbs, that hidden strife between shame, repentance, good intentions, and the irritation which impels to the act, this, after not a little acquaintance with onanists, we consider to be far more important than the primary direct physical effect. He added that there are no specific signs of masturbation, and concluded that it is oftener a symptom than a cause. The general progress of educated opinion since that date has, in the main, confirmed and carried forward the results cautiously stated by Griesinger. This distinguished alienist thought that, when practiced in childhood, masturbation might lead to insanity. Birkin, in his investigation of the psychoses of childhood, found that in no single case was masturbation a cause. Vogel, Offelmann, and Emminghaus, in the course of similar studies, have all come to almost similar conclusions. 323 It is only on the congenitally morbid nervous system. Emminghaus insists, that masturbation can produce any serious results. Most of the cases charged to masturbation, writes Kiernan, in a private letter, basing his opinion on wide clinical experience, are either hebephrenia or hysteria in which an effect is taken for the cause. Christian, during 20 years' experience in hospitals, asylums, and private practice in town and country, has not found any seriously evil effects from masturbation. 324 He thinks, indeed, that it may be a more serious evil in women than in men, but Yellowlees considers that in women it is possibly less exhausting and injurious than in the other sex, which was also the opinion of Hammond, as well as of Gutseat, though he found that women pushed the practice much further than men, and Knock, who has given special attention to this point, could not find that masturbation is a definite cause of insanity in women in a single case. 325 Koch also reaches a similar conclusion, as regards both sexes, though he admits that masturbation may cause some degree of psychopathic deterioration. Even in this respect, however, he points out that when practiced in moderation, it is not injurious in the certain and exceptionless way in which it is believed to be in many circles. It is the people whose nervous systems are already injured who masturbate most easily and practice it more immoderately than others. The chief source of its evil is self-reproach and the struggle with the impulse. 326 Kalbaum, it is true, under the influence of the older tradition, when he erected catatonia into a separate disorder, not always accepted in later times, regarded prolonged and excessive masturbation as a chief cause, but I am not aware that he ever asserted that it was a sole and sufficient cause in a healthy organism. Kiernan, one of the earliest writers on catatonia, was careful to point out that masturbation was probably as much effect as cause of the morbid nervous condition. 327 Mutzley, in Body and Mind, recognized masturbation as a special exciting cause of a characteristic form of insanity, but he cautiously added, nevertheless, I think that self-abuse seldom, if ever, produces it without the co-operation of the insane neurosis. 328 Schul also recognized a specific masturbatory insanity, but the general tendency to reject any such nosological form is becoming marked. Krafft-Ebing long since rejected it and Knock decidedly opposes it. Kraepelin states that excessive masturbation can only occur in a dangerous degree in predisposed subjects, so, also, Forel and Lumenfeld, as at an earlier period. Trousseau, 329 It is true that Marrow, in his admirable and detailed study of the normal and abnormal aspects of puberty, accepts a form of masturbatory insanity, but the only illustrative case he brings forward is a young man possessing various stigmata of degeneracy, and the son of an alcoholic father. Such a case tells us nothing regarding the results of simple masturbation. 330 Even Spitzka, who maintained several years ago the traditional views as to the terrible results of masturbation, and recognized a special insanity of masturbation, stated his conclusions with a caution that undermined his position. Self-abuse, he concluded, to become a sole cause of insanity, must be begun early and carried very far. In persons of sound antecedents it rarely, under these circumstances, suffices to produce an actual vasania. 331. When we remember that there is no convincing evidence to show that masturbation is begun early, and carried very far by persons of sound antecedents, the significance of Spitzka's typical psychosis of masturbation is somewhat annulled. It is evident that these distinguished investigators, Marrow and Spitzka, have been induced by tradition to take up a position which their own scientific consciences have compelled them practically to evacuate. Recent authorities are almost unanimous in rejecting masturbation as a cause of insanity. Thus, Rohleder, in his comprehensive monograph, Die Masturbation, 1899, pages 185-92, although taking a very serious view of the evil results of masturbation, points out the unanimity which is now tending to prevail on this point, and lays it down that masturbation is never the direct cause of insanity. Sexual excesses of any kind, he adds, following Kirschman, can, at the most, merely give an impetus to a latent form of insanity. On the whole, he concludes, the best authorities are unanimous in agreeing that masturbation may certainly injure mental capacity, by weakening memory and depressing intellectual energy. That, further, in hereditarily neurotic subjects, it may produce slight psychoses like folly due doubt, hypochondria, hysteria. That, finally, under no circumstances can it produce severe psychoses like paranoia or general paralysis. If it caused insanity, as often as some claim, as Kellogg remarks, the whole race would long since have passed into masturbatic degeneracy of mind. It is especially injurious in the very young, and in all who have weak nervous systems, but the physical traits attributed to the habit are common to thousands of neurasthenic and neurotic individuals. Kellogg, A Textbook of Mental Diseases, 1897, pages 94-95, again, at the outset of the article on masturbation in Tuke's Dictionary of Psychological Medicine, Yellow Lees states that, on account of the mischief formerly done by reckless statements, it is necessary to state plainly that unless the practice has been long and greatly indulged, no permanent evil effects may be observed to follow. Nork, again, has declared, Kritisches zum Kapitel der Sexualität, Archive for Psychiatry, 1899, there are neither somatic nor psychic symptoms peculiar on onanism, nor is there any specific onanistic psychosis. I am prepared to deny that onanism ever produces any psychoses in those who are not already predisposed. That such a view is now becoming widely prevalent is illustrated by the cautious and temperate discussion of masturbation in a recent work by a non-medical writer, Jeffrey Mortimer, Chapters on Human Love, pages 199-205. The testimony of expert witnesses with regard to the influence of masturbation in producing other forms of psychoses and neurosis is becoming equally decisive. And here, also, the traditions of Tissot are being slowly effaced. I have not, in the whole of my practice, wrote West, 40 years ago, out of a large experience among children and women, seen convulsions, epilepsy, or idiocy induced by masturbation in any child of either sex. Neither have I seen any instance in which hysteria, epilepsy, or insanity in women after puberty was due to masturbation, as its efficient cause. 332 Gower speaks somewhat less positively, but regards masturbation as not so much a cause of true epilepsy as of atypical attacks, sometimes of a character intermediate between the hysteroid and the epileptoid form. This relationship he has frequently seen in boys. 333 Leyden, among the causes of diseases of the spinal cord, does not include any form of sexual excess. In moderation remarks, masturbation is not more dangerous to the spinal cord than natural coitus, and has no bad effects. 334 It makes no difference, Erb considers, whether the orgasm is effected normally or in solitude. This is also the opinion of Toulouse, of Verbringer, and of Kirschmann, as at an earlier period it was of Rubbaud. While these authorities are doubtless justified in refusing to ascribe to masturbation any part in the production of psychic or nervous diseases, it seems to me that they are going somewhat beyond their province when they assert that masturbation has no more injurious effect than coitus. If sexual coitus were a purely physiological phenomenon, this position would be sound. But the sexual orgasm is normally bound up with a mass of powerful emotions, aroused by a person of the opposite sex. It is in the joy caused by the play of these emotions, as well as in the discharge of the sexual orgasm, that the satisfaction of coitus resides. In the absence of the desired partner, the orgasm, whatever relief it may give, must be followed by a sense of dissatisfaction, perhaps of depression, even of exhaustion, often of shame and remorse. The same remark has since been made by Stanley Hall. 335 Practically, also, as John Hunter pointed out, there is more probability of excess in masturbation than in coitus. Whether, as some have asserted, masturbation involves a greater nervous effort than coitus is more doubtful. 336. It thus seems somewhat misleading to assert that masturbation has no more injurious effect than coitus. 337 Reviewing the general question of the supposed grave symptoms and signs of masturbation and its pernicious results, we may reach the conclusion that in the case of moderate masturbation in healthy, well-born individuals, no seriously pernicious results necessarily follow. 338. With regard to the general signs, we may accept, as concerns both sexes, what the Obstetrical and Gynecological Society of Berlin decided in 1861, in a discussion of it in women, that there are none which can be regarded as reliable. 339. We may conclude finally, with Clouston, that the opposing views on the subject may be simply explained by the fact that the writers on both sides have ignored, or insufficiently recognized the influence of heredity and temperament. They have done precisely what so many unscientific writers on inebriety have continued to do unto the present day, when describing the terrible results of alcohol without pointing out that the chief factor in such cases has not been the alcohol, but the organization on which the alcohol acted. Excess may act, according to the familiar old-fashioned adage, like the lighted match, but we must always remember the obvious truth, that it makes a considerable difference whether you threw your lighted match into a powder magazine, or into the sea. While we may thus dismiss the extravagant views widely held during the past century, concerning the awful results of masturbation, as due to ignorance and false tradition, it must be pointed out that, even in healthy or moderately healthy individuals, any excess in solitary self-excitement may still produce results which, though slight, are yet harmful. The skin, digestion, and circulation may all be disordered, headache and neuralgia may occur, and, as in normal sexual excess or an undue frequency of sexual excitement during sleep, there is a certain general lowering of nervous tone, probably the most important of the comparatively frequent results, though this also arises usually on a somewhat morbid soil, is neurasthenia with its manifold symptoms. There can be little doubt that the ancient belief, dating from the time of Hippocrates, that sexual excesses produce spinal disease, as well as the belief that masturbation causes insanity, are largely due to the failure to diagnose neurasthenia. The following case of neurasthenia, recorded by Eulenberg, may be given as a classical picture of the nervous disturbances which may be associated with masturbation, and are frequently regarded as solely caused by habits of masturbation. Miss H., 28 years of age, a robust brunette, with fully developed figure, without any trace of anemia or chlorosis, but with an apathetic expression, bluish rings around the eyes, with hypochondriacal and melancholy feelings. She complains of pressure on the head, as if head would burst, giddiness, ringing in the ears, photopsia, hemicrania, pains in the back and at sacrum, and symptoms of spinal adenoma. With a sense of fatigue on the least exertion in walking or standing, she sways when standing with closed eyes. Tendon reflex is exaggerated, there is a sense of oppression, intercostal neuralgia, and all the signs of neurasthenic dyspepsia, and cardialgia, nausea, flatulence, meteorism, and alternate constipation and diarrhea. She chiefly complains of a feeling of weight and pain in the abdomen, caused by the slightest movement, and of a form of pollution, with clitoridian spasms, especially near menstruation, with copious flow of mucus, characteristic pains, and hyperexcitability. Menstruation was irregular and profuse. Examination showed tumid and elongated nympha, with brown pigmentation, rather large vagina, with rudimentary hymen, and retroflexion of uterus. After much persuasion the patient confessed that, when the girl of 12, and as the result of repeated attempts at coitus by a boy of 16, she had been impelled to frequent masturbation. This had caused great shame and remorse, which, however, had not sufficed to restrain the habit. Her mother having died, she lived alone with her invalid father, and had no one in whom to confide. Regarding herself as no longer a virgin, she had refused several offers of marriage, and thus still further aggravated her mental condition. Eulenberg, Sexual Neuropathy, page 31. Since Beard first described neurasthenia, many diverse opinions have been expressed concerning the relationships of sexual irregularities to neurasthenia. Gilles de la Tourette, in his little monograph on neurasthenia, following the traditions of Charcot's school, dismisses the question of any sexual causation without discussion. Binswanger, Die Pathologie und Therapie der Neurasthenie, while admitting that nearly all neurasthenic persons acknowledge masturbation at some period, considers it is not an important cause of neurasthenia. only differing from coitus by the fact that the opportunities for it are more frequent, and that the sexual disturbances of neurasthenia are, in the majority of cases, secondary. Rohleder, on the other hand, who takes a very grave view of the importance of masturbation, considers that its most serious results are a question of neurasthenia. Krafft-Ebing has declared his opinion that masturbation is a cause of neurasthenia. Christian, Leyden, Erb, Rosenthal, Baird, Hummel, Hammond, Herman Cohn, Kirschman, Saville, Herman, Furbringer, all attach chief importance to neurasthenia as a result of masturbation. Collins and Philip, Medical Record, March 25, 1899, in an analysis of 333 cases of neurasthenia, found that 123 cases were apparently due to overwork or masturbation. Freud concludes that neurasthenia proper can nearly always be traced to excessive masturbation or to spontaneous pollutions, e.g., Sammlung Kleiner Schriften zur Neurosenlehre, First Series, page 187. This view is confirmed by Gadel's careful study, Über die sexuellen Ursachen der Neurasthenie und Angstneurose, 1898. Gadel investigated 100 consecutive cases of severe functional nervous disorder in Krafft-Ebing's clinic at Vienna, and found that in every case of neurasthenia in a male, 28 in all, there was masturbation, while of the 15 women with neurasthenia, only one is recorded as not masturbating, and she practiced coitus reservatus. Irrespective of the particular form of the nervous disorder, Gadel found that 18 women out of 42, and 36 men out of 58, acknowledged masturbation. This shows a slightly larger proportion among the men, but the men were mostly young, while the women were mostly of more mature age. It must, however, always be remembered that we have no equally careful statistics of masturbation in perfectly healthy persons. We must also remember that we have to distinguish between the post and the propter, and that it is quite possible that neurasthenic persons are specially predisposed to masturbation. Bloch is of this opinion, and remarks that a vicious circle may thus be formed. On the whole, there can be little doubt that neurasthenia is liable to be associated with masturbation carried to an excessive extent. But, while neurasthenia is probably the severest affection that is liable to result from, or accompany, masturbation, we are scarcely yet entitled to accept the conclusion of Gadel, that in such cases, there is no hereditary neurotic predisposition. We must steer clearly between the opposite errors of those, on the one hand, who assert that heredity is the sole cause of functional nervous disorders, and those, on the other hand, who consider that the incident that may call out the disorder is itself a sole sufficient cause. In many cases it has seemed to me that masturbation, when practiced in excess, especially if begun before the age of puberty, leads to an aptitude for coitus, as well as to indifference to it, and sometimes to undue sexual irritability, involving premature emission and practical impotence. This is, however, the exception, especially if the practice has not been begun until after puberty. In women I attach considerable importance, as a result of masturbation, to an aversion for normal coitus in later life. In such cases some peripheral irritation or abnormal mental stimulus trains the physical sexual orgasm to respond to an appeal, which has nothing whatever to do with the fascination normally exerted by the opposite sex. At puberty, however, the claim of passion and the real charm of sex begin to make themselves felt. But, owing to the physical sexual feelings having been trained into a foreign channel, these new and more normal sex associations remain of a purely ideal and emotional character, without the strong sensual impulses with which under healthy conditions, they tend to be more and more associated as puberty passes on into adolescence, or mature adult life. I am fairly certain that in many women, often highly intellectual women, the precocious excess in masturbation has been a main cause, not necessarily the sole efficient cause, in producing a divorce in later life between the physical sensuous impulses and the ideal emotions, the sensuous impulse having been evolved and perverted before the manifestation of the higher emotion. The two groups of feelings have become divorced for the whole of life. This is a common source of much personal misery and family unhappiness, though at the same time the clash of contending impulses may lead to a high development of moral character. When early masturbation is a factor in producing sexual inversion, it usually operates in the manner I have here indicated, the repulsion for a normal coitus helping to furnish a soil on which the inverted impulse may develop unimpeded. This point has not wholly escaped previous observers, though they do not seem to have noted its psychological mechanism. Tissot stated that masturbation causes an aversion to marriage. More recently, Loeman, Überanonymismus beim Weib, Therapeutische Mannschaft, April 1890, considered that masturbation in women, leading to a perversion of sexual feeling, including inability to find satisfaction in coitus, affects the associated centers. Smith-Baker, again, the neuropsychical element in conjugal aversion, Journal of Nervous and Mental Disease, September, 1892, finds that a source of marital aversion seems to lie in the fact that substitution of mechanical and iniquitous excitations affords more thorough satisfaction than the mutual legitimate ones do, and gives cases in point. Saville, also, who believes that masturbation is more common in women than is usually supposed, regards dyspareunia, or pain in coition, as one of the signs of the habit. Masturbation in women thus becomes, as Raymond and Janet point out, Les Obsessions, Volume 2, page 307, a frequent cause of sexual frigidity in marriage. These authors illustrate the train of evils which may thus be set up, by the case of a lady, 26 years of age, a normal woman, of healthy family, who, at the age of 15, was taught by a servant to masturbate. At the age of 18 she married. She loved her husband, but she had no sexual feelings in coitus, and she continued to masturbate, sometimes several times a day, without evil consequences. At 24 she had to go into a hospital for floating kidney, and was so obliged to stop masturbating. She here accidentally learned of the evil results attributed to the habit. She resolved not to do it again, and she kept her resolution, but while still in hospital she fell wildly in love with a man. To escape from the constant thought of this man, she sought relations with her husband, and at times masturbated, but now it no longer gave her pleasure. She wished to give up sexual things altogether, but that was easier said than done. She became subject to nervous crises, often brought on by the sight of a man, and accompanied by sexual excitement. They disappeared under treatment, and she thereupon became entirely frigid sexually. But, far from being happy, she has lost all energy and interest in life, and it is her sole desire to attain the sexual feelings she has lost. Adler considers that even when masturbation in women becomes an overmastering passion, so far as organic effects are concerned it is usually harmless, its effects being primarily psychic, and he attaches especial significance to it as a cause of sexual anesthesia in normal coitus, being, perhaps, the most frequent cause of such anesthesia. He devotes an important chapter to this matter, and brings forward numerous cases in illustration. Adler, Die Mangelhaft-Geschlechtsempfindung des Weibes, pages 93-119, also 21-23. Adler considers that the frequency of masturbation in women is largely due to the fact that women experience greater difficulties than men in obtaining sexual satisfaction, and so are impelled by unsatisfying coitus to continue masturbation after marriage. He adds that partly from natural shyness, partly from shame of acknowledging what is commonly accounted a sin, and partly from the fear of seeming disgusting or unworthy of sympathy in the doctor's eyes, women are usually silent on this matter, and very great tact and patience may be necessary before a confession is obtained. On the psychic side, no doubt, the most frequent and the most characteristic result of persistent and excessive masturbation is a morbid heightening of self-consciousness without any coordinated heightening of self-esteem. 340. The man or woman who is kissed by a desirable and desired person of the opposite sex feels a satisfying sense of pride and elation, which must always be absent from the manifestations of autoerotic activity. 341. This must be so, even apart from the masturbator's consciousness of the general social attitude toward his practices and his dread of detection, for that may also exist as regards normal coitus without any corresponding psychic effects. The masturbator, if his practice is habitual, is thus compelled to cultivate an artificial consciousness of self-esteem, and may show a tendency to mental arrogance. Self-righteousness and religiosity constitute, as it were, a protection against the tendency to remorse. A morbid mental soil is, of course, required for the full development of these characteristics. The habitual male masturbator, it must be remembered, is often a shy and solitary person. Individuals of this temperament are especially predisposed to excesses in all the manifestations of autoerotism, while the yielding to such tendencies increases the reserve and the horror of society, at the same time producing a certain suspicion of others. In some extreme cases there is, no doubt, as Prevailing believes, some decrease of psychic capacity, an inability to grasp and coordinate external impressions, weakness of memory, deadening of emotions, or else the general phenomena of increased irritability, leading on to neurasthenia. I find good reason to believe that in many cases the psychic influence of masturbation on women is different from its effect on men. As Spitzka observed, although it may sometimes render women self-reproachful and hesitant, it often seems to make them bold. Boys, as we have seen, early assimilate the tradition that self-abuse is unmanly and injurious, but girls have seldom any corresponding tradition that it is unwomanly, and thus, whether or not they are reticent on the matter, before the forum of their own conscience, they are often less ashamed of it than men are and less troubled by remorse. Eulenberg considers that the comparative absence of bad effects from masturbation in girls is largely due to the fact that, unlike boys, they are not terrorized by exaggerated warnings and quack literature concerning the awful results of the practice. Forel, who has also remarked that women are often comparatively little troubled by qualms of conscience after masturbation, denies that this is due to a lower moral tone than men possess. Forel, Die Sexualfrage, page 247. In this connection, I may refer to History IV, recorded in the appendix to the 5th volume of these studies, in which it is stated that of 55 prostitutes of various nationalities, with whom the subject had had relations, 18 spontaneously told him that they were habitual masturbators, while of 26 normal women, 13 made the same confession, unasked. Dutzit, in Russia, after stating that women of good constitution had told him that they masturbated as much as 6 or 10 times a day or night, until they fell asleep, tired, without bad results, adds that, according to his observations, masturbation, when not excessive, is, on the whole, a quite innocent matter, which exerts little or no permanent effect, and adds that it never, in any case, leads to hypochondria and anika in women, because they have not been taught to expect bad results. Dresik Jan her praxis, page 306. There is, I think, some truth, though the exceptions are doubtless many, in the distinction drawn by W. C. Krauss, Masturbational Neuroses Medical News, July 13, 1901. From my experience masturbation seems to have an opposite effect upon the two sexes, dulling the mental and making clumsy the physical exertions of the male, while in the female it quickens and excites the physical and psychical movements. The man is rendered hypoesthetic, the woman hyperesthetic, in either sex. Erotic excesses during adolescence in young men and women of intelligence, whatever absence of gross injury there may be, still often produce a certain degree of psychic perversion, and tend to foster false and high-strung ideals of life. Kraepelin refers to the frequency of exalted enthusiasms in masturbators, and I have already quoted Anstey's remarks on the connection between masturbation and premature false work in literature and art. It may be added that excess in masturbation has often occurred in men and women, whose work in literature and art cannot be described as premature and false. K. P. Moritz, in early adult life, gave himself up to excess in masturbation, and up to the age of 30 had no relations with women. Lenoir is said, though the statement is sometimes denied, to have been a masturbator from early life, the habit profoundly affecting his life and work. Rousseau, in his Confessions, admirably describes how his own solitary, timid, and imaginative life found its chief sexual satisfaction in masturbation. 342 Gogol, the great Russian novelist, masturbated to excess. and it has been suggested that the dreamy melancholy thus induced was a factor in his success as a novelist. Goethe, it has been asserted, at one time masturbated to excess. I am not certain on what authority the statement is made, probably on a passage in the 7th book of Die Talmud War 8, in which, describing his student life at Leipzig, and his loss of Ancient owing to his neglect of her, he tells how he revenged that neglect on his own physical nature by foolish practices from which he thinks he suffered for a considerable period. 343 The great Scandinavian philosopher, Søren Kierkegaard, suffered severely, according to Rasmussen, from excessive masturbation. That, at the present day, eminence in art, literature, and other fields may be combined with the excessive practice of masturbation, is a fact of which I have unquestionable evidence. I have the detailed history of a man of 30, of high ability in a scientific direction, who, except during periods of mental strain, has practiced masturbation nightly, though seldom more than once a night, from early childhood, without any traceable evil results, so far as his general health and energy are concerned. In another case, a schoolteacher, age 30, a hard worker and accomplished musician, has masturbated every night, sometimes more than once a night, ever since he was at school, without, so far as he knows, any bad results. He has never had connection with a woman, and seldom touches wine or tobacco. Kirschman knew a young and able author who, from the age of 11 had masturbated excessively, but who retained physical and mental freshness. It would be very easy to refer to other examples, and I may remark that, as regards the histories recorded in various volumes of these studies, a notable proportion of those in which excessive masturbation is admitted, are of persons of eminent and recognized ability. It is often possible to trace the precise mechanism of the relationship between autoerotic excitement and intellectual activity. Brown Secord, in old age, considered that to induce a certain amount of sexual excitement, not proceeding to emission, was an aid to mental work. Raymond and Janet knew a man considering himself a poet, who, in order to attain the excitation necessary to compose his ideal verses, would write with one hand while with the other he caressed his penis, though not to the extent of producing ejaculation. 344 We must not believe, however, that this is by any means the method of workers who deserve to be accepted seriously. It would be felt, to say the least, as unworthy. It is indeed a method that would only appeal to a person of feeble or failing mental power. What more usually happens is that the autoerotic excitement develops, pari passu and spontaneously, with the mental activity, and at the climax of the latter the autoerotic excitement also culminates, almost or even quite spontaneously, in an explosion of detumescence which relieves the mental tension. I am acquainted with such cases in both young men and women of intellectual ability, and they probably occur much more frequently than we usually suspect. In illustration of the foregoing observations, I may quote the following narrative, written by a man of letters. From puberty to the age of 30, when I married, I lived in virgin continence, in accord with my principle. During these years I worked exceedingly hard, chiefly at art, music and poetry. My days being spent earning my livelihood, these art studies fell into my evening time. I noticed that productive power came in periods of irregular length, and which certainly, to a partial extent, could be controlled by the will. Such a period of vital power began usually with the sensation of melancholy, and it quickened my normal revolt against the narrowness of conventional life into a red-hot detestation of the paltriness and pettiness with which so many mortals seem to content themselves. As the mood grew in intensity, the scorn of the lower things mixed with and gave place to a vivid insight into higher truths. The oppression began to give place to a realization of the eternity of the heroic things. The fatuities were seen as mere fashions. Love was seen as the true lord of life. The eternal romance was evident in its glory. The naked strength and beauty of men were known despite their clothes. In such mood my work was produced. Bitter protest and keen-sighted passion mingled in its building. The arising vitality had certainly deep relation to the periodicity of the sex force of manhood. At the height of the power of the art-creative mood, would come those natural emissions with which nature calmly disposes of the unused force of the male. Such emissions were natural and healthy, and not exhaustive or hysterical. The process is undoubtedly sane and protective, unless the subject be unhealthy. The period of creative art power extended a little beyond the end of the period of natural seed emission, the artwork of this last stage being less vibrant, and of a gentler force. Then followed a time of calm natural rest, which gradually led up to the next sequence of melancholy and power. The period certainly varied in length of time, controlled somewhat by the force of the mind and the mental will to create. That is to say, I could somewhat delay the natural emission, by which I gained an extension of the period of power. How far masturbation in moderately healthy persons living without normal sexual relationships may be considered normal is a difficult question, only to be decided with reference to individual cases. As a general rule, when only practiced at rare intervals, and faute de mieux, in order to obtain relief for physical oppression and mental obsession, it may be regarded as the often inevitable result of the unnatural circumstances of our civilized social life. When, as often happens in mental degeneracy, and as in shy and imaginative persons, perhaps of neurotic temperament, may also sometimes become the case, it is practiced in preference to sexual relationships. It at once becomes abnormal and may possibly lead to a variety of harmful results, mental and physical. 345 It must always be remembered, however, that, while the practice of masturbation may be harmful in its consequences, it is also, in the absence of normal sexual relationships, frequently not without good results. In the medical literature of the last 100 years, a number of cases have been incidentally recorded in which the patients found masturbation beneficial, and such cases might certainly have been enormously increased if there had been any open. I desire to discover them. My own observations agree with those of Sedith, who asserts that masturbation is, in the main, practiced for its sedative effect on the nervous system. The relaxation that follows the act constitutes its real attraction. Both masturbation and sexual intercourse should be classed as typical sedatives. 346 Gall. Functions du Cerveau. 1825. Volume 3. Page 235 mentioned a woman who was tormented by strong sexual desire, which she satisfied by masturbation 10 or 12 times a day. This caused no bad results, and led to the immediate disappearance of a severe pain in the back of the neck, from which she often suffered. Clouston, Mental Diseases, 1887, page 496, quotes as follows from a letter written by a youth of 22. I am sure I cannot explain myself, nor give account of such conduct. Sometimes I felt so uneasy at my work, that I would go to the water closet to do it, and it seemed to give me ease. And then I would work like a hatter for a whole week, till the sensation overpowered me again. I have been the most filthy scoundrel in existence, etc. Garnier presents the case of a monk, aged 33, living a chaste life, who wrote the following account of his experiences. For the past 3 years, at least, I have felt, every 2 or 3 weeks, a kind of fatigue in the penis, or, rather, slight shooting pains, increasing during several days, and then I feel a strong desire to expel the semen. When no nocturnal pollution follows, the retention of the semen causes general disturbance, headache, and sleeplessness. I must confess that, occasionally, to free myself from the general and local oppression, I lie on my stomach and obtain ejaculation. I am at once relieved, a weight seems to be lifted from my chest, and sleep returns. This patient consulted Garnier as to whether this artificial relief was not more dangerous than the sufferings it relieved. Garnier advised that if the ordinary regime of a well-ordered monastery, together with anaphrodisiac sedatives, proved inefficacious, the manoeuvre might be continued when necessary. P. Garnier, Calibataires, 1887, page 320. H. Seco, American Journal of Obstetrics, page 766, July, 1889, gives the case of a married lady who was deeply sensitive of the wrong nature of masturbation, but found in it the only means of relieving the severe ovarian pain, associated with intense sexual excitement, which attended menstruation. During the intermenstrual period the temptation was absent. Turnbull knew a youth who found that masturbation gave great relief to feelings of heaviness and confusion, which came on him periodically, and Wigglesworth has frequently seen masturbation after epileptic fits in patients who never masturbated at other times. Moll, Libido Sexualis, BDI, page 13, refers to a woman of 28, an artist of nervous and excitable temperament, who could not find sexual satisfaction with her lover, but only when masturbating, which she did once or twice a day, or oftener. Without masturbation, she said, she would be in a much more nervous state. A friend tells me of a married lady of 40, separated from her husband on account of incompatibility, who suffered from irregular menstruation. She tried masturbation, and, in her own words, became normal again. She had never masturbated previously. I have also been informed of the case of a young unmarried woman, intellectual, athletic, and well-developed, who, from the age of 7 or 8, has masturbated nearly every night before going to sleep, and would be restless and unable to sleep if she did not. Judging from my own observations among both sexes, I should say that in normal persons, well past the age of puberty, and otherwise leading a chaste life, masturbation would be little practiced except for the physical and mental relief it brings. Many vigorous and healthy unmarried women or married women apart from their husbands, living a life of sexual abstinence, have asserted emphatically that only by sexually exciting themselves, at intervals, could they escape from a condition of nervous oppression and sexual obsession, which they felt to be a state of hysteria. In most cases this happens about the menstrual period, and, whether accomplished as a purely physical act, in the same way as they would soothe a baby to sleep by rocking it or patting it, or by the cooperation of voluptuous mental imagery, the practice is not cultivated for its own sake during the rest of the month. In illustration of the foregoing statements, I will here record a few typical observations of experiences with regard to masturbation. The cases selected are all women, and are all in a fairly normal, and, for the most part, excellent state of health. Some of them, however, belong to somewhat neurotic families, and these are persons of unusual mental ability and intelligence. Observation I, unmarried, aged 38. She is very vigorous and healthy, of a strongly passionate nature, but never masturbated until a few years ago, when she was made love to by a man who used to kiss her, etc. Although she did not respond to these advances, she was thrown into a state of restless sexual excitement. On one occasion, when in bed in this restless state, she accidentally found, on passing her hand over her body, that, by playing with a round thin clitoris a pleasurable feeling was produced. She found herself greatly relieved and quieted by these manipulations, though there remained a feeling of tiredness afterward. She has sometimes masturbated 6 times in a night, especially before and after the menstrual period, until she was unable to produce the orgasm or any feeling of pleasure. Observation 2, unmarried, aged 45, of rather nervous temperament. She has for many years been accustomed, usually about a week before the appearance of the menses, to obtain sexual relief by kicking out her legs when lying down. In this way, she says, she obtains complete satisfaction. She never touches herself. On the following day she frequently has pains over the lower part of the abdomen, such pains being apparently muscular and due to the exertion. Observation 3, aged 29, recently married, belonging to a neurotic and morbid family, herself healthy, and living usually in the country, vivacious, passionate, enthusiastic, intellectual, and taking a prominent part in philanthropic schemes and municipal affairs, at the same time, fond of society, and very attractive to men. For many years she had been accustomed to excite herself, though she felt it was not good for her. The habit was merely practiced faute de mieux. I used to sit on the edge of the bed sometimes, she said, and it came over me so strongly that I simply couldn't resist it. I felt that I should go mad, and I thought it was better to touch myself than be insane. I used to press my clitoris in. It made me very tired afterward, not like being with my husband. The confession was made from a conviction of the importance of the subject, and with the hope that some way might be found out of the difficulties which so often beset women. Observation IV, unmarried, age 27, possesses much force of character and high intelligence, is actively engaged in a professional career. As a child of 7 or 8 she began to experience what she describes as lightning-like sensations, mere, vague, uneasy feelings or momentary twitches, which took place alike in the vulva or the vagina or the uterus, not amounting to an orgasm and nothing like it. These sensations, it should be added, have continued into adult life. I always experienced them just before menstruation, and afterward for a few days, and, occasionally, though it seems to me not so often, during the period itself. I may have the sensation 4 or 5 times during the day. It is not dependent at all upon external impressions, or my own thoughts, and is sometimes absent for days together. It is just one flash, as if you would snap your fingers, and it is over. As a child, she was, of course, quite unconscious that there was anything sexual in these sensations. They were then usually associated with various imaginary scenes. The one usually indulged in was that a black bear was waiting for her up in a tree, and that she was slowly raised up toward the bear by means of ropes, and then lowered again, and raised, feeling afraid of being caught by the bear, and yet having a morbid desire to be caught. In after years she realized that there was a physical sexual cause underlying these imaginations, and that what she liked was a feeling of resistance to the bear giving rise to the physical sensation. At a somewhat later age, though while still a child, she cherished an ideal passion for a person very much older than herself, this passion absorbing her thoughts for a period of 2 years, during which, however, there was no progress made in physical sensation. It was when she was nearly 13 years of age, soon after the appearance of menstruation, and under the influence of this ideal passion, that she first learned to experience conscious orgasm, which was not associated with the thought of any person. I did not associate it with anything high or beautiful, owing to the fact that I had imbibed our current ideas in regard to sexual feelings, and viewed them in a very poor light indeed. She considers that her sexual feelings were stronger at this period than at any other time in her life. She could, however, often deny herself physical satisfaction for weeks at a time, in order that she might not feel unworthy of the object of her ideal passion. As for the sexual satisfaction, she writes, it was experimental. I had heard older girls speak of the pleasure of such feelings, but I was not taught anything by example or otherwise. I merely rubbed myself with the wash rag while bathing, waiting for a result, and having the same peculiar feeling I had so often experienced. I am not aware of any ill effects having resulted, but I felt degraded and tried hard to overcome the habit. No one had spoken to me of the habit, but from the secrecy of grown people, and passages I had heard from the Bible, I conceived the idea that it was a reprehensible practice. And, while this did not curb my desire, it taught me self-control, and I vowed that each time should be the last. I was often able to keep the resolution for 2 or 3 weeks. Some 4 years later she gradually succeeded in breaking herself of the practice in so far as it had become a habit. She has, however, acquired a fuller knowledge of sexual matters, and, though she has still a great dread of masturbation as a vice, she does not hesitate to relieve her physical feelings when it seems best to her to do so. I am usually able to direct my thoughts from these sensations, she writes, but if they seem to make me irritable or wakeful, I relieve myself. It is a physical act, unassociated with deep feeling of any kind. I have always felt that it was a rather unpleasant compromise with my physical nature, but certainly necessary in my case. Yet, I have abstained from gratification for very long periods. If the feeling is not strong at the menstrual period, I go on very well without either the sensation or the gratification until the next period. And, strange as it may seem, the best antidote I have found, and the best preventive, is to think about spiritual things, or someone whom I love. It is simply a matter of training, I suppose, a sort of mental gymnastics, which draws the attention away from the physical feelings. This lady has never had any sexual relationships, and, since she is ambitious, and believes that the sexual emotions may be transformed so as to become a source of motive power throughout the whole of life, she wishes to avoid such relationships. Observation V, unmarried, aged 31, in good health, with, however, a somewhat hysterical excess of energy. When I was about 26 years of age, she writes, a friend came to me with a confession that for several years she had masturbated, and had become such a slave to the habit that she severely suffered from its ill effects. At that time I had never heard of self-abuse by women. I listened to her story with much sympathy and interest, but some skepticism, and determined to try experiments upon myself, with the idea of getting to understand the matter in order to assist my friend. After some manipulation, I succeeded in awakening what had before been unconscious and unknown. I purposely allowed the habit to grow upon me, and one night, for I always operated upon myself before going to sleep, never in the morning, I obtained considerable pleasurable satisfaction, but the following day my conscience awoke. I also felt pain located at the back of my head and down the spinal column. I ceased my operations for a time, and then began again somewhat regularly, once a month, a few days after menstruation. During those months in which I exercised moderation, I think I obtained much local relief with comparatively little injury. But, later on, finding myself in robust health, I increased my experiments. The habit grew upon me, and it was only with an almost superhuman effort that I broke myself free. Needless to say that I gave no assistance to my suffering friend, nor did I ever refer to the subject after her confession to me. Some 2 years later, I heard of sexual practices between women as a frequent habit in certain quarters. I again interested myself in masturbation, for I had been told something that led me to believe that there was much more for me to discover. Not knowing the most elementary physiology, I questioned some of my friends, and then commenced again. I restricted myself to relief from local congestion and irritation by calling forth the emission of mucus, rather than by seeking pleasure. At the same time, I sought to discover what manipulation of the clitoris would lead to. The habit grew upon me with startling rapidity, and I became more or less its slave, but I suffered from no very great ill effects until I started in search of more discoveries. I found that I was a complete ignoramus as to the formation of a woman's body, and by experiments upon myself sought to discover the vagina. I continued my operations until I obtained an entrance. I think the rough handling of myself during this final stage disturbed my nervous system, and caused me considerable pain and exhaustion at the back of my head, the spinal column, the back of my eyes, and a general feeling of languor, etc. I could not bear to be the slave of a habit, and after much suffering and efforts, which only led to falls to lower depths of conscious failure, my better self rebelled, until, by a great effort and much prayer, I kept myself pure for a whole week. This partial recovery gave me hope, but then I again fell a victim to the habit, much to my chagrin, and became hopeless of ever retracing my steps toward my ideal of virtue. For some days I lost energy, spirit, and hope. My nervous system appeared to be ruined, but I did not really despair of victory in the end. I thought of all the drunkards chained by their intemperate habits, of inveterate smokers who could not exist without tobacco, and of all the various methods by which men were slaves, and the longing to be freed of what had, in my case, proved to be a painful and unnecessary habit, increased daily until, after one night when I struggled with myself for hours, I believed I had finally succeeded. At times, when I reached a high degree of sexual excitement, I felt that I was at least one step removed from those of morbid and repressed sex, who had not the slightest suspicion of the latent joys of womanhood within them. For a little while the habit took the shape of an exalted passion, but I rapidly tired it out by rough, thoughtless, and too impatient handling. Revulsion set in with the pain of an exhausted and badly used nervous system, and finding myself the slave of a passion, I determined to endeavor to be its master. In conclusion, I should say that masturbation has proved itself to be to me one of the blind turnings of my life's history, from which I have gained much valuable experience. The practice was, however, by no means thus dismissed. Some time later the subject writes, I have again restarted masturbation for the relief of localized feelings. One morning I was engaged in reading a very heavy volume which, for convenience sake, I held in my lap, leaning back on my chair. I had become deep in my study for an hour or so when I became aware of certain feelings roused by the weight of the book. Being tempted to see what would happen by such conduct, I shifted so that the edge of the volume came in closer contact. The pleasurable feelings increased, so I gave myself up to my emotions for some 30 minutes. Notwithstanding the intense pleasure I enjoyed for so long a period, I maintain that it is wiser to refrain. And, although I admit in the same breath that, by gentle treatment, such pleasure may be harmless to the general health, it does lead to a desire for solitude, which is not conducive to a happy frame of mind. There is an accompanying reticence of speech concerning the pleasure, which, therefore, appears to be unnatural, like the eating of stolen fruit. After such an event, one seems to require to fly to the woods and to listen to the song of the birds, so as to shake off after effects. In a letter dated some months later, she writes, "I think I have risen above the masturbation habit." In the same letter the writer remarks, "If I had consciously abnormal or unsatisfied appetites, I would satisfy them in the easiest and least harmful way." Again, 18 months later, she writes, "It is curious to note that for months this habit is forgotten, but awakens sometimes to self-assertion. If a feeling of pressure is felt in the head, and a slight irritation elsewhere, and experience shows that the time has come for pacification, exquisite pleasure can be enjoyed, never more than twice a month, and sometimes less often." Observation 6. Unmarried, actively engaged in the practice of her profession, well-developed, feminine in contour, but boyish in manner and movements, strong, though muscles small, and healthy, with sound nervous system, never had anemia. Thick brown hair, pubic hair thick, and hair on toes and legs up to umbilicus. It began to appear at the age of 10 before pubic hair, and continued until 18. A few stray hairs round nipples, and much dark down on upper lip, as well as light down on arms and hands. Hips, normal, nates, small, labia minora, large, and clitoris, deeply hooded. Hymen thick, vagina, probably small, considerable pigmentation of parts. Menstruation began at 15, but not regular till 17, is painless and scanty. The better the state of health, the less it is. No change of sexual or other feelings connected with it. It lasts 1 to 3 days. I believe, she writes, "My first experience of physical sex sensations was when I was about 16, and in sleep. But I did not then recognize it, and seldom, indeed, gave the subject of sex a thought. I was a child far beyond the age of childhood. The accompanying dreams were disagreeable, but I cannot remember what they were about. It was not until I was nearly 19 that I knew the sexual orgasm in my waking state. It surprised me completely, but I knew that I had known it before in my sleep. The knowledge came one summer when I was leading a rather isolated life, and my mind was far from sex subjects, being deep in books. Carlyle, Ruskin, Huxley, Darwin, Scott, etc. I noticed that when I got up in the morning I felt very hot and uncomfortable. The clitoris and the parts around were swollen and erect, and often tender and painful. I had no idea what it was, but found I was unable to pass my water for an hour or two. One day, when I was straining a little to pass water, the full orgasm occurred. The next time it happened, I tried to check it by holding myself firmly, of course, with the opposite result. I do not know that I found it highly pleasurable, but it was a very great relief. I allowed myself a good many experiments to come to a conclusion in the matter, and I thought about it. I was much too shy to speak to anyone, and thought it was probably a sin. I tried not to do it, and not to think about it, saying to myself that surely I was lord of my body, but I found that the matter was not entirely under my control. However unwilling or passive I might be, there were times when the involuntary discomfort was not in my keeping. My touching myself or not did not save me from it. Because it sometimes gave me pleasure, I thought it might be a form of self-indulgence, and did not do it until it could scarcely be helped. Soon the orgasm began to occur fairly frequently in my sleep, perhaps once or twice a week. I had no erotic dreams, then or at any other time, but I had nights of restless sleep, and woke as it occurred, dreaming that it was happening, as, in fact, it was. At times I hardly awoke, but went to sleep again in a moment. I continued for 2 or 3 years to be sorely tried by day at frequent intervals. I acquired a remarkable degree of control, so that, Though one touch or steadily directed thought would have caused the orgasm, I could keep it off and go to sleep without wrongdoing. Of course, when I fell asleep, my control ended. All this gave me a good deal of physical worry and kept my attention unwillingly fixed upon the matter. I do not think my body was readily irritable, but I had unquestionably very strong sexual impulses. After a year or two, when I was working hard, I could not afford the attention the control cost me, or the prolonged mitigated sexual excitement it caused. I took drugs for a time, but they lost effect, produced lassitude, and agreed with me badly. I therefore put away my scruples, and determined to try the effect of giving myself an instant and businesslike relief. Instead of allowing my feelings to gather strength, I satisfied them out of hand. Instead of 5 hours of heat and discomfort, I did not allow myself 5 minutes, if I could help it. The effect was marvelous. I practically had no more trouble. The thing rarely came to me at all by day, and though it continued at times by night, it became less frequent and less strong. Often it did not wake me. The erotic images and speculations that had begun to come to me died down. I left off being afraid of my feelings, or, indeed, thinking about them. I may say that I had decided that I should be obliged to lead a single life, and that the less I thought about matters of sex, the more easy I should find life. Later on I had religious ideas which helped me considerably in my ideals of a decent, orderly, self-contained life. I do not lay stress on these, they were not at all emotional, and my physical and psychical development do not appear to have run much on parallel lines. I had a strong moral sense before I had a religious one, and a common sense which I perhaps trusted more than either. When I was about 28, I thought I might perhaps leave off the habit of regular relief I had got into. It was not regular as regards time, being anything from 1 day to 6 weeks. The change was probably made easier by a severe illness I had had. I gave this abstinence a fair trial for several years, until I was about 34, but my nocturnal manifestations certainly gathered strength, especially when I got much better in health, and, finally, as at puberty, began to worry my waking life. I reasoned that by my attempt at abstinence I had only exchanged control for uncontrol, and reverted to my old habits of relief, with the same good results as before. The whole trouble subsided and I got better at once. The orgasm during sleep continued, and occurs about once a fortnight. It is increased by change of air, especially at the seaside, when it may occur on 2 or 3 nights running. I decided that, for the proper control of my single life, relief was normal and right. It would be very difficult for anyone to demonstrate the contrary to me. My aim has always been to keep myself in the best condition of physical and mental balance that a single person is capable of. There is some interest in briefly reviewing the remarkable transformations in the attitude toward masturbation from Greek times down to our own day. The Greeks treated masturbation with little opprobrium. At the worst they regarded it as unmanly, and Aristophanes, in various passages, connects the practice with women, children, slaves, and feeble old men. Aeschines seems to have publicly brought it as a charge against Demosthenes that he had practiced masturbation, though, on the other hand, Plutarch tells us that Diogenes, described by Zeller, the historian of Greek philosophy, as the most typical figure of ancient Greece, was praised by Chrysippus, the famous philosopher, for masturbating in the marketplace. The more strenuous Romans, at all events as exemplified by Juvenal and Martial, condemned masturbation more vigorously. 347 Aratus, without alluding to masturbation, dwells on the tonic effects of retaining the semen, but, on the other hand, Galen regarded the retention of semen as injurious, and advocated its frequent expulsion, a point of view which tended to justify masturbation. In classical days, doubtless, masturbation and all other forms of the autoerotic impulse were comparatively rare. So much scope was allowed in early adult age for homosexual and later for heterosexual relationships that any excessive or morbid development of solitary self-indulgence could seldom occur. The case was altered when Christian ideals became prominent. Christian morality strongly proscribed sexual relationships except under certain specified conditions. It is true that Christianity discouraged all sexual manifestations, and that therefore its ban fell equally on masturbation. But, obviously, masturbation lay at the weakest line of defense against the assaults of the flesh. It was there that resistance would most readily yield. Christianity thus probably led to a considerable increase of masturbation. The attention which the theologians devoted to its manifestations clearly bears witness to their magnitude. It is noteworthy that Mohammedan theologians regarded masturbation as a Christian vice. In Islam, both doctrine and practice tended to encourage sexual relationships, and not much attention was paid to masturbation, nor even any severe reprobation directed against it. Omar Halabi remarks that certain theologians of Islam are inclined to consider the practice of masturbation in vogue among Christians as allowable to devout Muslims when alone on a journey. He himself regards this as a practice good neither for soul nor body, seminal emissions during sleep providing all necessary relief. Should, however, a Muslim fall into this error, God is merciful. 348 in Theodore's Penitential of the 7th century, 40 days penance is prescribed for masturbation. Aquinas condemned masturbation as worse than fornication, though less heinous than other sexual offenses against nature. In opposition, also, to those who believed that distillatio usually takes place without pleasure, he observed that it was often caused by sexual emotion, and should, therefore, always be mentioned to the confessor. Ligori also regarded masturbation as a graver sin than fornication, and even said that distillatio, if voluntary and with notable physical commotion, is without doubt a mortal sin, for in such a case it is the beginning of a pollution. On the other hand, some theologians have thought that distillatio may be permitted, even if there is some commotion, so long as it has not been voluntarily procured, and Caramoule, who has been described as a theological enfant terrible, declared that natural law does not forbid masturbation but that proposition was condemned by Innocent I. The most enlightened modern Catholic view is probably represented by De Bruyne, who, after remarking that he has known pious and intelligent persons who had an irresistible impulse to masturbate, continues, "Must we excuse, or condemn, these people? Neither the one nor the other. If you condemn and repulse absolutely these persons as altogether guilty, against their own convictions, you will perhaps throw them into despair. If, on the contrary, you completely excuse them, you maintain them in a disorder from which they may, perhaps, never emerge. Adopt a wise middle course, and, perhaps, with God's aid, you may often cure them." Under certain circumstances, some Catholic theologians have permitted a married woman to masturbate. Thus, the Jesuit theologian, Guéry, asserts that the wife does not sin quasi ipsum tactibus excited ad seminationem statim post copulum in quavir solis seminavit. This teaching seems to have been misunderstood, since ethical and even medical writers have expended a certain amount of moral indignation on the Church, whose theologians committed themselves to this statement. As a matter of fact, this qualified permission to masturbate merely rests on a false theory of procreation, which is clearly expressed in the word seminatio. It was believed that ejaculation in the woman is as necessary to fecundation as ejaculation in the man. Galen, Avicenna, and Aquinas recognized, indeed, that such feminine semination was not necessary. Sanchez, however, was doubtful, while Suarez and Zacchia, following Hippocrates, regarded it as necessary. As sexual intercourse without fecundation is not approved by the Catholic Church, it thus became logically necessary to permit women to masturbate whenever the ejaculation of mucus had not occurred at or before coitus. The belief that the emission of vaginal mucus, under the influence of sexual excitement in women, corresponded to spermatic emission, has led to the practice of masturbation on hygienic grounds. Garnier, Calebet, page 255 mentions that Messer, in the 18th century, invented a special pessary to take the place of the penis, and, as he stated, effect the due expulsion of the feminine sperm. Protestantism, no doubt, in the main accepted the general Catholic tradition, but the tendency of Protestantism, in reaction against the Minute Inquisition of the earlier theologians, has always been to exercise a certain degree of what it regarded as wholesome indifference toward the less obvious manifestations of the flesh. Thus in Protestant countries masturbation seems to have been almost ignored until Tissot, combining with his reputation as a physician the fanaticism of a devout believer, raised masturbation to the position of a colossal bogey, which during 100 years has not only had an unfortunate influence on medical opinion in these matters, but has been productive of incalculable harm to ignorant youth and tender consciences. During the past 40 years the efforts of many distinguished physicians, a few of whose opinions I have already quoted, have gradually dragged the bogey down from its pedestal, and now, as I have ventured to suggest, there is a tendency for the reaction to be excessive. There is even a tendency today to regard masturbation, with various qualifications, as normal. Remy de Gourmont, for instance, considers that masturbation is natural because it is the method by which fishes procreate. All things considered, it must be accepted that masturbation is part of the doings of nature. A different conclusion might be agreeable, but in every ocean and under the reeds of every river, myriads of beings would protest. 349 Tillier remarks that since masturbation appears to be universal among the higher animals, we are not entitled to regard it as a vice. It has only been so considered because studied exclusively by physicians under abnormal conditions. 350 Hirth, while asserting that masturbation must be strongly repressed in the young, regards it as a desirable method of relief for adults, and especially, under some circumstances, for women. 351 Venturi, a well-known Italian alienist, on the other hand, regards masturbation as strictly physiological in youth. It is the normal and natural passage toward the generous and healthy passion of early manhood. It only becomes abnormal and vicious, he holds, when continued into adult life. The appearance of masturbation at puberty, Venturi considers, is a moment in the course of the development of the function of that organ, which is the necessary instrument of sexuality. It finds its motive in the satisfaction of an organic need, having much analogy with that which arises from the tickling of a very sensitive cutaneous surface. In this masturbation of early adolescence lies, according to Venturi, the germ of what will later be love, a pleasure of the body and of the spirit, following the relief of a satisfied need. As the youth develops, onanism becomes a sexual act comparable to coitus as a dream is comparable to reality, imagery forming in correspondence with the desires. In its fully developed form in adolescence, Venturi continues, masturbation has an almost hallucinatory character. Onanism at this period psychically approximates to the true sexual act, and passes insensibly into it. If, however, continued on into adult age, it becomes morbid, passing into erotic fetishism. What in the inexperienced youth is the natural auxiliary and stimulus to imagination, in the degenerate onanist of adult age is a sign of arrested development. Thus, onanism, the author concludes, is not always a vice such as is fiercely combated by educators and moralists. It is the natural transition by which we reach the warm and generous love of youth, and, in natural succession to this, the tranquil, positive, matrimonial love of the mature man. Silvio Venturi, La Degenerazione Psychosexuale, 1892, pages 6-9. It may be questioned whether this view is acceptable, even for the warm climate of the south of Europe, where the impulses of sexuality are undoubtedly precocious. It is certainly not in harmony with general experience and opinion in the north. This is well expressed in the following passage by Edward Carpenter, International Journal of Ethics, July, 1899. After all, purity, in the sense of continence, is of the first importance to boyhood. To prolong the period of continence in a boy's life is to prolong the period of growth. This is a simple physiological law, and a very obvious one, and, whatever other things may be said in favor of purity, it remains, perhaps, the most weighty. To introduce sensual and sexual habits, and one of the worst of them is self-abuse, at an early age, is to arrest growth, both physical and mental. And what is even more, it means to arrest the capacity for affection. All experience shows that the early outlet toward sex cheapens and weakens affectional capacity. I do not consider that we can decide the precise degree in which masturbation may fairly be called normal so long as we take masturbation by itself. We are thus, in conclusion, brought back to the point which I sought to emphasize at the outset. Masturbation belongs to a group of autoerotic phenomena. From one point of view it may be said that all autoerotic phenomena are unnatural, since the natural aim of the sexual impulse is sexual conjunction, and all exercise of that impulse outside such conjunction is away from the end of nature. But we do not live in a state of nature which answers to such demands. All our life is unnatural, and as soon as we begin to restrain the free play of sexual impulse towards sexual ends, at once auto-erotic phenomena inevitably spring up on every side. There is no end to them. It is impossible to say what finest elements in art, in morals, in civilization generally, may not really be rooted in an autoerotic impulse. Without a certain overheating of the sexual system, said Nietzsche, we could not have a Raphael. Autoerotic phenomena are inevitable. It is our wisest course to recognize this inevitableness of sexual and transmuted sexual manifestations, under the perpetual restraints of civilized life, and, while avoiding any attitude of excessive indulgence or indifference. 352 To avoid also any attitude of excessive horror, for our horror not only leads to the facts being effectually veiled from our sight, but itself serves to manufacture artificially a greater evil than that which we seek to combat. The sexual impulse is not, as some have imagined, the sole root of the most massive human emotions, the most brilliant human aptitudes, of sympathy, of art, of religion. In the complex human organism, where all the parts are so many-fibered and so closely interwoven, no great manifestation can be reduced to one single source, but it largely enters into and molds all of these emotions and aptitudes, and that by virtue of its two most peculiar characteristics. It is, in the first place, the deepest and most volcanic of human impulses, and, in the second place, unlike the only other human impulse with which it can be compared, the nutritive impulse, it can, to a large extent, be transmuted into a new force capable of the strangest and most various uses, so that in the presence of all these manifestations we may assert that in a real sense, though subtly mingled with very diverse elements, autoerotism everywhere plays its part. In the phenomena of autoerotism, when we take a broad view of those phenomena, we are concerned, not with the form of insanity, not necessarily with a form of depravity, but with the inevitable by-products of that mighty process on which the animal creation rests. Appendix A. The influence of menstruation on the position of women, a question of historical psychology which, so far as I know, has never been fully investigated, is the influence of menstruation in constituting the emotional atmosphere through which men habitually view women. 353 I do not purpose to deal fully with this question, because it is one which may be more properly dealt with at length by the student of culture, and by the historian, rather than from the standpoint of empirical psychology. It is, moreover, a question full of complexities in regard to which it is impossible to speak with certainty, but we here strike on a factor of such importance, such neglected importance, for the proper understanding of the sexual relations of men and women, that it cannot be wholly ignored. Among the Negroes of Suriname, a woman must live in solitude during the time of her period. It is dangerous for any man or woman to approach her, and when she sees a person coming near she cries out anxiously, Mike, Mike, I am unclean. I am unclean. Throughout the world we find traces of the custom of which this is a typical example, but we must not too hastily assume that this custom is evidence of the inferior position occupied by semi-civilized women. It is necessary to take a broad view, not only of the beliefs of semi-civilized men regarding menstruation, but of his general beliefs regarding the supernatural forces of the world. There is no fragment of folklore so familiar to the European world as that which connects woman with the serpent. It is, indeed, one of the foundation stones of Christian theology. 354 Yet there is no fragment of folklore which remains more obscure. How has it happened that in all parts of the world the snake or his congeners, the lizard and the crocodile, have been credited with some design, sinister or erotic, on women? Of the wide prevalence of the belief there can be no doubt. Among the Port Lincoln tribe of South Australia, a lizard is said to have divided man from woman. 355 Among the Chiriguanas of Bolivia. On the appearance of menstruation, old women ran about with sticks to hunt the snake that had wounded the girl. Fraser, who quotes this example from the Letra A Divianse Curuses, also refers to a modern Greek folk tale, according to which a princess at puberty must not let the sun shine upon her, or she would be turned into a lizard. 356 The lizard was a sexual symbol among the Mexicans. In some parts of Brazil at the onset of puberty, a girl must not go into the woods for fear of the amorous attacks of snakes. And so it is also among the Macusi Indians of British Guiana, according to Schomburg. Among the Basutas of South Africa, the young girls must dance around the clay image of a snake. In Polynesian mythology, the lizard is a very sacred animal, and legends represent women as often giving birth to lizards. 357 At a widely remote spot, in Bengal, if you dream of a snake, a child will be born to you, reports Sarat Chandra Mitra. 358 In the Berlin Museum für Völkerkunde there is a carved wooden figure from New Guinea of a woman into whose vulva a crocodile is inserting its snout, while the same museum contains another figure of a snake-like crocodile crawling out of a woman's vulva, and a third figure shows a small round snake with a small head, and closely resembling a penis, at the mouth of the vagina. All these figures are reproduced by Ploss and Bartels. Even in modern Europe the same ideas prevail. In Portugal, according to Reis, it is believed that during menstruation women are liable to be bitten by lizards, and to guard against this risk they wear drawers during the period. In Germany, again, it was believed, up to the 18th century at least, that the hair of a menstruating woman, if buried, would turn into a snake. It may be added that in various parts of the world virgin priestesses are dedicated to a snake god, and are married to the god. 359 At Rome, it is interesting to note, the serpent was the symbol of fecundation, and as such often figures at Pompeii as the genius patris familias, the generative power of the family. 360 In rabbinical tradition, also, the serpent is the symbol of sexual desire. There can be no doubt that, as Ploss and Bartels, from whom some of these examples have been taken, point out, in widely different parts of the world menstruation is believed to have been originally caused by a snake, and that this conception is frequently associated with an erotic and mystic idea. 361 How the connection arose Ploss and Bartels are unable to say. It can only be suggested that its shape and appearance, as well as its venomous nature, may have contributed to the mystery everywhere associated with the snake, a mystery itself fortified by the association with women, to build up this world-wide belief regarding the origin of menstruation. This primitive theory of the origin of menstruation probably brings before us in its earliest shape the special and intimate bond which has ever been held to connect women, by virtue of the menstrual process, with the natural or supernatural powers of the world. Everywhere menstruating women are supposed to be possessed by spirits and charged with mysterious forces. It is at this point that a serious misconception, due to ignorance of primitive religious ideas, has constantly intruded. It is stated that the menstruating woman is unclean and possessed by an evil spirit. As a matter of fact, however, the savage rarely discriminates between bad and good spirits. Every spirit may have either a beneficial or malignant influence. An interesting instance of this is given in Colenso's Maori lexicon, as illustrated by the meaning of the Maori word atua. The importance of recognizing the special sense in which the word unclean is used in this connection was clearly pointed out by Robertson Smith. In the case of the Semites, the Hebrew word tame, unclean, he remarked, is not the ordinary word for things physically foul. It is a ritual term, and corresponds exactly to the idea of taboo. The ideas unclean and holy seem to us to stand in polar opposition to one another, but it was not so with the Semites. Among the later Jews, the holy books defiled the hands of the reader as contact with an impure thing did. Among Lucian Syrians, the dove was so holy that he who touched it was unclean for a day, and the taboo attaching to the swine was explained by some, and beyond question correctly explained, in the same way. Among the heathen Semites, 362 therefore, unclean animals, which it was pollution to eat, were simply holy animals. Robertson Smith here made no reference to menstruation, but he exactly described the primitive attitude toward menstruation. Wellhausen, however, dealing with the earlier Abians, expressly mentions that in pre-Islamic days, clean and unclean were used solely with reference to women in and out of the menstrual state. At a later date, Fraser developed this aspect of the conception of taboo, and showed how it occurs among savage races generally. He pointed out that the conceptions of holiness and pollution not having yet been differentiated, women at childbirth and during menstruation are on the same level as divine kings, chiefs, and priests, and must observe the same rules of ceremonial purity. To seclude such persons from the rest of the world, so that the dreaded spiritual danger shall not spread, is the object of the taboo, which Fraser compares to an electrical insulator to preserve the spiritual force with which these persons are charged from suffering or inflicting harm by contact with the outer world. After describing the phenomena, especially the prohibition to touch the ground or see the sun, found among various races, Fraser concludes, the object of secluding women at menstruation is to neutralize the dangerous influences which are supposed to emanate from them at such times. The general effect of these rules is to keep the girl suspended, so to say, between heaven and earth, whether enveloped in her hammock and slung up to the roof, as in South America, or elevated above the ground in a dark and narrow cage, as in New Zealand. She may be considered to be out of the way of doing mischief, since, being shut off both from the earth and from the sun, she can poison neither of these great sources of life by her deadly contagion. The precautions thus taken to isolate or insulate the girl are dictated by regard for her own safety as well as for the safety of others. In short, the girl is viewed as charged with a powerful force which, if not kept within bounds, may prove the destruction both of the girl herself, and of all with whom she comes in contact. To repress this force within the limits necessary for the safety of all concerned, is the object of the taboos in question. The same explanation applies to the observance of the same rules by divine kings and priests. The uncleanliness, as it is called, of girls at puberty and the sanctity of holy men do not, to the primitive mind, differ from each other. They are only different manifestations of the same supernatural energy, which, like energy in general, is in itself neither good nor bad, but becomes beneficent or malignant according to its application. 363 More recently, this view of the matter has been further extended by the distinguished French sociologist, Durkheim, investigating the origins of the prohibition of incest, and arguing that it proceeds from the custom of exogamy, or marriage outside the clan, and that this rests on certain ideas about blood, which, again, are traceable to totemism, a theory which we need not here discuss. Durkheim is brought face to face with the group of conceptions that now concern us. He insists on the extreme ambiguity found in primitive culture concerning the notion of the divine, and the close connection between aversion and veneration, and points out that it is not only at puberty and each recurrence of the menstrual epoch that women have aroused these emotions, but also at childbirth. A sentiment of religious horror, he continues, which can reach such a degree of intensity, which can be called forth by so many circumstances, and reappears regularly every month to last for a week at least, cannot fail to extend its influence beyond the periods to which it was originally confined, and to affect the whole course of life. A being who must be secluded or avoided for weeks, months, or years preserves something of the characteristics to which the isolation was due, even outside those special periods. And, in fact, in these communities, the separation of the sexes is not merely intermittent, it has become chronic. The two elements of the population live separately. Durkheim proceeds to argue that the origin of the occult powers attributed to the feminine organism is to be found in primitive ideas concerning blood. Not only menstrual blood but any kind of blood is the object of such feelings among savage and barbarous peoples. All sorts of precautions must be observed with regard to blood. In it resides a divine principle, or as Romans, Jews, and Arabs believed, life itself. The prohibition to drink wine, the blood of the grape, found among some peoples, is traced to its resemblance to blood, and to its sacrificial employment, as among the ancient Arabians and still in the Christian sacrament, as a substitute for drinking blood. Throughout, blood is generally taboo, and it taboos everything that comes in contact with it. Now woman is chronically the theater of bloody manifestations, and therefore she tends to become chronically taboo for the other members of the community. A more or less conscious anxiety, a certain religious fear, cannot fail to enter into all the relations of her companions with her, and that is why all such relations are reduced to a minimum. Relations of a sexual character are specially excluded. In the first place, such relations are so intimate that they are incompatible with the sort of repulsion which the sexes must experience for each other. The barrier between them does not permit of such a close union. In the second place, the organs of the body here specially concerned are precisely the source of the dreaded manifestations. Thus it is natural that the feelings of aversion inspired by women attain their greatest intensity at this point. Thus it is, also, that of all parts of the feminine organization, it is this region which is most severely shut out from commerce, so that, while the primitive emotion is mainly one of veneration, and is allied to that experienced for kings and priests, there is an element of fear in such veneration, and what men fear is to some extent odious to them. 364. These conceptions necessarily mingled at a very early period with men's ideas of sexual intercourse with women, and especially with menstruating women. Contact with women, as Crawley shows by abundant illustration, is dangerous. In any case, indeed, the same ideas being transferred to women also. Coitus produces weakness, and it prevents the acquisition of supernatural powers. Thus, among the western tribes of Canada, Boas states, only a youth who has never touched a woman, or a virgin, both being called Tayots, can become shamans. After having had sexual intercourse, men as well as women become TKEL, i.e., weak, incapable of gaining supernatural powers. The faculty cannot be regained by subsequent fasting and abstinence. 365. The mysterious effects of sexual intercourse in general are intensified in the case of intercourse with a menstruating woman. Thus the ancient Indian legislator declares that the wisdom, the energy, the strength, the sight, and the vitality of a man who approaches a woman covered with menstrual excretions utterly perish. 366. It will be seen that these ideas are impartially spread over the most widely separated parts of the globe. They equally affected the Christian Church, and the penitentials ordained 40 or 50 days penance for sexual intercourse during menstruation. Yet the twofold influence of the menstruating woman remains clear when we review the whole group of influences, which in this state, she is supposed to exert. She by no means acts only by paralyzing social activities and destroying the powers of life, by causing flowers to fade, fruit to fall from the trees, grains to lose their germinative power, and grafts to die. She is not accurately summed up in the old lines, O menstruating woman, or a fiend from whom all nature should be closely screened. Her powers are also beneficial. A woman at this time, as Alien expressed it, is in regular communication with the starry bodies. Even at other times a woman when led naked around the orchard protected it from caterpillars, said Pliny. And this belief is acted upon, according to Bestenzi, even in the Italy of today. 367. A garment stained with the virgin's menstrual blood, it is said in Bavaria, is a certain safeguard against cuts and stabs. It will also extinguish fire. It was valuable as a love philter. As a medicine its uses have been endless. 368. A sect of Valentinians even attributed sacramental virtues to menstrual blood, and partook of it as the blood of Christ. The Church soon, however, acquired a horror of menstruating women. They were frequently not allowed to take the sacrament or to enter sacred places, and it was sometimes thought best to prohibit the presence of women altogether. 369. The Anglo-Saxon penitentials declared that menstruating women must not enter a church. It appears to have been Gregory II who overturned this doctrine. In our own time the slow disintegration of primitive animistic conceptions, aided certainly by the degraded conception of sexual phenomena taught by medieval monks, for whom woman was templum aedificatum super cloacum, has led to a disbelief in the more salutary influences of the menstruating woman. A fairly widespread faith in her pernicious influence alone survives. It may be traced even in practical and commercial, one might add, medical quarters. In the great sugar refineries in the north of France, the regulations strictly forbid a woman to enter the factory while the sugar is boiling or cooling, the reason given being that, if a woman were to enter during her period, the sugar would blacken. For the same reason, to turn to the east, no woman is employed in the opium manufactory at Saigon, it being said that the opium would turn and become bitter, while Annamite women say that it is very difficult for them to prepare opium pipes during the catamenial period, 370 in India. Again, when a native in charge of a lime kiln which had gone wrong, declared that one of the women workers must be menstruating, all the women, Hindus, Mohammedans, Aboriginal Gans, etc., showed by their energetic denials that they understood this superstition. 371. In 1878, a member of the British Medical Association wrote to the British Medical Journal, asking whether it was true that if a woman cured hams while menstruating, the hams would be spoiled. He had known this to happen twice. Another medical man wrote that if so, what would happen to the patients of menstruating lady doctors? A third wrote, in the Journal for April 27, 1878, I thought the fact was so generally known to every housewife and cook that meat would spoil if salted at the menstrual period, that I am surprised to see so many letters on the subject in the journal. If I am not mistaken, the question was mooted many years ago in the periodicals. It is undoubtedly the fact that meat will be tainted if cured by women at the catamenial period. Whatever the rationale may be, I can speak positively as to the fact. It is probably the influence of these primitive ideas which has caused surgeons and gynecologists to dread operations during the catamenial period. Such, at all events, is the opinion of a distinguished authority, Dr. William Goodell, who wrote in 1,891,372, I have learned to unlearn the teaching that women must not be subjected to a surgical operation during the monthly flux. Our forefathers, from time immemorial, have thought and taught that the presence of a menstruating woman would pollute solemn religious rites, would sour milk, spoil the fermentation in wine vats, and much other mischief in a general way. Influenced by hoary tradition, modern physicians very generally postpone all operative treatment until the flow has ceased. But why this delay, if time is precious, and it enters as an important factor in the case? I have found menstruation to be the very best time to curate away fungus vegetations of the endometrium. For, being swollen then by the afflux of blood, they are larger than at any other time, and can the more readily be removed. There is, indeed, no surer way of checking, or of stopping a metrorrhagia, than by curating the wound during the very flow. While I do not select this period for the removal of ovarian cysts, or for other abdominal work, such as the extirpation of the ovaries, or a kidney, or breaking up intestinal adhesions, etc., yet I have not hesitated to perform these operations at such a time, and have never had reason to regret the course. The only operations that I should dislike to perform during menstruation would be those involving the womb itself. It must be added to this that we still have to take into consideration not merely the surviving influence of ancient primitive beliefs, but the possible existence of actual nervous conditions during the menstrual period, producing what may be described as an abnormal nervous tension. In this way, we are doubtless concerned with a tissue of phenomena, inextricably woven of folklore, auto-suggestion, false observation, and real mental and nervous abnormality. Laurent Loxit has brought forward several cases which may illustrate this point. Thus, he speaks of two young girls of about 16 and 17, slightly neuropathic, but without definite hysterical symptoms, who, during the menstrual period, feel themselves in a sort of electrical state, with tingling and prickling sensations and feelings of attraction or repulsion at the contact of various objects. These girls believe their garments stick to their skin during the periods. It was only with difficulty that they could remove their slippers, though fitting easily. Stockings had to be drawn off violently by another person, and they had given up changing their chemises during the period, because the linen became so glued to the skin. An orchestral performer on the double bass informed Laurent that whenever he left a tuned double bass in his lodgings during his wife's period, a string snapped. Consequently, he always removed his instrument at this time to a friend's house. He added that the same thing happened 2 years earlier with a mistress, a cafe concert singer, who had, indeed, warned him beforehand. A harpist also informed Laurent that she had been obliged to give up her profession because during her period several strings of her harp, always the same strings, broke, especially when she was playing. A friend of Laurent's, an official in Cochin, China, also told him that the strings of his violin often snapped during the menstrual periods of his Annamite mistress, who informed him that Annamite women are familiar with the phenomenon, and are careful not to play on their instruments at this time. Two young ladies, both good violinists, also affirmed that ever since their first menstruation they had noted a tendency for the strings to snap at this period. One, a genuine artist, who often performed at charity concerts, systematically refused to play at these times and was often embarrassed to find a pretext. The other, who admitted that she was nervous and irritable at such times, had given up playing on account of the trouble of changing the strings so frequently. Laurent also refers to the frequency with which women break things during the menstrual periods, and considers that this is not simply due to the awkwardness caused by nervous exhaustion or hysterical tremors, but that there is spontaneous breakage. Most usually it happens that a glass breaks when it is being dried with a cloth. Needles also break with unusual facility at this time. Clocks are stopped by merely placing the hand upon them. I do not here attempt to estimate critically the validity of these alleged manifestations, some of which may certainly be explained by the unconscious muscular action, which forms the basis of the phenomena of table turning and thought reading. Such a task may best be undertaken through the minute study of isolated cases, and in this place, I am merely concerned with the general influence of the menstrual state in affecting the social position of women, without reference to the analysis of the elements that go to make up that influence. There is only one further point to which attention may be called. I allude to the way in which the more favorable side of the primitive conception of the menstruating woman, as priestess, sibyl, prophetess, an almost miraculous agent for good, an angel, the peculiar home of the divine element, was slowly and continuously carried on side by side with the less favorable view, through the beginnings of European civilization until our own times. The actual physical phenomena of menstruation, with the ideas of taboo associated with that state, sank into the background as culture evolved. But, on the other hand, the ideas of the angelic position and spiritual mission of women, based on the primitive conception of the mystery associated with menstruation, still in some degree persisted. It is evident, however, that, while, in one form or another, the more favorable aspect of the primitive view of women's magic function has never quite died out, the gradual decay and degradation of the primitive view has, on the whole, involved a lower estimate of women's nature and position. Woman has always been the witch, she was so even in ancient Babylonia, but she has ceased to be the priestess. The early Teutons saw sanctum aliquid a providum in women who, for the medieval German preacher, were only Bestiabitdales, and Schopenhauer, and even Nietzsche have been more inclined to side with the preacher than with the half-naked philosophers of Tacitus's day. But both views alike are but the extremes of the same primitive conception, and the gradual evolution from one extreme of the magical doctrine to the other was inevitable. In an advanced civilization, as we see, these ideas having their ultimate basis on the old story of the serpent, and on a special and mysterious connection between the menstruating woman and the occult forces of magic, tend to die out. The separation of the sexes they involve becomes unnecessary. Living in greater community with men, women are seen to possess something, it may well be, but less than before, of the angel-devil of early theories. Menstruation is no longer a monstrific state requiring spiritual taboo, but a normal physiological process, not without its psychic influences on the woman herself and on those who live with her. Appendix B. Sexual Periodicity in Men, by F. H. Perry Coste, B.Sc., Lond. In a recent brochure on the rhythm of the pulse 373, I showed inter alia that the readings of the pulse, in both man and woman, if arranged in lunar monthly periods, and averaged over several years, displayed a clear, and sometimes very strongly marked and symmetrical, rhythm. 374 after pointing out that, in at any rate some cases, the male and female pulse curves, both monthly and annual, seem to be converse to one another, I added. It is difficult to ignore the suggestion that in this tracing of the monthly rhythm of the pulse, we have a history of the monthly function in women, and that, if so, the tracing of the male pulse may eventually afford us some help in discovering a corresponding monthly period in men, the existence of which has been suggested by Mr. Havelock Ellis and Professor Stanley Hall, among other writers. Certainly the mere fact that we can trace a clear monthly rhythm in men's pulse seems to point strongly to the existence of a monthly physiological period in him also. Obviously, however, it is only indirectly, and by inference, that we can argue from a monthly rhythm of the pulse in men to a male sexual periodicity. But I am now able to adduce more direct evidence that will fairly demonstrate the existence of a sexual periodicity in men. We will start from the fact that celibacy is profoundly unnatural, and is, therefore, a physical, as well as an emotional and intellectual, abnormality. This being so, it is entirely in accord with all that we know of physiology that, when relief to the sexual secretory system by nature's means is denied, and when, in consequence, a certain degree of tension or pressure has been attained, the system should relieve itself by a spontaneous discharge, such discharge being, of course, in the strict sense of the term, pathological, since it would never occur in any animal that followed the strict law of its physical being without any regard to other and higher laws of concern for its fellows. Notoriously, that which we should have anticipated a priori actually occurs, for any unmarried man, who lives in strict chastity, periodically experiences, while sleeping, a loss of seminal fluid, such phenomena being popularly referred to as wet dreams. 375 During some 8 or 10 years I have carefully recorded the occurrence of such discharges, as I have experienced myself, and I have now accumulated sufficient data to justify an attempt to formulate some provisional conclusions. 376 In order to render these observations as serviceable as may be to students of periodicity, I here repeat, at the request of Mr. Havelock Ellis, the statement which was subjoined, for the same reasons, to my rhythm of the pulse. These observations upon myself were made between the ages of 20 and 33. I am about 5 feet, 9 inches tall, broad-shouldered, and weigh about 10 stone 3 pounds net, this weight being, I believe, about 7 pounds below the normal for my height. Also I have green-brown eyes, very dark brown hair, and a complexion that leads strangers frequently to mistake me for a foreigner. This complexion being, perhaps, attributable to some Huguenot blood, although on the maternal side I am, so far as all information goes, pure English. I can stand a good deal of heat, enjoy relaxing climates, am at once upset by bracing sea air, hate the cold, and sweat profusely after exercise. To this it will suffice to add that my temperament is of a decidedly nervous and emotional type. Before proceeding to remark upon the various rhythms that I have discovered, I will tabulate the data on which my conclusions are founded. The numbers of discharges recorded in the years in question are as follows. In 1886, 30. Records commenced in April. In 1887, 40. In 1888, 37. In 1889, 18. Pretty certainly not fully recorded. In 1890, 0. No records kept this year, 377. In 1891, 19. Records recommenced in June. In 1892, 35. In 1893, 40. In 1894, 38. In 1895, 36. In 1896, 36. In 1897, 35. Average, 37. Omitting 1886, 1889, and 1891. Thus I have complete records for 8 years, and incomplete records for 3 more, and the remarkable concord between the respective annual numbers of observations in these 8 years, not only affords us intrinsic evidence of the accuracy of my records, but, also, at once proves that there is an undeniable regularity in the occurrence of these sexual discharges, and, therefore, gives us reason for expecting to find this regularity rhythmical. Moreover, since it seemed reasonable to expect that there might be more than one rhythm, I have examined my data with a view to discovering 1. An annual, 2. A a lunar monthly, and 3, a weekly rhythm. And I now proceed to show that all three such rhythms exist. The annual rhythm. It is obvious that, in searching for an annual rhythm, we must ignore the records of the 3 incomplete years, but those of the remaining 8 are graphically depicted upon Chart 8. The curves speak so plainly for themselves that any comment were almost superfluous, and the concord between the various curves, although, of course, not perfect, is far greater than the scantiness of the data would have justified us in expecting. The curves all agree in pointing to the existence of 3 well-defined maxima, viz., in March, June, and September, these being, therefore, the months in which the sexual instinct is most active, and the later curves show that there is also often a 4th maximum in January. In the earlier years the March and June maxima are more strikingly marked than the September one, but the uppermost curve shows that on the average of all 8 years, the September maximum is the highest, the June and January maximum occupying the 2nd place, and the March maximum being the least strongly marked of all. Now, remembering that, in calculating the curves of the annual rhythm of the pulse, I had found it necessary to average 2 months' records together. In order to bring out the full significance of the rhythm, I thought it well to try the effect upon these curves also of similarly averaging 2 months together. At first my results were fairly satisfactory, but, as my data increased year by year, I found that these curves were contradicting one another, and therefore concluded that I had selected unnatural periods for my averaging. My first attempted remedy was to arrange the months in the pairs December, January, February, March, etc., instead of in January, February, March, April, etc., but with these pairs I fared no better than with the former. I then arranged the months in the triplets, January, February, March, etc., and the results are graphically recorded on Chart 7. Here, again, comment would be quite futile, but I need only point out that, on the whole, the sexual activity rises steadily during the first 9 months in the year to its maximum in September, and then sinks rapidly and abruptly during the next 3 to its minimum in December. The study of these curves suggests 2 interesting questions, to neither of which, however, do the data afford us an answer. In the first place, are the alternations, in my case, of the maximum of the discharges from March and June, in the earlier years to September in the later, and the interpolation of a new secondary maximum in January, correlated with the increase in age, or is the discrepancy due simply to a temporary irregularity that would have been equally averaged out had I recorded the discharges of 1881 to 1889 instead of those from 1887 to 1897? The second question is one of very great importance, socially, ethically, and physically. How often, in this climate, should a man have sexual connection with his wife in order to maintain himself in perfect physiological equilibrium? My results enable us to state definitely the minimum limits, and to reply that 37 embraces annually would be too few. But, unfortunately, they give us no clue to the maximum limit. It is obvious that the necessary frequency should be greater than 37 times annually, possibly very considerably in excess thereof, seeing that the spontaneous discharges, with which we are dealing, are due to overpressure, and occur only when the system, being denied natural relief, can no longer retain its secretions, and, therefore, it seems very reasonable to suggest that the frequency of natural relief should be some multiple of 37. I do not perceive, however, that the data in hand afford us any clue to this multiple, or enable us to suggest either 2, 3, 4, or 5 as the required multiple of 37. It is true that other observations upon myself have afforded me what I believe to be a fairly satisfactory and reliable answer so far as concerns myself, but these observations are of such a nature that they cannot be discussed here, and I have no inclination to offer as a counsel to others an opinion, which I am unable to justify by the citation of facts and statistics. Moreover, I am quite unable to opine whether, given 37 as the annual frequency of spontaneous discharges in the number of men, the multiple required for the frequency of natural relief should be the same in every case. For aught I know to the contrary, the physiological idiosyncrasies of men may be so varied that, given 2 men with an annual frequency of 37 spontaneous discharges, the desired multiple may be in one case X and in the other 2X. 378 Our data, however, do clearly denote that the frequency in the 6 or 8 summer months should bear to the frequency of the 6 or 4 winter months, the proportion of 3 or 4 to 2. 379 It should never be forgotten, however, that, under all conditions, both man and wife should exercise prudence, both self-ward and author-ward, and that each should utterly refuse to gratify self by accepting a sacrifice, however willingly offered, that may be gravely prejudicial to the health of the other, for only experience can show whether, in any union, the receptivity of the woman be greater or less than, or equal to, the physical desire of the man. To those, of course, who regard marriage from the old-fashioned and grossly immoral standpoint of Melanchthon and other theologians, and who consider a wife as the divinely ordained vehicle for the chartered intemperance of her husband, it will seem grotesque in the highest degree that a physiological inquirer should attempt to advise them how often to seek the embraces of their wives. But those who regard woman from the standpoint of a higher ethics, who abhor the notion that she should be only the vehicle for her husband's passions, and who demand that she shall be mistress of her own body, will not be ungrateful for any guidance that physiology can afford them. It will be seen presently, moreover, that the study of the weekly rhythm does afford us some less inexact clue to the desired solution. One curious fact may be mentioned before we quit this interesting question. It is stated that Solon required, of the husband, 3 payments per month. By the Mishnah a daily debt was imposed upon an idle vigorous young husband, twice a week on a citizen, once in 30 days on a camel driver, once in 6 months on a seaman. 380. Now it is certainly striking that Solon's 3 payments per month exactly correspond with my records of 37 discharges annually. Had Solon similarly recorded a series of observations upon himself, the lunar monthly rhythm? We now come to that division of the inquiry which is of the greatest physiological interest, although of little social import. Is there a monthly period in men as well as in women? My records indicate clearly that there is. In searching for this monthly rhythm, I have utilized not only the data of the 8 completely recorded years, but also those of the 3 years of 1886, 1889, and 1891. For, although it would obviously have been inaccurate to utilize these incomplete records when calculating the yearly rhythm, there seems no objection to making use of them in the present section of the inquiry. It is hardly necessary to remark that the terms first day of the month, second day, third day, etc., are to be understood as denoting new moon day, day after new moon, third lunar day, and so on, but it should be explained that, since these discharges occur at night, I have adopted the astronomical, instead of the civil, day, so that a new moon occurring between noon yesterday and noon today is reckoned as occurring yesterday, and yesterday is regarded as the first lunar day. Thus, a discharge occurring in the night between December 31st and January 1st is tabulated as occurring on December 31st, and, in the present discussion, is assigned to the lunar day comprised between noon of December 31st and noon of January 1st. Since it is obvious that the number of discharges in any one year, averaging, as they do, only 1.25 per day, are far too few to yield a curve of any value, I have combined my data in 2 series. The dotted curve on chart 9 is obtained by combining the results of the years 1886 to 1892. 2 of these years are incompletely recorded, and there are no records for 1890. The total number of observations was 179. The broken curve is obtained by combining those of the years 1893 to 1897. The total number of observations being 185. Even so, the data are far too scanty to yield a really characteristic curve, but the continuous curve, which sums up the results of the 11 years, is more reliable, and obviously more satisfactory. If the 2 former curves be compared, it will be seen that, on the whole, they display a general concordance, such differences as exist being attributable chiefly to 2 facts. 1. That the second curve is more even throughout, neither maximum nor minimum being so strongly marked as in the first, and, 2, that the main maximum occurs in the middle of the month, instead of on the second lunar day. and the absence of the marked initial maximum alters the character of the first week or so of this curve. It is, however, scarcely fair to lay any great stress on the characters of curves obtained from such scanty data, and we will, therefore, pass to the continuous curve, the study of which will prove more valuable. 381 Now, even a cursory examination of this continuous curve will yield the following results. 1. The discharges occur most frequently on the second lunar day. 2. The days of the next most frequent discharges are the 22d, the 13th, the 7th, 20th, and 26th, the 11th and 16th, so that, if we regard only the first 6 of these, we find that the discharges occur most frequently on the 2d, 7th, 13th, 20th, 22d, and 26th lunar days, i.e., the discharges occur most frequently on days separated, on the average, by 4-day intervals, but actually the period between the 20th and 22d days is that characterized by the most frequent discharges. 3. The days of minimum of discharge are the 1st, 5th, 15th, 18th, and 21st. 4. The curve is characterized by a continual seesawing, so that every notable maximum is immediately followed by a notable minimum. Thus, the curve is of an entirely different character from that representing the monthly rhythm of the pulse. 382 And this is only what one might have expected. 4. Whereas the mean pulsations vary only very slightly from day to day, thus giving rise to a gradually rising or sinking curve, a discharge from the sexual system relieves the tension by exhausting the stored-up secretion, and is necessarily followed by some days of rest and inactivity. In the very nature of the case, therefore, a curve of this kind could not possibly be otherwise than most irregular, if the discharges tended to occur most frequently upon definite days of the month, and thus the very irregularity of the curve affords us proof that there is a regular male periodicity, such that on certain days of the month, there is greater probability of a spontaneous discharge than on any other days. 5. Gratifying, however, though this irregularity of the curve may be, yet it entails a corresponding disadvantage, for we are precluded thereby from readily perceiving the characteristics of the monthly rhythm as a whole. I thought that perhaps this aspect of the rhythm might be rendered plainer if I calculated the data into 2-day averages, and the result, as shown in chart X, is extremely satisfactory. Here we can at once perceive the wonderful and almost geometric symmetry of the monthly rhythm. Indeed, if the third maximum were 1 unit higher, if the first minimum were 1 unit lower, and if the lines joining the second minimum and third maximum, and the fourth maximum and fourth minimum, were straight instead of being slightly broken, then the curve would, in its chief features, be geometrically symmetrical, and this symmetry appears to me to afford a convincing proof of the representative accuracy of the curve. We see that the month is divided into 5 periods, that the maxima occur on the following pairs of days: the 19th -20th, 13th -14th, 25th -26th, 1st -2d, 7th -8th, and that the minima occur at the beginning, and exact middle of the month. There have been many idle superstitions as to the influence of the moon upon the earth and its inhabitants, and some beliefs that, once deemed equally idle, have now been reinstated in the regard of science. But it would certainly seem to be a very fascinating and very curious fact, if the influence of the moon upon men should be such as to regulate the spontaneous discharges of their sexual system. Certainly the lovers of all ages would then have builded better than they knew, when they reared altars of devotional verse to that chaste goddess Artemis. The weekly rhythm. We now come to the third branch of our inquiry, and have to ask whether there be any weekly rhythm of the sexual activity. A priori it might be answered that to expect any such weekly rhythm were absurd, seeing that our week, unlike the lunar month of the year, is a purely artificial and conventional period, while, on the other hand, it might be retorted that the existence of an induced weekly periodicity is quite conceivable, such periodicity being induced by the habitual difference between our occupation, or mode of life, on 1 or 2 days of the week and that on the remaining days. In such an inquiry, however, a priori argument is futile, as the question can be answered only by an induction from observations, and the curves on charts I, chart Shia and chart Zib, prove conclusively that there is a notable weekly rhythm. The existence of this weekly rhythm being granted, it would naturally be assumed that either the maximum or the minimum would regularly occur on Saturday or Sunday, but an examination of the curves discloses the unexpected result, that the day of maximum discharge varies from year to year. Thus it is 383, Sunday in 1888, 1892, 1896, Tuesday in 1894, Thursday in 1886, 1897, Friday in 1887, Saturday in 1893 and 1895. Since, in charts the curves are drawn from Sunday to Sunday, it is obvious that the real symmetry of the curve is brought out in those years only which are characterized by a Sunday maximum, and, accordingly, in Chart 12 I have depicted the curves in a more suitable form. Chart 12A is obtained by combining the data of 1888, 1892, and 1896, the years of a Sunday maximum. Curve 12B represents the results of 1894, the year of a Tuesday maximum, multiplied throughout by 3 in order to render the curve strictly comparable with the former. Curve 12C represents 1886 and 1897, the years of a Thursday maximum, similarly multiplied by 1.5. In curve 12D we have the results of 1887, the year of a Friday maximum, again multiplied by 3. And in curve 12E those of 1893 and 1895, the years of a Saturday maximum, multiplied by 1.5. Finally, curve 12F represents the combined results of all 9 years plus the latter half of 1891. And this curve shows that, on the whole period, there is a very strongly marked Sunday maximum. I hardly think that these curves call for much comment. In their general character they display a notable concord among themselves, and it is significant that the most regular of the 5 curves are A and E, representing the combinations of 3 years and of 2 years, respectively, while the least regular is B, which is based upon the records of 1 year only. In every case we find that the maximum which opens the week is rapidly succeeded by a minimum, which is itself succeeded by a secondary maximum, usually very secondary, although in 1894 it nearly equals the primary maximum, followed again by a second minimum, usually nearly identical with the first minimum, after which there is a rapid rise to the original maximum. The study of these curves fortunately amplifies the conclusion drawn from our study of the annual rhythm, and suggests that, in at least part of the year, the physiological condition of men requires sexual union at least twice a week. As to curve 12F, its remarkable symmetry speaks for itself. The existence of 2 secondary maxima, however, has not the same significance as had that of our secondary maximum in the preceding curves. For one of these secondary maxima is due to the influence of the 1894 curve, with its primary Tuesday maximum, and the other to the similar influence of curve C with its primary Thursday maximum. Similarly, the veiled third secondary maximum is due to the influence of curve E. Probably, any student of curves will concede that, on a still larger average, the 2 secondary maxima of curve F would be replaced by a single one on Wednesday or Thursday. One more question remains for consideration in connection with this weekly rhythm. Is it possible to trace any connection between the weekly and yearly rhythms of such a character, that the weekly day of maximum discharge should vary from month to month in the year? In other words, does the greater frequency of a Sunday discharge characterize one part of the year, that of a Tuesday another, and so on? In order to answer this question I have recalculated all my data, with results that are graphically represented in Chart 13. These curves prove that the Sunday maxima discharges occur in March and September, and the minima in June, that the Monday maxima discharges occur in September, Friday in July, and so on. Thus, there is a regular rhythm, according to which the days of maximum discharge vary from one month of the year to another, and the existence of this final rhythm appears to me very remarkable. I would especially direct attention to the almost geometric symmetry of the Sunday curve, and to the only less complete symmetry of the Thursday and Friday curves. Certainly in these rhythms we have an ample field for farther study and speculation. I have now concluded my study of this fascinating inquiry, a study that is necessarily incomplete, since it is based upon records furnished by one individual only. The fact, however, that, even with so few observations, and notwithstanding the consequently exaggerated disturbing influence of minor irregularities, such remarkable and unexpected symmetry is evidenced by these curves, only increases one's desire to have the opportunity of handling a series of observations sufficiently numerous to render the generalizations induced from them absolutely conclusive. I would again appeal 384 to heads of colleges to assist this inquiry by enlisting in its aid a band of students. If only 100 students, living under similar conditions, could be induced to keep such records with scrupulous regularity for only 12 months, the results induced from such a series of observations would be more than 10 times as valuable as those which have only been reached after 10 years' observations on my part. And, if other centuries of students in foreign and colonial colleges, e.g., in Italy, India, Australia, and America, could be similarly enlisted in this work, we should quickly obtain a series of results exhibiting the sexual needs and sexual peculiarities of the male human animal in various climates. Obviously, however, the records of any such students would be worse than useless unless their care and accuracy, on the one hand, and their habitual chastity, on the other, could be implicitly guaranteed. Appendix C. The autoerotic factor in religion. The intimate association between the emotions of love and religion is well known to all those who are habitually brought into close contact with the phenomena of the religious life. Love and religion are the two most volcanic emotions to which the human organism is liable, and it is not surprising that, when there is a disturbance in one of these spheres, the vibrations should readily extend to the other. Nor is it surprising that the two emotions should have a dynamic relation to each other, and that the autoerotic impulse, being the more primitive and fundamental of the two impulses, should be able to pass its unexpended energy over to the religious emotion, there to find the expansion hitherto denied it, the love of the human becoming the love of the divine. I was not good enough for man, and so am given to God, even when there is absolute physical suppression on the sexual side. It seems probable that thereby a greater intensity of spiritual fervor is caused. Many eminent thinkers seem to have been without sexual desire. It is a noteworthy and significant fact that the age of love is also the age of conversion. Starbuck, for instance, in his very elaborate study of the psychology of conversion shows that the majority of conversions take place during the period of adolescence, that is, from the age of puberty to about 24 or 25.385. It would be easy to bring forward a long series of observations, from the most various points of view, to show the wide recognition of this close affinity between the sexual and the religious emotions. It is probable, as Hahn points out, that the connection between sexual suppression and religious rites, which we may trace at the very beginning of culture, was due to an instinctive impulse to heighten rather than abolish the sexual element. Early religious rites were largely sexual and orgiastic, because they were largely an appeal to the generative forces of nature, to exhibit a beneficial productiveness. Among happily married people, as Hahn remarks, the sexual emotions rapidly give place to the cares and anxieties involved in supporting children. But when the exercise of the sexual function is prevented by celibacy, or even by castration, the most complete form of celibacy, the sexual emotions may pass into the psychical sphere to take on a more pronounced shape. 386. The early Christians adopted the traditional Eastern association between religion and celibacy, and, as the writings of the Fathers amply show, they expended on sexual matters a concentrated fervor of thought rarely known to the Greek and Roman writers of the best period. 387. As Christian theology developed, the minute inquisition into sexual things sometimes became almost an obsession. So far as I am aware, however, I cannot profess to have made any special investigation. It was not until the late Middle Ages that there is any clear recognition of the fact that, between the religious emotions and the sexual emotions, there is not only a superficial antagonism but an underlying relationship. At this time so great a theologian and philosopher as Aquinas said that it is especially on the days when a man is seeking to make himself pleasing to God, that the devil troubles him by polluting him with seminal emissions. With somewhat more psychological insight, the wise old knight of the Tower, Landry, in the 14th century, tells his daughters that no young woman, in love, can ever serve her God with that unfeignedness which she did aforetime. For I have heard it argued by many who, in their young days, had been in love that, when they were in the church, the condition and the pleasing melancholy in which they found themselves would infallibly set them brooding over all their tender lovesick longings, and all their amorous passages, when they should have been attending to the service which was going on at the time. And such is the property of this mystery of love, that it is ever at the moment when the priest is holding our Savior upon the altar that the most enticing emotions come. After narrating the history of two queens beyond the seas who indulged in amours even on Holy Thursday and Good Friday, at midnight in their oratories, when the lights were put out, he concludes, every woman in love is more liable to fall in church, or at her devotion than at any other time. The connection between religious emotion and sexual emotion was very clearly set forth by Swift about the end of the 17th century, in a passage which it may be worthwhile to quote from his discourse concerning the mechanical operation of the spirit, after mentioning that he was informed by a very eminent physician that when the Quakers first appeared he was seldom, without female Quaker patients affected with nymphomania. Swift continues, persons of a visionary devotion, either men or women, are, in their complexion, of all others the most amorous, for zeal is frequently kindled from the same spark with other fires, and from inflaming brotherly love will proceed to raise that of the gallant. If we inspect into the usual process of modern courtship, we shall find it to consist in a devout turn of the eyes, called ogling, an artificial form of canting and whining, by rote, every interval, for want of other matter, made up with a shrug, or a hum, a sigh or a groan, the style compact of insignificant words, incoherences, and repetitions. These I take to be the most accomplished rules of address to a mistress, and where are these performed with more dexterity than by the saints? Nay, to bring this argument yet closer, I have been informed by certain sanguine brethren of the first class, that in the height and orgasmus of their spiritual exercise, it has been frequent with them 388, immediately after which, they found the spirit to relax and flag of a sudden with the nerves, and they were forced to hasten to a conclusion. This may be farther strengthened by observing with wonder how unaccountably all females are attracted by visionary or enthusiastic preachers, though never so contemptible in their outward mien, which is usually supposed to be done upon considerations purely spiritual, without any carnal regards at all. But I have reason to think the sex hath certain characteristics by which they form a truer judgment of human abilities and performings than we ourselves can possibly do of each other. Let that be as it will, thus much is certain, that however spiritual intrigues begin, they generally conclude like all others. They may branch upwards toward heaven, but the root is in the earth. To intense a contemplation is not the business of flesh and blood, it must, by the necessary course of things, in a little time let go its hold, and fall into matter. Lovers for the sake of celestial converse, are but another sort of platonics, who pretend to see stars in heaven in ladies' eyes, and to look or think no lower, but the same pit is provided for both. To come down to recent times, in the last century the headmaster of Clifton College, when discussing the sexual vices of boyhood, remarked that the boys whose temperament exposes them to these faults are usually far from destitute of religious feelings, that there is, and always has been, an undoubted coexistence of religion and animalism, that emotional appeals and revivals are far from rooting out carnal sin, and that in some places, as is well known, they seem actually to stimulate, even at the present day, to increased licentiousness. 389 It is not difficult to see how, even in technique, the method of the revivalist is a quasi-sexual method, and resembles the attempt of the male to overcome the sexual shyness of the female. In each case, as W. Thomas remarks, the will has to be set aside, and strong suggestive means are used, and in both cases the appeal is not of the conflict type, but of an intimate, sympathetic and pleading kind. In the effort to make a moral adjustment it consequently turns out that a technique is used which was derived originally from sexual life, and the use, so to speak, of the sexual machinery for a moral adjustment involves, in some cases, the carrying over into the general process of some sexual manifestations. 390. The relationship of the sexual and the religious emotions, like so many other of the essential characters of human nature, is seen in its nakedest shape by the alienist. Esquivel referred to this relationship, and, many years ago, J.B. Friedrich, a German alienist of wide outlook and considerable insight, emphasized the connection between the sexual and the religious emotions, and brought forward illustrative cases. 391. Schroeder van der Kolk also remarked, "I venture to express my conviction that we should rarely err if, in a case of religious melancholy, we assumed the sexual apparatus to be implicated." 392. Régis, in France, lays it down that there exists a close connection between mystic ideas and erotic ideas, and most often these two orders of conception are associated in insanity. 393. Berthier considered that erotic forms of insanity are those most frequently found in convents. Bevan Lewis points out how frequently religious exaltation occurs at puberty in women, and religious depression at the climacteric, the period of sexual decline. 394. Religion is very closely allied to love, remarks Savage, and the love of woman and the worship of God are constantly sources of trouble in unstable youth. It is very interesting to note the frequency with which these two deep feelings are associated. 395. Closely connected with salacity, particularly in women, remarks Connolly Norman, when discussing mania. Tuke's Dictionary of Psychological Medicine, is religious excitement. Ecstasy, as we see in cases of acute mental disease, is probably always connected with sexual excitement, if not with sexual depravity. The same association is constantly seen in less extreme cases, and one of the commonest features in the conversation of an acutely maniacal woman is the intermingling of erotic and religious ideas. Patients who believe, remarks Sclerabaris, that they are the Virgin Mary, the bride of Christ, the Church, God's wife, and Raphael's consort, are sure, sooner or later, to disclose symptoms which show that they are some way or other sexually depraved. 396. Farrell, who devotes a chapter of his book Die Sexualfrage to the subject, argues that the strongest feelings of religious emotion are often unconsciously rooted in erotic emotion or represent a transformation of such emotion, and, in an interesting discussion ch. 6 of this question in his Sexuality Benunzierheit, Bloch states that in a certain sense we may describe the history of religions as the history of a special manifestation of the human sexual instinct. Ball, Brouardel, Morcelli, Vallon and Maury. 397. Ch. Hughes, 398. To mention but a few names among many, have emphasized the same point. 399. Krafft-Ebing deals briefly with the connection between holiness and the sexual emotion, and the special liability of the saints to sexual temptations. He thus states his own conclusions: religious and sexual emotional states at the height of their development exhibit a harmony in quantity and quality of excitement, and can thus in certain circumstances act vicariously. Both, he adds, can be converted into cruelty under pathological conditions. 400. After quoting these opinions, it is, perhaps, not unnecessary to point out that, while sexual emotion constitutes the main reservoir of energy on which religion can draw, it is far from constituting either the whole content of religion or its root. Murasier, in an able study of the psychology of religious ecstasy, justly protests against too crude an explanation of its nature, though at the same time he admits that the passion of the religious ecstatic lacks nothing of what goes to make up sexual love, not even jealousy. 401. Seyroux, in his little work, Recherches cliniques sur les anomalies de l'instinct sexuel, valuable on account of its instructive cases, records in detail a case which so admirably illustrates this phase of autoerotism, on the borderland between ordinary erotic daydreaming and religious mysticism, the phenomena for a time reaching an insane degree of intensity, that I summarize it. Therese M., age 24, shows physical stigmata of degeneration. The heredity is also bad. The father is a man of reckless and irregular conduct. The mother was at one time in a lunatic asylum. The patient was brought up in an orphanage, and was a troublesome, volatile child. She treated household occupations with contempt, but was fond of study. Even at an early age her lively imagination attracted attention, and the pleasure which she took in building castles in the air. From the age of 7 to 10 she masturbated. At her first communion, she felt that Jesus would forever be the one master of her heart. At 13, after the death of her mother, she seemed to see her, and to hear her say that she was watching over her child. Shortly afterward she was overwhelmed by a new grief, the death of a teacher for whom she cherished great affection on account of her pure character. On the following day she seemed to see and hear this teacher, and would not leave the house where the body lay. Tendencies to melancholy appeared. Saddened by the funeral ceremonies, exhorted by nuns, fed on mystic reverie, she passed from the orphanage to a convent. She devoted herself solely to the worship of Jesus. To be like Jesus, to be near Jesus, became her constant preoccupations. The Virgin's name was rarely seen in her writings. God's name never. I wanted, she said, to love Jesus more than any of the nuns I saw, and I even thought that he had a partiality for me. She was also haunted by the idea of preserving her purity. She avoided frivolous conversation, and left the room when marriage was discussed, such a union being incompatible with a pure life. It was my fixed idea for 2 years to make my soul ever more pure in order to be agreeable to him. The beloved is well pleased among the lilies. Already, however, in a rudimentary form appeared contrary tendencies. Strictly speaking they were not contrary, but related, tendencies. Beneath the mystic passion which concealed its sexual desire was sometimes felt. At 16 she experienced emotions which she could not master. When thinking of a priest who, she said, loved her, in spite of all remorse she would have been willing to have relations with him. Notwithstanding these passing weaknesses, the idea of purity always possessed her. The nuns, however, were concerned about her exaltation. She was sent away from the convent, became discouraged, and took a place as a servant, but her fervor continued. Her confessor inspired her with great affection. She sends him tender letters. She would be willing to have relations with him, even though she considers the desire a temptation of the devil. The ground was now prepared for the manifestation of hallucinations. One evening in May, she writes, after being absorbed in thoughts of my confessor, and feeling discouraged, as I thought that Jesus, whom I loved so much, would have nothing to do with me. Mother, I cried out, what must I do to win your son? My eyes were fixed on the sky, and I remained in a state of mad expectation. It was absurd. I to become the mother of the world. My heart went on repeating, yes, he is coming, Jesus is coming. The psychic erethism, reverberating on the sensorial and sensory centers, led to genital, auditory, and visual hallucinations, which produced the sensation of sexual connection. For the first time I went to bed and was not alone. As soon as I felt that touch, I heard the words "Fear not, it is I." I was lost in him whom I loved. For many days I was cradled in a world of pleasure. I saw him everywhere, overwhelming me with his chaste caresses. On the following day at Mass she seemed to see Calvary before her. Jesus was naked and surrounded by 1,000 voluptuous imaginations. His arms were loosened from the cross, and he said to me, "Come." I longed to fly to him with my body, but could not make up my mind to show myself naked. However, I was carried away by a force I could not control. I threw myself on my Savior's neck, and felt that all was over between the world and me. From that day, by sheer reasoning she has understood everything. Previously, she thought that the religious life was a renunciation of the joys of marriage and enjoyment generally. Now she understands its object. Jesus Christ desires that she should have relations with a priest. He is himself incarnated in priests. Just as Saint Joseph was the guardian of the Virgin, so are priests the guardians of nuns. She has been impregnated by Jesus, and this imaginary pregnancy preoccupies her in the highest degree. From this time she masturbated daily. She cannot even go to communion without experiencing voluptuous sensations. Her delusions having thus become systematized, nothing shakes her tenacity in seeking to carry them out. She attempts at all costs to have relations with her confessor, embraces him, throws herself at his knees, pursues him, and so becomes a cause of scandal. When brought to the asylum, there is intense sexual excitement, and she masturbates a dozen times a day, even when talking to the doctor. The sexual organs are normal, the vulva moist and red, the vagina is painful to touch, the contact of the finger causes erectile turgescence. She has had no rest, she says, since she has learned to love her Jesus. He desires her to have sexual relations with someone, and she cannot succeed. All my soul's strength is arrested by this constant endeavor. Her new surroundings modify her behavior, and now it is the doctor whom she pursues with her obsessions. I expected everything from the charity of the priests I have known. I have not deserved what I wanted from them. But is not a doctor free to do everything for the good of the patients entrusted to him by Providence? Cannot a doctor thus devote himself? Since I have tasted the tree of life, I am tormented by the desire to share it with a loving friend. Then she falls in love with an employee, and makes the crudest advances to him, believing that she is thus executing the will of Jesus. Necessity makes laws, she exclaims to him. The moments are pressing, I have been waiting too long. She still speaks of her religious vocation, which might be compromised by so long a delay. I do not want to get married. Gradually a transformation took place. The love of God was effaced and earthly love became more intense than ever. Quitting the heights in which I wished to soar, I am coming so near to earth that I shall soon fix my desires there. In a last letter, Therese recognizes with terror the insanity to which the exaltation of her imagination had led her. Now I only believe in God and in suffering. I feel that it is necessary for me to get married. Mariani 402 has very fully described a case of eretico-religious insanity, climacteric paranoia on an hysterical basis in a married woman of 44. During the early stages of her disorder, she inflicted all sorts of penances upon herself: fasting, constant prayer, drinking her own urine, cleaning dirty plates with her tongue, etc. Finally she felt that by her penances she had obtained forgiveness of her sins, and then began a stage of joy and satisfaction, during which she believed that she had entered into a state of the most intimate personal relationship with Jesus. She finally recovered. Mariani shows how closely this history corresponds with the histories of the saints, and that all the acts and emotions of this woman can be exactly paralleled in the lives of famous saints. 403. The justice of these comparisons becomes manifest when we turn to the records that have been left by holy persons. A most instructive record from this point of view is the autobiography of Sir Jean d'Azange, superior of the Ursulines of Loudun in the 17th century. 404. She was clever, beautiful, ambitious, fond of pleasure, still more of power. With this, as sometimes happens, she was highly hysterical, and in the early years of her religious life was possessed by various demons of unchastity and blasphemy, with whom for many years she was in constant struggle. She fell in love with a priest of Loudun, Grandier, a man whom she had never even seen, only knowing of him as a powerful and fascinating personality at whose feet all women fell, and she imagined that she and the other nuns of her convent were possessed through his influence. She was thus the cause of the trial and execution of Grandier, a famous case in the annals of witchcraft. In her autobiography, Sir Jean describes in detail how the demons assailed her at night, appearing in lascivious attitudes, making indecent proposals, raising the bedclothes, touching all parts of her body, imploring her to yield to them, and she tells how strong her temptation was to yield. On one night, for instance, she writes, I seemed to feel someone's breath, and I heard a voice saying, "The time for resistance has gone by. You must no longer rebel. By putting off your consent to what has been proposed you will be injured. You cannot persist in this resistance. God has subjected you to the demands of a nature which you must satisfy on occasions so urgent." Then I felt impure impressions in my imagination and disordered movements in my body. I persisted in saying at the bottom of my heart that I would do nothing. I turned to God and asked Him for strength in this extraordinary struggle. Then there was a loud noise in my room, and I felt as if someone had approached me and put his hand into my bed and touched me. And having perceived this, I rose, in a state of restlessness, which lasted for a long time afterward. Some days later, at midnight, I began to tremble all over my body as I lay in bed, and to experience much mental anxiety without knowing the cause. After this it lasted for some time. I heard noises in various parts of my room. The sheet was twice pulled without entirely uncovering me. The oratory close to my bed was upset. I heard a voice on the left side, toward which I was lying. I was asked if I had thought over the advantageous offer that had been made to me. It was added, "I have come to know your reply. I will keep my promise if you will give your consent. If, on the contrary, you refuse, you will be the most miserable girl in the world, and all sorts of mischances will happen to you." I replied, "If there were no God, I would fear those threats. I am consecrated to him." It was replied to me, "You will not get much help from God. He will abandon you." I replied, "God is my Father, he will take care of me. I have resolved to be faithful to him." He said, "I will give you 3 days to think over it." I rose and went to the Holy Sacrament with an anxious mind. Having returned to my room, and being seated on a chair, it was drawn from under me so that I fell on the floor. Then the same things happened again. I heard a man's voice saying lascivious and pleasant things to seduce me. He pressed me to give him room in my bed. He tried to touch me in an indecent way. I resisted and prevented him, calling the nuns who were near my room. The window had been open, it was closed. I felt strong movements of love for a certain person, and improper desire for dishonorable things. She writes again, at a later period, "These impurities and the fire of concupiscence which the evil spirit caused me to feel, beyond all that I can say, forced me to throw myself on 2 braziers of hot coal, where I would remain for half an hour at a time, in order to extinguish that other fire, so that half my body was quite burned. At other times, in the depth of winter, I have sometimes passed part of the night entirely naked in the snow, or in tubs of icy water. I have besides often gone among thorns so that I have been torn by them. At other times I have rolled in nettles, and I have passed whole nights defying my enemies to attack me, and assuring them that I was resolved to defend myself with the grace of God." With her confessor's permission, she also had an iron girdle made, with spikes, and wore this day and night for nearly 6 months, until the spikes so entered her flesh that the girdle could only be removed with difficulty. By means of these austerities she succeeded in almost exorcising the demons of unchastity, and a little later, after a severe illness, of which she believed that she was miraculously cured by Saint Joseph, she appeared before the world almost as a saint, herself possessing a miraculous power of healing. She traveled through France, bringing healing wherever she went. The king, the queen, and Cardinal Richelieu were at her feet, and so great became the fame of her holiness that her tomb was a shrine for pilgrims for more than a century after her death. It was not until late in life, and after her autobiography terminates, that sexual desire in Sir Jean, though its sting seems never to have quite disappeared, became transformed into passionate love of Jesus, and it is only in her later letters that we catch glimpses of the complete transmutation. Thus, in one of her later letters we read, "I cried with ardor, 'Lord, join me to thyself, transform thyself into me.' It seemed to me that that lovable spouse was reposing in my heart as on his throne. What makes me almost swoon with love and admiration is a certain pleasure which it seems to me that he takes when all my being flows into his, restoring to him with respect and love all that he has given to me. Sometimes I have permission to speak to our Lord with more familiarity, calling him my love, interesting him in all that I ask of him, as well for myself as for others. The lives of all the great saints and mystics bear witness to operations similar to those so vividly described by Sir Jean d'Asange, though it is very rarely that any saint has so frankly presented the dynamic mechanism of the autoerotic process. The indications they give us, however, are sufficiently clear. It is enough to refer to the special affection which the mystics have ever borne toward the Song of Songs, 405, and to note how the most earthly expressions of love in that poem enter as a perpetual refrain into their writings. 406. The courage of the early Christian martyrs, it is abundantly evident, was in part supported by an exaltation which they frankly drew from the sexual impulse. Caligula, we are told in the Acts of Achilles and Nereus, 407, preferred imprisonment, torture, and death to marriage or pagan sacrifices. When on the rack she was bidden to deny Christianity, she exclaimed, "Ego non nego amatorum meum," I will not deny my lover who for my sake has eaten gall and drunk vinegar, crowned with thorns, and fastened to the cross. Christian mysticism and its sexual coloring was absorbed by the Islamic world. at a very early period and intensified. In the 13th century, it was reintroduced into Christendom in this intensified form by the genius of Raymond Lull, who had himself been born on the confines of Islam, and his book of The Lover and the Friend is a typical manifestation of sexual mysticism, which inspired the great Spanish school of mystics a few centuries later. The delicious agony, the sweet martyrdom, the strongly combined pleasure and pain experienced by St. Teresa were certainly associated with physical sexual sensations. 408 The case of Marguerite Marie Alacoque is typical. Jesus, as her autobiography shows, was always her lover, her husband, her dear master. She is betrothed to him. He is the most passionate of lovers. Nothing can be sweeter than his caresses. They are so excessive she is beside herself with the delight of them. The central imagination of the mystic consists essentially, as Ribot remarks, in the love romance. 409 If we turn to the most popular devotional work that was ever written, The Imitation of Christ, we shall find that the love there expressed is precisely and exactly the love that finds its motive power in the emotions aroused by a person of the other sex. A very intellectual woman once remarked to me that the book seemed to her a sort of religious aphrodisiac. If we read, for instance, Book 3, Chapter 5, of this work, De Mirabili Affecta Divini Amoris, we shall find in the eloquence of this solitary monk, in the Low Countries, neither more nor less than the emotions of every human lover, at their highest limit of exaltation. Nothing is sweeter than love, nothing stronger, nothing higher, nothing broader, nothing pleasanter, nothing fuller nor better in heaven or in earth. He who loves, flies, runs, and rejoices. He is free and cannot be held. He gives all in exchange for all, and possesses all in all. He looks not at gifts, but turns to the giver above all good things. Love knows no measure, but is fervent beyond all measure. Love feels no burden, thinks nothing of labor, strives beyond its force, reckons not of impossibility, for it judges that all things are possible. Therefore it attempts all things, and therefore it effects much when he who is not a lover fails and falls. My love, thou all mine, and I all thine. There is a certain natural disinclination in many quarters to recognize any special connection between the sexual emotions and the religious emotions, but this attitude is not reasonable. A man who is swayed by religious emotions cannot be held responsible for the indirect emotional results of his condition. He can be held responsible for their control. Nothing is gained by refusing to face the possibility that such control may be necessary, and much is lost. There is certainly, as I have tried to indicate, good reason to think that the action and interaction between the spheres of sexual and religious emotion are very intimate. The obscure promptings of the organism at puberty frequently assume on the psychic side a wholly religious character. The activity of the religious emotions sometimes tends to pass over into the sexual region. The suppression of the sexual emotions often furnishes a powerful reservoir of energy to the religious emotions. Occasionally the suppressed sexual emotions break through all obstacles. The end. I'm Julie, the woman who runs Global Grey, the website where the seed book was published. These are my own formatted editions, and I hope you enjoyed reading this particular one. If you have this book because you bought it as part of a collection, thank you so much for your support. If you downloaded it for free, please consider, if you haven't already, making a small donation to help keep the site running. If you bought this from Amazon or anywhere else, you have been ripped off by someone taking free ebooks from my site and selling them as their own. You should definitely get a refund. Thanks for reading this, and I hope you visit the site again. New books are added regularly, so you'll always find something of interest. Notes: 1. The earliest theory I have met with is that of St. Augustine, who states, De Civitate Dei, BK 14, Chapter 17, that erections of the penis never occurred until after the fall of man. It was the occurrence of this shameless novelty which made nakedness indecent. This theory fails to account for modesty in women. 2. Guia, Religion de l'Avenir, Chapter 7. 3. Timidity, as understood by Dugas, in his interesting essay on that subject, is probably most remote. Dr. H. Campbell's Morbid Shyness, British Medical Journal, September 26, 1896, is, in part, identical with timidity, in part, with modesty. The matter is further complicated by the fact that modesty itself has in English, like virtue, two distinct meanings. In its original form it has no special connection with sex or women, but may rather be considered as a masculine virtue. Cicero regards modestia as the equivalent of the Greek sophrosyne. This is the modesty which Mary Wollstonecraft eulogized in the last century, the outcome of knowledge and reflection, soberness of mind, the graceful calm virtue of maturity in French. It is possible to avoid the confusion, and modesty is entirely distinct from pudor. It is, of course, mainly with pudor that I am here concerned. 4. Fliss, die Beziehungswischen und weiblichen Geschlechtsorganen, page 194, remarks on the fact that, in the Bible narrative of Eden, shame and fear are represented as being brought into the world together. Adam feared God because he was naked. Melanot, Psychologie de la Pudeur, Law Review, November 15, 1901, remarks that shame differs from modesty in being, not a fear, but a kind of grief. This position seems untenable. 5. Bashfulness in children has been dealt with by Professor Baldwin, see especially his mental development in the child and the race. Chapter 6. Pages 146a sec. And Social Interpretations in Mental Development. Chapter 6. 6. Bell, A Preliminary Study of the Emotion of Love Between the Sexes, American Journal Psychology, July, 1902. 7. Professor Starbuck, Psychology of Religion, Chapter 30, refers to unpublished investigations showing that recognition of the rights of others also exhibits a sudden increment at the age of puberty. 8. Perez, L'Enfant de Toile Grave September Ans, 1886, pages 267-277. 9. It must be remembered that the Medicean Venus is merely a comparatively recent and familiar embodiment of a natural attitude, which is very ancient, and had impressed sculptors at a far earlier period. Reinach, indeed, believes, La Sculpture and Européenne Anthropologie, number 5, 1895, that the hand was first brought to the breast to press out the milk, and expresses the idea of exuberance, and that the attitude of the Venus of Medici as a symbol of modesty came later. He remarks that, as regards both hands, this attitude may be found in a figurine of Cyprus, 2,000 years before Christ. This is, no doubt, correct, and I may add that Babylonian figurines of Ishtar, the goddess of fertility, represent her as clasping her hands to her breasts or her womb. 10. When there is no sexual fear, the impulse of modesty may be entirely inhibited. French ladies under the old regime, as A. Franklin points out in his Vie privée d'autrefois, sometimes showed no modesty towards their valets, not admitting the possibility of any sexual advance, and a lady would, for example, stand up in her bath, while a valet added hot water by pouring it between her separated feet. 11. I do not hereby mean to deny a certain degree of normal periodicity, even to the human male, but such periodicity scarcely involves any element of sexual fear or attitude of sexual defense in men because it is too slight to involve complete latency of the sexual functions, in other species because latency of sexual function in the male is always accompanied by corresponding latency in the female. 12. H. Northcott, Christianity and the Sex Problem, page 8. Crawley had previously argued, The Mystic Rose, pages 134, 180, that this same necessity for solitude during the performance of nutritive, sexual, and excretory functions, is a factor in investing such functions with a potential sacredness, so that the concealment of them became a religious duty. 13. Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1878, page 26. 14. Essays, Livre 2, ch. 15. 15. Monsieur Nicholas, Volume 1, page 89. 16. Lane, Arabian Society, page 228. The Arab insistence on the value of virginal modesty is well brought out in one of the most charming stories of the Arabian Nights, The History of the Mirror of Virginity. 17. This has especially been emphasized by Crawley, The Mystic Rose, pages 181, 324 a sec, 353. 18. Gesellschaft, BD2, Heft 8, page 358. 19. This, however, is not always or altogether true of experienced women. Thus, the Russian correspondent already referred to, who as a youth was accustomed, partly out of shyness, to feign complete ignorance of sexual matters, informs me that it repeatedly happened to him at this time that young married women took pleasure in imposing on themselves, not without shyness but with evident pleasure, the task of initiating him, though they always hastened to tell him that it was for his good, to preserve him from bad women and masturbation. Prostitutes, also, often take pleasure in innocent men, and Hans Ostwald tells, Sexual Problem, June 1908, page 357, of a prostitute who fell violently in love with a youth who had never known a woman before. She had never met an innocent man before, and it excited her greatly. And I have been told of an Italian prostitute who spoke of the exciting pleasure which an unspoiled youth gave her by his freshness. To da questa freschezza. 20. Anatomy of Melancholy, Part 3, Sect 3, Mem. IV. Subs. I. 21, and Vinet, La Génération de l'Homme, Part 2, ch. X. 22, Monsieur Nicholas, Volume 1, page 94. 23. Crepitatia, Volume 2, page 26, 31. In Volume 3, page 162. 24. Modesty is, at first, said Renauvier, a fear which we have of displeasing others, and of blushing at our own natural imperfections. Renauvier and Pratt, La Nouvelle Monadologie, page 221. 25. C. Richer, Les Causes du Dégoût, l'Homme et l'Intelligence, 1884. This eminent physiologist's elaborate study of disgust was not written as a contribution to the psychology of modesty, but it forms an admirable introduction to the investigation of the social factor of modesty. 26. It is interesting to note that where, as among the Eskimo, urine, for instance, is preserved as a highly valuable commodity, the act of urination, even at table, is not regarded as in the slightest degree disgusting or immodest. Burke, Scatologic Rights, page 202. 27. Hawkesworth, An Account of the Voyages, etc., 1775, Volume 2, page 52. 28. Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Volume 6, page 173. 29. Stevens, Mittheilungen aus dem Frauenleben der Orang Belendes, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, Heft 4, page 167, 1896. Crawley, Mystic Rose, Chapter 8, page 439, gives numerous other instances, even in Europe, with, however, special reference to sexual taboo. I may remark that English people of lower class, especially women, are often modest about eating in the presence of people of higher class. This feeling is, no doubt, due, in part, to the consciousness of defective etiquette, but that very consciousness is, in part, a development of the fear of causing disgust, which is a component of modesty. 30. Shame in regard to eating, it may be added, occasionally appears as a neurasthenic obsession in civilization, and has been studied as a form of psychasthenia by Janet, C.E.G., Raymond and Janet, Les Obsessions et la Psychasthenie, Volume 2, page 386, the case of a young girl of 24, who, from the age of 12 or 13, the epoch of puberty, had been ashamed to eat in public, thinking it nasty and ugly to do so, and arguing that it ought only to be done in private, like urination. 31. Desire and disgust are curiously blended, remarks Crawley, The Mystic Rose, page 139, when, with one's own desire unsatisfied, one sees the satisfaction of another, and here we may see the altruistic stage beginning. This has two sides, the fear of causing desire in others, and the fear of causing disgust. In each case, personal isolation is the psychological result. 32. Hohelemser argues that the fear of causing disgust cannot be a part of shame, but he also argues that shame is simply psychic stasis, and it is quite easy to see, as in the above case, that the fear of causing disgust is simply a manifestation of psychic stasis. There is a conflict in the woman's mind between the idea of herself, which she has already given, and the more degraded idea of herself which she fears she is likely to give. And this conflict is settled when she is made to feel that the first idea may still be maintained under the new circumstances. 33. We neither of us knew that we had merely made afresh a very ancient discovery. Casanova, more than a century ago, quoted the remark of a friend of his, that the easiest way to overcome the modesty of a woman is to suppose it non-existent, and he adds a saying, which he attributes to Clement of Alexandria, that modesty, which seems so deeply rooted in women, only resides in the linen that covers them, and vanishes when it vanishes. The passage to which Casanova referred occurs in the Pedagogus, and has already been quoted. The observation seems to have appealed strongly to the fathers, always glad to make a point against women, and I have met with it in Cyprian's De Habitu Feminarum. It also occurs in Jerome's treatise against Jovinian. Jerome, with more scholarly instinct, rightly presents the remark as a quotation. Scribit her auditus quod mulier cum vest depinade veracundium. In her auditus the saying is attributed to Judges, Book I, Chapter 8. We may thus trace very far back into antiquity an observation which in English has received its classical expression from Chaucer, who, in his Wife of Bath's prologue, has, he said, a woman cast here shame away, when she casteth here smoke. I need not point out that the analysis of modesty offered above robs this venerable saying of any sting it may have possessed as a slur upon women. In such a case, modesty is largely a doubt as to the spectator's attitude, and necessarily disappears when that doubt is satisfactorily resolved. As we have seen, the Central Australian maidens were very modest with regard to the removal of their single garment, but when that removal was accomplished and accepted, they were fearless. 34. The same result occurs more markedly under the deadening influence of insanity. Grimaldi, Il Manicomio Moderno, 1888, found that modesty is lacking in 50% of the insane. 35. For some facts bearing on this point, see Rusai, Industries of Animals, Chapter 7. The defense and sanitation of dwellings, also Pebalion, de l'instinct de propreté chez les animaux. 36. Thus, Stevens mentions, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, page 182, 1897, that the Dyaks of Malacca always wash the sexual organs, even after urination, and are careful to use the left hand in doing so. The left hand is also reserved for such use as among the Jekers of the Niger coast. Journal of the Anthropological Institute, page 122, 1898. 37. Lombroso and Ferrero, who adopt the derivation of puter from putire, i.e., from the repugnance caused by the decomposition of the vaginal secretions, consider that the fear of causing disgust to men is the sole origin of modesty among savage women, as also it remains the sole form of modesty among some prostitutes today. La Donna Delinquent, page 540. Important as this factor is in the constitution of the emotion of modesty, I need scarcely add that I regard so exclusive a theory as altogether untenable. 38. Das Weib, Chapter 6. 39. For references as to a similar feeling among other savages, see Westermarck, History of Human Marriage, page 152. 40. C.E.G. Burke, Scatologic Rites, pages 141, 145, etc. 41. Crawley, Op. Cit., Chapter 7. 42. S. Reinach, Cults, Myths et Religions, page 172. 43. Tertullian, De Virginibus Villandis, Cap 17. Hottentot Women, also, Fritsch, Ingebrine Sudafricas, page 311, cover their head with a cloth, and will not be persuaded to remove it. 44. Wellhausen, Rest Arabischen Hedentums, page 196. The same custom is found among Tuareg men, though it is not imperative for the women. Duveyrier, Les Tuaregs du Nord, page 291. 45. Quoted in Zentralblatt for Anthropology, 1906, Heft I. p. 21. 46, or rather, perhaps, because the sight of their nakedness might lead the angels into sin. See W. G. Sumner, Folkways, page 431. 47, in Moorland, Emin Bey remarked that women are mostly naked, but some wear a girdle, with a few leaves hanging behind. The women of some Negro tribes, who thus cover themselves behind, if deprived of this sole covering, immediately throw themselves on the ground on their backs, in order to hide their nakedness. 48, e.g., Letourneau, L'Evolution de la Morale, page 146. 49, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, page 683. 50, J.R. Forster, Observations Made During a Voyage Around the World, 1728, page 395. 51, Westermarck History of Human Marriage, chapter 9, ably sets forth this argument, with his usual wealth of illustration. Crawley, Mystic Rose, page 135, seeks to qualify this conclusion by arguing that tattooing, etc., of the sex organs is not for ornament but for the purpose of magically insulating the organs, and is practically a permanent amulet or charm. 52, Iliad, 2, 262. Waits gives instances, Anthropology, page 301, showing that nakedness is sometimes a mark of submission. 53. The Celtic races, in their days of developed barbarism, seem to have been relatively free from the idea of proprietorship in women, and it was probably among the Irish, as we learn from the 17th century itinerary of Fynes Morrison, that the habit of nakedness was longest preserved among the upper social class women of Western Europe. 54. A.B. Ellis, Twi-Speaking Peoples, page 280. 55. Burnet, Life and Death of Rochester, page 110. 56. L'année sociologique, 7th year, 1904, page 439. 57. Talmont des Réaux, who began to write as historiettes in 1657, says of the Marquise de Rambouillet, Elle était une peu trop délicate, on inoscrate prononcer les modical, Salavadon Elixges. Half a century later, in England, Mandeville, in the remarks appended to his Fable of the Bees, refers to the almost prudish modesty inculcated on children from their earliest years. 58. In one of its civilized developments, this ritualized modesty becomes prudery, which is defined by Forel. Die Sexualfrage. 5th ed. Page 125. As codified sexual morality, prudery is fossilized modesty, and no longer reacts vitally. True modesty, in an intelligent civilized person, is instinctively affected by motives and circumstances, responding sensitively to its relationships. 59. Memoirs de Madame d'Épinay, Part 1, ch. v. 30 years earlier, Mandeville had written, in England, that the modesty of women is the result of custom and education. 60. Goncourt, Histoire de la Société Française Pendant Directoire, page 422. Clothes became so gauze-like, and receded to such an extent from the limbs, that for a time the chemise was discarded as an awkward and antiquated garment. 61. Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1901, Hef 2, page 179. 62. In the rural districts of Hanover, Pastor Grashoff states, even when natural necessities are performed with the greatest possible freedom, there is no offense to modesty, in rural opinion, but he makes his statement which is both contradictory and false, when he adds that modesty is, to the countryman in general, a foreign idea. Geschlechtlich sittlich Verhaltnis im Deutschen Reich, Volume 2, page 45. 63. It is frequently stated that prostitutes are devoid of modesty, but this is incorrect. They possess a partial and diminished modesty which, for a considerable period, still remains genuine. C.e.g. Roos, La Prostitution, page 58. Lombroso and Ferrero, La Donna, page 540, refer to the objection of prostitutes to be examined during the monthly periods, as often greater than that of respectable women. Again, Callery states, Prostitutioner in Sicilia, Archivio di Psichiatria, 1903, page 205, that Sicilian prostitutes can only with difficulty be persuaded to expose themselves naked in the practice of their profession. R. Atino long since remarked in La Pipa that no women so detest gratuitous décolletage as prostitutes. When prostitutes do not possess modesty, they frequently simulate it, and Ferriani remarks, in his Delinquenti Minorenni, that of 97 minors, mostly females, accused of offenses against public decency, 75 simulated a modesty which, in his opinion, they were entirely without. 64. Melanod, Pourquoi Rougadon, Revue des Deux Mondes, 1 October, 1893, points out that blushing is always associated with fear, and indicates, in the various conditions under which it may arise, modesty, timidity, confusion, that we have something to conceal which we fear may be discovered. All the evidence, Partridge states, seems to point to the conclusion that the mental state underlying blushing belongs to the fear family, the presence of the feeling of dread, the palpitation of the heart, the impulse to escape, to hide, the shock, all confirms this view. 65. G. Stanley Hall, A Study of Fears, American Journal Psychology, 1897. 66. Men are also very sensitive to any such inquisitiveness on the part of the opposite sex. To this cause, perhaps, and possibly, also, to the fear of causing disgust, may be ascribed the objection of men to undress before women artists and women doctors. I am told there is often difficulty in getting men to pose nude to women artists. Sir Jonathan Hutchinson was compelled, some years ago, to exclude lady members of the medical profession from the instructive demonstrations at his museum, on account of the unwillingness of male patients to undress before them. A similar unwillingness is not found among women patients, but it must be remembered that, while women are accustomed to men as doctors, men, in England, are not yet accustomed to women as doctors. 67. I am acquainted with the case of a shy man, writes Dr. Harry Campbell, in his interesting study of morbid shyness, British Medical Journal, September 26, 1896, who will make himself quite at home in the house of a blind person, and help himself to wine with the utmost confidence, whereas if a member of the family, who can see, comes into the room, all his old shyness returns, and he wishes himself far away. 68. Stanley Hall, Showing Off and Bashfulness, Pedagogical Seminary, June 1903, quotes Dr. Onognos, of the Perkins Institute for the Blind, to this effect. 69. Thus, Sonini, in the 18th century, noted that the country women in Egypt only wore a single garment, open from the armpits to the knees on each side, so that it revealed the body at every movement. But this troubles the women little, provided the face is not exposed. Voyaged on Laho de Bas Egypt. 1779, Volume 1, p. 289, when Casanova was at Constantinople, the Comte de Bonneville, a convert to Islam, assured him that he was mistaken in trying to see a woman's face, when he might easily obtain greater favors from her. The most reserved of Turkish women, the Comte assured him, only carries her modesty in her face, and as soon as her veil is on she is sure that she will never blush at anything. May Ayers, Volume 1, page 429. 70. It is worth noting that this impulse is rooted in the natural instinctive acts and ideas of childhood. Stanley Hall, dealing with the early sense of self, in the report already mentioned, refers to the eyes as perhaps even more than the hands, feet, and mouth, the centers of that kind of self-consciousness which is always mindful of how the self appears to others, and proceeds to mention the very common impression of young children, that if the eyes are covered or closed, they cannot be seen. Some think the entire body thus vanishes from sight of others, some, that the head also ceases to be visible, and a still higher form of this curious psychosis is that, when they are closed, the soul cannot be seen. American Journal of Psychology, Volume 9, Number 3, 1898. The instinctive and unreasoned character of this act is further shown by its occurrence in idiots. Nock mentions that he once had occasion to examine the abdomen of an idiot, who, thereupon, attempted to draw down his shirt with the left hand, while with the right he covered his eyes. 71, cf. Stanley Hall and T. Smith, Showing Off and Bashfulness, American Journal of Psychology, June, 1903. 72. Freud remarks that one may often hear, concerning elderly ladies, that in their youth in the country, they suffered, almost to collapse, from hemorrhages from the genital passage, because they were too modest to seek medical advice and examination. He adds that it is extremely rare to find such an attitude among our young women today. S. Freud, Zur Neurosenlehre, 1906, page 182. It would be easy to find evidence of the disappearance of misplaced signs of modesty formerly prevalent, although this mark of increasing civilization has not always penetrated to our laws and regulations. 73. Disgust, he remarks, is a sort of synthesis which attaches to the total form of objects, and which must diminish and disappear as scientific analysis separates into parts what, as a whole, is so repugnant. 74. Saint-Anker, de l'Amour, 1834, Volume 1, page 316. He remarks that a useless and false reserve is due to stupidity rather than to modesty. 75. Thaddeus L. Bolton, Rhythm, American Journal of Psychology, January, 1894. 76. It is scarcely necessary to warn the reader that this statement does not prejudge the question of the inheritance of acquired characters. Although it fits in with Siemens' mnemic theory, we can, however, very well suppose that the organism became adjusted to the rhythms of its environment by a series of congenital variations, or it might be held, on the basis of Weismann's doctrine, that the germplasm has been directly modified by the environment. 77. Thus, the Papuans, in some districts, believe that the first menstruation is due to an actual connection, during sleep, with the moon in the shape of a man, the girl dreaming that a real man is embracing her. Reports Cambridge Expedition to Torres Straits, Volume 5, page 206. 78. Darwin, Descent of Man, page 164. 79. While in the majority of women the menstrual cycle is regular for the individual, and corresponds to the lunar month of 28 days, it must be added that in a considerable minority it is rather longer, or, more usually, shorter than this, and in many individuals is not constant. Osterloh found a regular type of menstruation in 68%, healthy women, 4 weeks being the most usual length of the cycle. In 21%, the cycle was always irregular. See Noch, Die Menstruation und die Einfluss bei chronischen Psychosen, Archive for Psychiatry, 1896, BD, 28, Heft 1. 80. Among the Douala and allied Negro peoples of Bantu stock dances of markedly erotic character take place at full moon. Gasson describes the dances and sexual festivals of the South Australian blacks, generally followed by promiscuous intercourse, as taking place at full moon. Journal of the Anthropological Institute, November, 1894, page 174. In all parts of the world, indeed, including Christendom, festivals are frequently regulated by the phases of the moon. 81. It has often been held that the course of insanity is influenced by the moon. Of comparatively recent years, this thesis has been maintained by Koster, Über die Gesetze des periodischen und Verwandternervenzustand, Bonn, 1882, who argues in detail that periodic insanity tends to fall into periods of 7 days or multiples of 7. 82. Ed Hahn, Demeter and Balbo, page 23. 83. E. Seller, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1907, Heft I, page 39. And as regards the primitive importance of the moon, see also Fraser, Adonis, Attis, Osiris, ch. 8. 84. Jastrow, Religion of Babylonia, 1898, pages 68, 75-79, 461. 85. Even in England, Barnes has known women of feeble sexual constitution who menstruated only in summer. R. Barnes, Diseases of Women, 1878, page 192. 86. A. B. Holder, Genetic Notes Among American Indians, American Journal of Obstetrics, No. 6, 1892. 87. In the male, the phenomenon is termed rut and is most familiar in the stag. I quote from Marshall and Jolly some remarks on the infrequency of rut. The male wildcat, Mr. Cox informs us, like the stag, has a rutting season, calls loudly, almost day and night, making far more noise than the female. This information is of interest, inasmuch as the males of most carnivores, although they undoubtedly show signs of increased sexual activity at sometimes more than at others, are not known to have anything of the nature of a regularly recurrent rutting season. Nothing of the kind is known in the dog, nor, so far as we are aware, in the males of the domestic cat, or the ferret, all of which seem to be capable of copulation at any time of the year. On the other hand, the males of seals appear to have a rutting season at the same time as the sexual season of the female. Marshall and Jolly. Contributions to the Physiology of Mammalian Reproduction. Philosophical Transactions. 1905, B 198. 88, A. Wiltshire, British Medical Journal, March, 1883. The best account of heat known to me is contained in Ellenberger's Vergleichen Physiologie der Haushaltstiere, 1892, Band 4, Tile 2, pages 276-284, 89, Schurig, Parthenologia, 1729, page 125, gives numerous references and quotations. 90, quoted by Eichert, La Femme, etc., page 63. 91, Bland Sutton, Surgical Diseases of the Ovaries, and British Gynecological Journal, Volume 2. 92, W. Heap, The Menstruation of Semnopithecus entellus, Philosophical Transactions, 1894. Menstruation and Ovulation of Macacus rhesus, Philosophical Transactions, 1897. 93, W. L. Distant, Notes on the Chacma Baboon, Zoologist, January, 1897, p. 29. 94, Nature, March 23, 1899. 95, W. Heap, The Menstruation of Semnopithecus entellus, Philosophical Transactions, 1894, page 483. Bland Sutton, Surgical Diseases of the Ovaries, 1896. 96, T. Bryson J. Teacher, Contributions to the Study of the Early Development of the Human Ovum, 1908. Putting the matter somewhat differently, regard menstruation as a cyclical process, providing for the maintenance of the endometrium in a suitable condition of immaturity for the production of the decidua of pregnancy, which they believe may take place at any time of the month, though most favorably shortly before or after a menstrual period which has been accompanied by ovulation. 97. Robinson, American Gynecological and Obstetrical Journal, August, 1905. 98. Bossi, Annali di Ostetrica e Ginecologia, September, 1896. Summarized in the British Medical Journal, October 31, 1896. As regards the more normal influence of the ovaries over the uterus, C.E.G. Carmichael and F.H.A. Marshall. Correlation of the Ovarian and Uterine Functions Proceedings, Royal Society, Volume 79, Series B, 1907. 99, Buettner, Centralblatt für Gynäkologie, No. 49, 1893. Summarized in British Medical Journal, December, 1893. Many cases show that pregnancy may occur in the absence of menstruation. C.E.G. Nouvelles Archives d'Obstétrique et de Gynécologie. 25 Janvier, 1894, Supplement, page 9. 100. It is still possible, and even probable, that the primordial cause of both phenomena is the same. He, Transactions Obstetrical Society of London, 1898, Volume XL, page 161, argues that both menstruation and ovulation are closely connected with and influenced by congestion, and that in the primitive condition they are largely due to the same cause. This primary cause he is inclined to regard as a ferment, due to a change in the constitution of the blood brought about by climatic influences and food, which he proposes to call gonadin. W. Eep, Proceedings of Royal Society, 1905. Volume B76, page 266. Marshall, who has found that in the ferret and other animals, ovulation may be dependent upon copulation, also considers that ovulation and menstruation, though connected and able to react on each other, may both be dependent upon a common cause. He finds that in bitches and rats heat can be produced by injection of extract from ovaries in the oestrus state. F. H. A. Marshall, Philosophical Transactions, 1903, Volume B 196, also Marshall and Jolly, Id. 1905, B. 198, cf. C. J. Bond, An Inquiry into Some Points in Uterine and Ovarian Physiology and Pathology in Rabbits, British Medical Journal, July 21, 1906, 101, Pouchet, Théorie de l'ovulation spontanée, 1847, as Blair Bell and Pontland Hick remark, Menstruation British Medical Journal, March 6, 1909, the repeated oestrus of unimpregnated animals, once a fortnight in rabbits, is surely comparable to menstruation. 102, Tate, Provincial Medical Journal, May, 1891. J. Beard, The Span of Gestation, 1897, page 69. Lawson Tate is reduced to the assertion that ovulation and menstruation are identical. 103, as Moll points out, even the secondary sexual characters have undergone a somewhat similar change. The beard was once an important sexual attraction, but men can now afford to dispense with it without fear of loss in attractiveness. Libido Sexualis, Bandai, page 387. These points are discussed at greater length in the fourth volume of these studies, Sexual Selection in Man. 104. It is not absolutely established that in menstruating animals the period of menstruation is always a period of sexual congress. Probably not. The influence of menstruation being diminished by the more fundamental influence of breeding seasons, which affect the male also. Monkeys have a breeding season, though they menstruate regularly all the year round. 105, see Appendix A. 106, Bland Sutton, Loxit, page 896. 107, C.H. Ellis, Man and Woman, Chapter 11. 108, this is by no means true of European women only. Thus, we read in an Arabic book, The Perfumed Garden, that women have an aversion to coitus during menstruation. On the other hand, the old Hindu physician, Sasruda, appears to have stated that a tendency to run after men is one of the signs of menstruation. 109, the actual period of the menstrual flow corresponds, in Heath's terminology, to the congestive stage, or proostrum. In female animals, the oestrus, or period of sexual desire, immediately follows the proostrum, and is the direct result of it. See The Sexual Season of Mammals, Quarterly Journal of Microscopical Science, 1900, Volume 44, Part 1, 110. It may be noted that, as Barnes, Oliver, and others have pointed out, there is heightened blood pressure during menstruation. Haig remarks that he has found a tendency for high pressure to be accompanied by increased sexual appetite. Uric acid, 6th edition, page 155. 111, Sir W.F. Wade, however, remarked, some years ago, in his Ingleby Lectures, Lancet, June 5, 1886, it is far from exceptional to find that there is an extreme enhancement of concupiscence in the immediate pregynamenal period, and adds, I am satisfied that evidence is obtainable that in some instances, ardor is at its maximum during the actual period, and suspect that cases occur in which it is almost, if not entirely, limited to that time. Long ago, however, the genius of Haller had noted the same fact. More recently, Eichert, La Femme, Chapter 6 and elsewhere, e.g., page 125, has brought forward much evidence in confirmation of this view. It may be added that there is considerable significance in the fact that the erotic hallucinations, which are not infrequently experienced by women under the influence of nitrous oxide gas, are more likely to appear at the monthly period than at any other time. D.W. Buxton, Anesthetics, 1892, page 61. 112. Garum considers that in healthy young girls amorous sensations are normal during menstruation, and in some women persist, during this period, throughout life. More usually, however, as menstrual period after menstrual period recurs, without the natural interruption of pregnancy, the feeling abates, and gives place to sensations of discomfort or pain. He ascribes this to the vital tissues being sapped of more blood than can be replaced in the intervals. The vital powers, being thus kept in abeyance, the emotive sensations are either not developed or destroyed. This, superadded by the usual moral and religious teachings, is amply sufficient, by degrees, to extinguish or prevent such feelings with the great majority. The sequestration as unclean of women during their catamenial period, as practiced in olden times, had the same tendency. B.C. Garum, The Status of Menstruation Transactions, American Gynecology Society, 1901, page 48. 113. It is possible there may be an element of truth in this belief. Didet, of Lyon, found that chronic urethorrhea is an occasional result of intercourse during menstruation. Raciborski, Traité de la Menstruation, 1868, page 12, who also paid attention to this point, while confirming Didet, came to the conclusion that some special conditions must be present on one or both sides. 114. C. E.g., Ballantyne, Teratogenesis, Transactions of the Edinburgh Obstetrical Society, 1896, Volume 21, pages 324-25, 115, as quoted by Eichert, La Femme, etc., p. 194. I have not been able to see A. Greer's work. 116. I deal with the question of sexual anesthesia in women in the third volume of these studies, The Sexual Impulse in Women. 117. Even counting the pulse is a comparatively recent method of physiological examination. It was not until 1450 that Nicholas of Cusa advocated counting the pulse beats. Bims, Deutsche Medizinische Wochenschrift, October 6, 1898. 118. I leave this statement as it stands, though since the first publication of this book it has ceased to be strictly accurate. 119. Sanctorius, Medicina Statica, Sect. I. F. 65. 120. American Journal of Obstetrics, 14, 1882. 121. Zoonomia, Section 36. 122. I reproduce these notes in full in earlier editions of this volume. 123. Moll refers to the case of a man whose erotic dreams occurred every fortnight, and always on Friday night. Libido Sexualis, Bandai, page 136. One is inclined to suspect an element of autosuggestion in such a case, still, the coincidence is noteworthy. 124. See Durkheim, La Suicide, p. 101. 125. We must, of course, see here the results of the disorganization produced by holidays, and the exhaustion produced by the week's labor, but such influences are still the social effects of the cosmic week. 126. E. Smith, Health and Disease, Chapter 3. I may remark that, according to Kemso's Deutsche Medizinische Wochenschrift, January 20, 1908, and British Medical Journal, January 29, 1898, school children work best on Monday and Tuesday. 127. See Appendix B. 128. F. Smith, Veterinary Physiology, D.L. Thackeray. 129. Mondier, Art Cambogenes, Dictionnaire des Sciences Anthropologiques. 130. This primitive aspect of the festival is well shown by the human sacrifices which the ancient Mexicans offered at this time, in order to enable the sun to recuperate his strength. The custom survives in a symbolical form among the Macas, who observe the festivals of the winter solstice and the vernal equinox. Aspects of sun worship among the Moqui Indians. Nature, July 28, 1898. The Walpi, a Tusayan people, hold a similar great sun festival at the winter solstice, and December is with them a sacred month. in which there is no work and little play. This festival, in which there is a dance dramatizing the fructification of the earth, and the imparting of virility to the seeds of corn, is fully described by J. Walter Fuchs, American anthropologist, March, 1898, that these solemn annual dances and festivals of North America frequently merge into a lecherous Saturnalia, when all is joy and happiness, is stated by H. Bancroft, Native Races of Pacific States, Volume 1, page 352. 131. As regards the northern tribes of Central Australia, Spencer and Gillen state that, during the performance of certain ceremonies which bring together a large number of natives from different parts, the ordinary marital rules are more or less set aside. Northern Tribes of Central Australia, page 136. Just in the same way, among the Siberian Yakuts, according to Sirashevsky, during weddings and at the great festivals of the year, the usual oversight of maidens is largely removed. Journal of the Anthropological Institute, June, 1901, page 96. 132. Are you guys? Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 1899, pages 214-216. 133. Dalton, Ethnology of Bengal, pages 196. A. Sec. W. Crook, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, page 243, 1899, also refers to the annual harvest tree dance and Saturnalia, and its association with the seasonal period for marriage. We find a similar phenomenon in the Malay Peninsula. In former days, at harvest time, the Jackins kept an annual festival, at which, the entire settlement having been called together, fermented liquor, brewed from jungle fruits, was drunk, and to the accompaniments of strains of their rude and incondite music, both sexes, crowning themselves with fragrant leaves and flowers, indulged in bouts of singing and dancing, which grew gradually wilder throughout the night, and terminated in a strange kind of sexual orgy. W. W. Skeet, The Wild Tribes of the Malay Peninsula, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 1902, page 133. 134. Fielding Hall, The Soul of a People, 1898, chapter 13. 135. C.E.G. L. Dyer, Studies of the Gods in Greece, 1891, pages 86-89, 375, etc. 136. For a popular account of the Feast of Fools, see Lallier, La Fête des Fous, Revue des Revues, May 15, 1898. Also, J.G. Burke, Scatologic Rites of All Nations, pages 1123. 137. J. Grimm, Teutonic Mythology, page 615, points out that the observance of the spring or Easter bonfires marks off the Saxon from the Franconian peoples. The Easter bonfires are held in Lower Saxony, Westphalia, Lower Hesse, Geldern, Holland, Friesland, Jutland, and Zeeland. The midsummer bonfires are held on the Rhine, in Franconia, Thuringia, Swabia, Bavaria, Austria, and Silesia. Schwartz, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1896, page 151, shows that at Lauterberg, in the Harz Mountains, the line of demarcation between these two primitive districts may still be clearly traced. 138. Waldhundfeldkult, 1875, Volume 1, pages 422. A. Sec. He also mentions, page 458, that straight Valentine's Day 14th of February, or Ember Day, or the last day of February, when the pairing of birds was supposed to take place, was associated, especially in England, with love, making and the choice of a mate. In Lorraine, it may be added, on the 1st of May, the young girls chose young men as their valentines, a custom known by this name to Rabelais. 139. Rockholz, Dre Gogedenen, p. 37. 140. Menhert, Ibid, pp. 466. A. Sec. Also J. G. Fraser, Goldenbough, Vol. 2, Chapter 4. For further facts and references, C. K. Pearson, The Chances of Death, 1897. Vol. 2. Woman as Witch. Kindred Group Marriage, and Appendix on the Malin and Kilt Gang, who incidentally brings together some of the evidence concerning primitive sex festivals in Europe. Also, Ihan, Demeter and Babo. 1896. Pages 38-40. And for some modern survivals, see Denny Care, Races of Man, 1900, Chapter 3. On a lofty tumulus near the megalithic remains at Karnak, in Brittany, the custom still prevails of lighting a large bonfire at the time of the summer solstice. It is called Tanhill, or Tan St. John. In Ireland, the bonfires also take place on St. John's Eve, and a correspondent, who has often witnessed them in County Waterford, writes that women, with garments raised, jump through these fires, and conduct which, on ordinary occasions would be reprobated, is regarded as excusable and harmless outside Europe. The Berbers of Morocco still maintain this midsummer festival, and in the Rif they light bonfires. Here the fires seem to be now regarded as mainly purificatory, but they are associated with eating ceremonies which are still regarded as multiplicative. Westermarck, Midsummer Customs in Morocco Folklore, March, 1905. 141, Manhurt, Opposite, page 469. Quotes a description of an Estonian festival in the island of Moon, when the girls dance in a circle round the fire, and one of them, to the envy of the rest, and the pride of her own family, is chosen by the young men, borne away so violently that her clothes are often torn, and thrown down by a youth, who places one leg over her body in a kind of symbolical coitus, and lies quietly by her side till morning. The spring festivals of the young people of Ukrainia, in which, also, there is singing, dancing, and sleeping together, are described in Folklore de l'Ukraine, Kripitathia, Volume 5, pages 26, and Volume 8, pages 303a sec. 142, M. Kowalski, Marriage Among the Early Slavs, Folklore, December, 1890. 143, A. Teal, however, Yule and Christmas, 1899, while admitting that the general Aryan division of the year was dual, follows Tacitus in asserting that the Germanic division of the year, like the Egyptian, was tripartite, winter, spring, and summer. 144, Grimm, Teutonic Mythology, English translation by Stalabras, pp. 612, 630, 779, 788. 145, Wellhausen, Rest Arabisch Hedentums, 1897, page 98. 146, c. e.g., the chapter on ritual in Gerard Vert's interesting book, L'ignorance et l'irréflexion, 1899, for a popular account of this and allied primitive conceptions. 147, Jastrel, Religion of Babylonia, especially pages 485, 571, regarding the priestesses. Jastrow remarks, among many nations, the mysterious aspects of woman's fertility lead to rites that, by a perversion of their original import, appear to be obscene. The prostitutes were priestesses attached to the Ishtar cult, and who took part in ceremonies intended to symbolize fertility. Whether there is any significance in the fact that the first 2 months of the Babylonian year, roughly corresponding to our March and April, when we should expect births to be at a maximum, were dedicated to Ea and Bel, who, according to varying legends, were the creators of man, and that New Year's Day was the festival of Bel, regarded as the mother of mankind. I cannot say, but the suggestion may be put forward. 148, Celtic Heathendom, p. 421. 149, Grimm, Teutonic Mythology, page 1465. In England, the November bonfires have become merged into the Guy Fawkes celebrations. In the East, the great primitive autumn festivals seem to have fallen somewhat earlier. In Babylonia, the 7th month, roughly corresponding to September, was specially sacred, though nothing is known of its festivals, and this also was the sacred festival month of the Hebrews, and originally of the Arabs. In Europe, among the southern Slavs, the region, or Kolo, wild dances by girls, adorned with flowers, and with skirts girt high, followed by sexual intercourse, take place in autumn, during the nights following harvest time. 150. A teal, Yule and Christmas, page 21, etc. 151. Long before Wargenton, however, Rabelais had shown some interest in this question, and had found that there were most christenings in October and November, this showing, he pointed out, that the early warmth of spring influenced the number of conceptions. Pantagruel, Livy, chapter 29. The spring maximum of conceptions is not now so early in France. 152. Villermé de la distribution par mois des conceptions, annales d'hygiène publique. Tome V. 1831. Pages 55-155. 153. Sormany, Journal des Médecins Militaires, 1870. 154. Throughout Europe, it may be said, marriages tend to take place either in spring or autumn. Ottinger Moral Statistic, page 181, gives details, that is to say, that there is a tendency for marriages to take place at the season of the great public festivals, during which sexual intercourse was prevalent in more primitive times. 155. Hill, Nature, July 12, 1888. 156. G. Meyer, Digestsmusigkeit im Gesellschaftsleben, 1877, page 240. 157. Edward Smith, Health and Disease, who attributes this to the lessened vitality of offspring at that season. Buchanan also states that children born in September have most vitality. 158. Westermarck has even suggested that the December maximum of conceptions may be due to better chance of survival for September offspring. Human Marriage, Chapter 2. It may be noted that though the maximum of conceptions is in May, relatively the smallest proportion of boys is conceived at that time. Rauber, Der Überschuss in the Benjaberden, page 39. 159. Krieger found that the great majority of German women investigated by him menstruated for the first time in September, October, or November. In America, Bowditch states that the first menstruation of country girls more often occurs in spring than at any other season. 160. Women's Medical Journal, 1894. 161. It is, perhaps, worthwhile noting that the wisdom of the medieval church found an outlet for this spring fever in pilgrimages to remote shrines. As Chaucer wrote, in the Canterbury Tales, one that April with his showers sowed the drought of March hath pierced to the root. Fiendlongen folk to gone on pilgrimages, and palmers for to see constrangastrons. 162. L. W. Klein, The Migratory Impulse, American Journal of Psychology, 1898, Volume 10, especially pages 21-24. 163. Mania comes to a crisis in spring, said the old physician. Aratos, BK1, ch. v. 164. This is, at all events, the case in France, Prussia, and Italy. See, for instance, Durkheim's discussion of the cosmic factors of suicide, La Suicide, 1897, Chapter 3. In Spain, as Bernaldo de Quiros shows, Criminologia, page 69, there is a slight irregular rise in December, but otherwise the curve is perfectly regular, with maximum in June, and minimum in January. 165. This holds good of a South European country, taken separately. A chart of the annual incidence of suicide by hanging, in Romania, presented by Minovici, Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, 1905, page 587, shows climaxes of equal height in May and September. 166. Morselli, Suicide, pages 55-72. 167. Ogle himself was inclined to think that these breaks were accidental, being unaware of the allied phenomena with which they may be brought into line. It is true that, as Giedecken objects to me, the autumnal break is very slight, but it is probably real when we are dealing with so large a mass of data. 168. Pedagogical Seminary, June, 1891, page 298. For a very full summary and bibliography of investigations regarding growth, cf. Burke, Growth of Children in Height and Weight, American Journal of Psychology, April, 1898. 169, L'année psychologique, 1898. 170, Lancet, June 6, 1891. Edward Smith had pointed out many years earlier that scarlet fever is most fatal in periods of increasing vitality. 171, Havelock Ellis, The Bladder as a Dynamometer, American Journal of Dermatology, May, 1902. 172, C. E.g. Summary in International Centroblatt for Anthropology, 1902, Heft 4, page 207. 173, summarized in Zeitschrift für Psychologie der Sinnesorgane, 1903, page 135. 174, Kammerer found that from September to November is the period of greatest metabolic activity. 175, Haig, Uric Acid, 6th edition, 1903, page 33. 176. All the above groups of phenomena are dealt with in other volumes of these studies, the manifestations of normal sexual excitement, in volumes 3, 5, and v. Homosexuality, in volume 2, and erotic fetishism, in volume 5. 177, see Appendix C. 178, Letamendi, of Madrid, has suggested autoeroticism to cover what is probably much the same field. In the beginning of the 19th century, Hufeland, in his Macrobiotic, invented the term geistigenani to express the filling and heating of the imagination with voluptuous images, without unchastity of body, and in 1844, Kahn, in his Psychopathia Sexualis, used, but did not invent, the term anania psychica. Gustav Jaeger, in his Entdeckung der Seele, proposed monosexual idiosyncrasy, to indicate the most animal forms of masturbation taking place without any correlative imaginative element, a condition illustrated by cases given in Moll's Untersuchungen über die Libido Sexualis, BDI, pages 13a sec. Dr. Lopes, a pseudonym for the accomplished psychologist, Dr. St. Paul, uses the term autophilia for solitary vice, perversion et perversité sexuelles, 1896, page 337, but all these terms only cover a portion of the field. 179, H. Northcott, Christianity and Sex Problems, page 231. 180, Ross observed 2 elephants procuring erection by entwining their proboscides, the act being completed by one elephant opening his mouth, and allowing the other to tickle the roof of it. I. Ross, Virginia Medical Monthly, October, 1892. 181, Fairy, Perversions Sexuelles chez les Animaux, Revue Philosophique, May, 1897. 182, Tillier, L'instinct sexuel, 1889, page 270. 183, Marl, Libido Sexualis, B.D. I, page 76. The same author mentions, Ibid, page 373, that parrots living in solitary confinement masturbate by rubbing the posterior part of the body against some object until ejaculation occurs. Edmund Sellis, Habits of the Peewit, Zoologist, April, 1902 suggests that the peewit, when rolling on the ground, and exerting pressure on the anal region, is moved by a sexual impulse to satisfy desire. He adds that actual orgasm appears eventually to take place, a spasm of energy passing through the bird. 184, Dr. J. W. Howe Excessive Venery, Masturbation, and Continence, London and New York, 1883, page 62, Rites of Masturbation. In savage lands it is of rare occurrence. Savages live in a state of nature. No moral obligations exist which compel them to abstain from a natural gratification of their passions. There is no social law which prevents them from following the dictates of their lower nature. Hence, they have no reason for adopting onanism as an outlet for passions. The moral trammels of civilized society, and ignorance of physiological laws, give origin to the vice. Every one of these 6 sentences is incorrect or misleading. They are worth quoting as a statement of the popular view of savage life. 185. I can recall little evidence of its existence among the Australian Aborigines, though there is, in the Wiradjuri language, spoken over a large part of New South Wales, a word, whether ancient or not, I do not know, meaning masturbation. Journal of the Anthropological Institute, July-December, 1904, page 303. Dr. W. Roth, Ethnological Studies Among the Northwest Central Queensland Aborigines, page 184, who has carefully studied the blacks of his district, remarks that he has no evidence as to the practice of either masturbation or sodomy among them. More recently, 1906, Roth has stated that married men in North Queensland and elsewhere masturbate during their wives' absence. As regards the Maori of New Zealand, Northcott adds, there is a rarer word for masturbation, as also at Rarotonga, but according to a distinguished Maori scholar there are no allusions to the practice in Maori literature, and it was probably not practiced in primitive times. The Maori and the Polynesians of the Cook Islands, Northcott remarks, consider the act unmanly, applying to it a phrase meaning to make women of themselves. Northcott, Loxit, page 232, 186, Greenlees, Journal of Mental Science, July, 1895. A gentleman long resident among the Kaffirs of South Natal, told Northcott, however, that he had met with no word for masturbation, and did not believe the practice prevailed there. 187, Hyades and Any Care, Mission Scientifique du Cap Horn, Volume 7, page 295. 188, La Criminalité en Cochinchine, 1887, page 116. Also Mondier, Monographie de la Femme Animite, Memoire Société d'Anthropologie, Tome 2, page 465. 189, Christian, article on onanisme, Dictionnaire encyclopédique des sciences médicales, Ploss and Bartels, Das Weib, Miraglia, Die Onanie beim normalen Weib, Zeitschrift for Criminal Anthropology, 1897, D'Artiques, de la Procréation volontaire des sexes, page 32. In the 18th century, the rhinotama was known in France, sometimes as pommes d'amour. Thus Bachelmont, in his journal, under date July 31, 1773, refers to a very extraordinary instrument of amorous mystery, brought by a traveler from India. He describes this boule érotique as the size of a pigeon's egg, covered with soft skin, and gilded. Cf. F.S. Krause, Geschlechtsleben in Brautzeit der Japaner, Leipzig, 1907. 190. It may be worth mentioning that the Salish Indians of British Columbia have a myth of an old woman having intercourse with young women, by means of a horn worn as a penis. Journal of the Anthropological Institute, July-December, 1904, page 342. 191, in Burchard's Penitential, Cap 142-3, penalties are assigned to the woman who makes a phallus for use on herself or other women. Wassersklippen, Besoordningen der Benlandlichen Kirche, page 658, the penis succedaneus, the Latin phallus or fascinum, is in France called Gotamish, in Italy, passatempo, and also diletto, when stildo, by which it is most commonly known in England. For men, the corresponding conus succedaneus is, in England, called merkin, which meant originally, as defined in old editions of Bailey's Dictionary, counterfeit hair for women's privy parts. 192, Durin, Der Marquis de Sado und Sainside. 3d ed. Pages 130. 232. I just clutched slippin' in England. BD2. Pages 284 a sec. 193, Gamier, Onanism, page 378. 194, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1899, page 669. 195, The Mythology of Hawaii, one may note, tells of goddesses who were impregnated by bananas they had placed beneath their garments. Beestern mentions, Medicine in Turkey, BD2, page 24, that the women of Turkey and Egypt use the banana, as well as the cucumber, etc., for masturbation. In a poem in the Arabian Nights, also, History of the Young Nur with the Frank, we read, O bananas, of soft and smooth skins, which dilate the eyes of young girls, you, alone among fruits are endowed with a pitying heart. O consolers of widows and divorced women in France and England, they are not uncommonly used for the same purpose. 196. C. E.g. Winkle, Die Krankheiten der weiblichen Harnröhre Blase. 1885, page 211, and Lehrbuch der Frauenkrankheiten. 1886, page 210. Also, Hurdle, Handbuch zu topographischen Anatomie. 7th ed., BD2, pages 212-214. Grunfeld, Wienermit is in Eichblotter, November 26, 1896. Collected 115 cases of foreign body in the bladder, 68 in men, 47 in women, but while those found in men were usually the result of a surgical accident, those found in women were mostly introduced by the patients themselves. The patient usually professes profound ignorance as to how the objects came there, or she explains that she accidentally sat down upon it, or that she used it to produce freer urination. The earliest surgical case of this kind I happen to have met with was recorded by Plazan, in Italy, in 1621 De Partibus Generatione Inservitibus. Lib 2, Chapter 13. It was that of a certain honorable maiden with a large clitoris, who, seeking to lull sexual excitement with the aid of a bone needle, inserted it in the bladder, whence it was removed by a quapendant. 197. Aprule. Traité des corps étrangers en chirurgie, 1879, English translation, 1881, Volume 2, pages 209, 230, Rohleder, Die Masturbation, 1899, pp. 2431, also gives examples of strange objects found in the sexual organs. 198, E. H. Smith, Signs of Masturbation in the Female, Pacific Medical Journal, February, 1903, quoted by R. W. Taylor, Practical Treatise on Sexual Disorders, 3d ed., page 418. 199, L. Tate, Diseases of Women, 1889, Volume 1, page 100, 200, Obstetric Journal, Volume 1, 1873, page 558, cf. G. J. Arnold, British, Medical Journal, January 6, 1906, page 21. 201, Dudley, American Journal of Obstetrics, July, 1889, page 758. 202, A. Reverton, Epingles et Gravechevaux dans la Vessie, Revue médicale de la Suisse romande, January 20, 1888. His cases are fully recorded, and his paper is an able and interesting contribution to this by way of sexual psychology. The first case was a schoolmaster's wife, aged 22, who confessed in her husband's presence, without embarrassment or hesitation, that the manoeuvre was habitual, learned from a school companion, and continued after marriage. The second was a single woman of 42, a curé's servant, who attempted to elude confession, but on leaving the doctor's house remarked to the housemaid, "Never go to bed without taking out your hairpins. Accidents happen so easily." The third was an English girl of 17, who finally acknowledged that she had lost 2 hairpins in this way. The fourth was a child of 12, driven by the pain to confess that the practice had become a habit with her. 203. One of my patients, remarks Dr. R. T. Morris, of New York, Transactions of the American Association of Obstetricians, for 1892. Philadelphia, Volume 5, who is a devout church member, had never allowed herself to entertain sexual thoughts referring to men, but she masturbated every morning, when standing before the mirror, by rubbing against a key in the bureau drawer. A man never excited her passions, but the sight of a key in any bureau drawer aroused erotic desires. 204. Freud, Dreieabhandlungen zur Sexualtheorie, page 118, refers to the sexual pleasure of swinging. Swinging another person may be a source of voluptuous excitement, and one of the 600 forms of sexual pleasure enumerated in Desauta's La 120 Journeys to Sodom is, according to Duran, to propel a girl vigorously in a swing. 205. The fact that horse exercise may produce pollutions was well recognized by Catholic theologians, and Sanchez states that this fact need not be made a reason for traveling on foot. Rolf Incius, in 1667, pointed out that horse riding, in those unaccustomed to it, may lead to nocturnal pollutions. Rohleder, Die Masturbation, pages 133-134, brings together evidence regarding the influence of horse exercise in producing sexual excitement. 206. A correspondent, to whom the idea was presented for the first time, wrote, "Henceforward I shall know to what I must attribute the bliss, almost the beatitude, I so often have experienced after traveling for 4 or 5 hours in a train." Panda mentions the case of a young girl who first experienced sexual desire at the age of 12, after a railway journey. 207. Langdon Down, British Medical Journal, January 12, 1867. 208. Powlett, Elaninis Michel La Femme, Paris, 1880. Fournier, de Elaninis, 1885. Rohleder, Die Masturbation, page 132. 209. West Riding Asylum Reports, 1876, Volume 6. 210. Das Nervous Weep, 1898, page 193. 211. In the appendix to Volume 3 of these studies, I have recorded the experience of a lady who found sexual gratification in this manner. 212. Dr. J. G. Kiernan, to whom I am indebted for a note on this point, calls my attention also to the case of a homosexual and masochistic man, Medical Record, Volume 19, whose feelings were intensified by tight lacing. 213. Some women are also able to produce the orgasm, when in a state of sexual excitement, by placing a cushion between the knees and pressing the thighs firmly together. 214. Lessons sur les déformations vulvaires, page 64. Martineau was informed by a dressmaker that it is very frequent in workrooms, and can usually be done without attracting attention. An ironer informed him that while standing at her work, she crossed her legs, slightly bending the trunk forward and supporting herself on the table by the hands. Then a few movements of contraction of the adductor muscles of the thigh would suffice to produce the orgasm. 215. C.W. Townsend, Thigh Friction in Children Under 1 Year. Annual Meeting of the American Pediatric Society, Montreal, 1896. 5 cases are recorded by this writer, all in female infants. 216. Sautso, Archives de Neurology, February, 1903, page 167. 217. Zasch, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1899, page 72. I have discussed what may be regarded as the normally sexual influence of dancing, in the 3rd volume of these studies, The Analysis of the Sexual Impulse. 218. The case has been recorded of a Russian who had the spontaneous impulse to self-flagellation on the nadies with a rod, for the sake of sexual excitement, from the age of 6. Revista Mensile di Psichiatria, April, 1900, page 102. 219. Crepitathia, Volume 5, page 358. As regards the use of nettles, see Duran, Just Clutched Slippin' in England, BD2, page 392. 220. Debreen, Mochiology, page 177. 221. R.W. Taylor, A Practical Treatise on Sexual Disorders, 3rd ed., ch. XXX. 222. Hammond, Sexual Impotence, pages 70a sec. 223. Nisiforo, Il Gergo, page 98. 224. Functional Disorders of the Nervous System in Women, page 114. 225. Skrank-Notzing, Suggestions Therapy, page 13. A Kind, Jarbut für Sexuelles Wissenstufen, Jargang 9, 1908, page 58, gives the case of a young homosexual woman, a trick cyclist at the music halls, who often, when excited by the sight of her colleague in tights, would experience the orgasm while cycling before the public. 226. Janet has, however, used daydreaming, which he calls reverie's subconscious, to explain a remarkable case of demon possession, which he investigated and cured. Nephrosisides Fixes, Volume 1, pages 390 sec. 227. Minor Studies from the Psychological Laboratory of Wellesley College, American Journal of Psychology, Volume 7, Number 1, G. E. Partridge, Reverie Pedagogical Seminary, April, 1898, well describes the physical accompaniments of daydreaming, especially in normal schoolgirls between 16 and 22. Pick, Clinical Studies in Pathological Dreaming, Journal of Mental Sciences, July, 1901, records 3 more or less morbid cases of daydreaming, usually with an erotic basis, all in apparently hysterical men. An important study of daydreaming, based on the experiences of nearly 1,500 young people, more than 2/3 girls and women, has been published by Theodore L. Smith, The Psychology of Daydreams, American Journal Psychology, October, 1904. Continued stories were found to be rare. Only 1%. Healthy boys, before 15, had daydreams in which sports, athletics, and adventure had a large part. Girls put themselves in the place of their favorite heroines in novels. After 17, and earlier in the case of girls, daydreams of love and marriage were found to be frequent. A typical confession is that of a girl of 19, I seldom have time to build castles in Spain, but when I do, I am not different from most Southern girls, i.e., my dreams are usually about a pretty fair specimen of a 6'3" biped. 228. The case has been recorded of a married woman, in love with her doctor, who kept a daydream diary, at last filling 3 bulky volumes, when it was discovered by her husband, and led to an action for divorce. It was shown that the doctor knew nothing of the romance in which he played the part of hero. Kiernan, in referring to this case, as recorded in John Paget's Judicial Puzzles, mentions a similar case in Chicago. 229. Uranism, page 125. 230. The acute Anstey remarked, more than 30 years ago, in his work on neuralgia, it is a comparatively frequent thing to see an unsocial, solitary life, leading to the habit of masturbation, joined with the bad influence of an unhealthy ambition, prompting to premature and false work in literature and art. From the literary side, M. Léon Bazalgette has dealt with the tendency of much modern literature to devote itself to what he calls mental onanism, of which the probable counterpart, he seems to hint, is a physical process of autoerotism. Léon Bazalgette, l'onanisme considéré comme principe écriture en art, L'Esprit Nouveau, 1898. 231. Pausanias, Achaia, Chapter 17. The ancient Babylonians believed in a certain maid of the night, who appeared to men in sleep and roused without satisfying their passions. Jastrow, Religion of Babylonia, page 262. This succubus was the Assyrian Lilar, connected with the Hebrew Lilith. There was a corresponding incubus, the little night man, who had nocturnal intercourse with women. Cf. Flos, Das Weib, 7th ed., pages 521 a sec. The succubus and the incubus, the latter being more common, were adopted by Christendom. Saint Augustine, De Civitate Dei, BK 15, chapter 23, said that the wicked assault of sylvans and fauns, otherwise called incubi, on women, are so generally affirmed that it would be impudent to deny them. Incubi flourished in medieval belief, and can scarcely, indeed, be said to be extinct even today. They have been studied by many authors, see, e.g., Dufour, Histoire de la Prostitution, Volume 5, Chapter 25. Saint André, physician in ordinary to the French king, pointed out in 1725 that the incubus was a dream. It may be added that the belief in the succubus and incubus appears to be widespread. Thus, the West African Yorubas, according to A.B. Ellis, believe that erotic dreams are due to the god Elegbra, who, either as a male or a female, consorts with men and women in sleep. 232. If any man's seed of copulation go out from him, then he shall bathe all his flesh in water and be unclean until the even, and every garment, and every skin, whereon is the seed of copulation, shall be washed with water and be unclean until the even. Leviticus 15, volume 16-17. 233. It should be added that the term pollutio also covers voluntary effusion of semen outside copulation. Debreen, Mochiology, page 8. For a full discussion of the opinions of theologians concerning nocturnal and diurnal pollutions, see the same author's essay Sur la théologie morale, pages 100-149, 234, Memoirs, translated by Bendish, page 182, 235, Sexual Impotence, p. 137. 236, El Hygiene Sexuelle, page 169. 237, Sexuality Nervenleden, page 164. 238, I may here refer to the curious opinion expressed by Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell, that, while the sexual impulse in man is usually relieved by seminal emissions during sleep, in women it is relieved by the occurrence of menstruation. This latter statement is flagrantly at variance with the facts, but it may perhaps be quoted in support of the view expressed above as to the comparative rarity of sexual excitement during sleep in young girls. 239. Lowenfeld has recently expressed the same opinion. Rohleder believes that pollutions are physically impossible in a real virgin, but that opinion is too extreme. 240. It may be added that in more or less neurotic women and girls, erotic dreams may be very frequent and depressing. Thus, J. M. Fothergill, West Riding Asylum Report, 1876, Volume 6, remarks, these dreams are much more frequent than is ordinarily thought, and are the cause of a great deal of nervous depression among women. Women of a highly nervous diathesis suffer much more from these drains than robust women. Not only are these involuntary orgasms more frequent among such women, but they cause more disturbance of the general health in them than in other women. 241. I may remark here that a Russian correspondent considers that I have greatly underestimated the frequency of erotic manifestations during sleep in young girls. All the women I have interrogated on this point, he informs me, say that they have had such pollutions from the time of puberty, or even earlier, accompanied by erotic dreams. I have put the question to some 20 or 30 women. It is true that they were of Southern race, Italian, Spanish, and French, and I believe that Southerners are, in this matter, franker than Northern women, who consider the activity of the flesh as shameful, and seek to conceal it. My correspondent makes no reference to the chief point of sexual difference, so far as my observation goes, which is that erotic dreams are comparatively rare in those women who have yet had no sort of sexual experience in waking life. Whether or not this is correct, I do not question the frequency of erotic dreams in girls who have had such experience. 242. C. C. Hersman, Medico-Legal Aspects of Eroto-Choreic Insanities, Alienist and Neurologist, July, 1897. I may mention that Petrus, Lessons Cliniques sur l'Hystérie, Volume 2, page 34, records the almost identical case of a hysterical girl in one of his wards, who was at first grateful to the clinical clerk to whom her case was entrusted, but afterward changed her behavior, accused him of coming nightly through the window, lying beside her, caressing her, and then exerting violent coitus 3 or 4 times in succession, until she was utterly exhausted. I may here refer to the tendency to erotic excitement in women under the influence of chloroform and nitrous oxide, a tendency rarely or never noted in men, and of the frequency with which the phenomenon is attributed by the subject to actual assault. C.H. Ellis, Man and Woman, pages 269-274. 243. In Australia, some years ago, a man was charged with rape, found guilty of attempt, and sentenced to 18 months imprisonment, on the accusation of a girl of 13, who subsequently confessed that the charge was imaginary. In this case, the jury found it impossible to believe that so young a girl could have been lying, or hallucinated, because she narrated the details of the alleged offense with such circumstantial detail. Such cases are not uncommon, and in some measure, no doubt, they may be accounted for by autoerotic nocturnal hallucinations. 244, Sancta Sanctus, Isoni il sono illustrissimo nella epilepsia. Rome, 1896, page 101. 245, Petrus, Lessons cliniques sur l'hystérie. Volume 2, pages 37a sec. The Lorraine Inquisitor, Nicholas Remy, very carefully investigated the question of the feelings of witches when having intercourse with the devil, questioning them minutely, and ascertained that such intercourse was usually extremely painful, filling them with icy horror. See, e.g., Dufour, Histoire de la Prostitution, Volume 5, page 127. The same author presents an interesting summary of the phenomena of the witch's Sabbath. But intercourse with the devil was by no means always painful. Isabel Gowdy, a Scotch witch, bore clear testimony to this point. The youngest and lustiest women, she stated, will have very great pleasure in their carnal copulation with him. Yeah, much more than with their own husbands. He is abler for us than any man can be. Alack, that I should compare him to a man, yet her description scarcely sounds attractive. He was a large, black, hairy man, very cold, and I found his nature as cold within me as spring well water. His foot was forked and cloven. He was sometimes like a deer, or a roe, and he would hold up his tail while the witches kissed that region. Pitcairn, Criminal Trials in Scotland, Volume 3, Appendix 7. See, also, the illustrations at the end of Dr. A. Maurice Follier Mysticism, 1907. 246, Gilles de la Tourette, LOC. Sit, page 518. Erotic hallucinations have also been studied by Bellamy, in a Bordeaux thesis, Hallucinations Erotiques, 1900 to 1901. 247, on one occasion, when still a girl, whenever an artist whom she admired touched her hand she felt erection and moisture of the sexual parts, but without any sensation of pleasure. A little later, when an uncle's knee casually came in contact with her thigh, ejaculation of mucus took place, though she disliked the uncle. Again, when a nurse, on casually seeing a man's sexual organs, an electric shock went through her, though the sight was disgusting to her, and when she had once to assist a man to urinate, she became in the highest degree excited, though without pleasure, and lay down on a couch in the next room, while a conclusive ejaculation took place. Moll, Libido Sexualis, BDI, page 354. 248, Breuer and Freud, Studie über Hysterie, 1895, page 217. 249, Camille de la Folie, Volume 1, page 252. Called attention to the large part played by uterine sensations in the hallucinations of some famous women ascetics, and added, "It is well recognized that the narrative of such sensations nearly always occupies the first place, in the divagations of hysterical virgins." 250, H. Loiba, Les tendances religieuses chez les mystiques chrétiens. Revue philosophique, November, 1902, p. 465. Saint Teresa herself states that physical sensations played a considerable part in this experience. 251, Je ne sais nature de l'hystérie, 1898, and, for Sollier's latest statement, see Hysteria Samuel, Archives de Neurology, May and June, 1907. Lombroso, L'uomo delinquent, 1889, Volume 2, page 329, referring to the diminished metabolism of the hysterical, had already compared them to hibernating animals, while Babinski states that the hysterical are in a state of subconsciousness, a state, as Mechnikov remarks, Essays Optimists, page 270, reminiscent of our prehistoric past. 252, Professor Freud, while welcoming the introduction of the term autoerotism, remarks that it should not be made to include the whole of hysteria. This I fully admit and have never questioned. Hysteria is far too large and complex a phenomenon to be classed as entirely a manifestation of autoerotism, but certain aspects of it are admirable illustrations of autoerotic transformation. 253. The hysterical phenomenon of globus hystericus was long afterward attributed to obstruction of respiration by the womb. The interesting case has been recorded by E. Bloch, Wiener Klinische Wochenschrift, 1907, page 1649, of a lady who had the feeling of a ball rising from her stomach to her throat, and then sinking. This feeling was associated with thoughts of her husband's rising and falling penis, and was always most liable to occur when she wished for coitus. 254. As Gilles de la Tourette points out, it is not difficult to show that epilepsy, the morbus caesar of the ancients, owed much of its sacred character to this confusion with hysteria. Those priestesses who, struck by the morbus caesar, gave forth their oracles amid convulsions, were certainly not the victims of epilepsy, but of hysteria. Traité de l'hystérie, Volume 1, page 3, 255, Erotos, On the Causes and Symptoms of Acute Diseases, Book 2, Chapter 2. 256. It may be noted that this treatment furnishes another instance of the continuity of therapeutic methods. Through all changes of theory, from the earliest to the latest times, drugs of unpleasant odor, like asafoetida, have always been used in hysteria, and scientific medicine today still finds that asafoetida is a powerful sedative to the uterus, controlling nervous conditions during pregnancy and arresting uterine irritation when abortion is threatened. See, e.g., Warman, Der Frauenarzt, August, 1895. Again, the rubbing of fragrant ointments into the sexual regions is but a form of that massage, which is one of the modern methods of treating the sexual disorders of women. 257. Les démoniaques dans l'art, 1887. Les malades et les déformes dans l'art, 1889. 258. Glafira Abrikosov, of Moscow, in her Paris thesis, El Hysteriaque 17a 18 Siècles, 1897, presents a summary of the various views held at this time, as also Gilles de la Tourette, Traité de l'hystérie, Volume 1, Chapter 1, 259, Edinburgh Medical Journal, June, 1883, page 1123, and Mental Diseases, 1887, page 488. 260. Hagar, Zusammenhang der Geschlechtskrankheiten mit Nervösen Leiden, Stuttgart, 1885. Hagar, however, went much further than this, and was largely responsible for the surgical treatment of hysteria now generally recognized as worse than feudal Balls-Headley. Etiology of Nervous Diseases of the Female Genital Organs, Albert and Playfair, System of Gynecology, 1896, page 141. 261, Lombroso and Ferrero, La Donna Delinquent, 1893, pages 613-14. 262, Charcot and Marie, article on hysteria, Tuke's Dictionary of Psychological Medicine. 263, Axenfeld and Hutchard, Traité des Névroses, 1883, pages 1092-94. Eichert, La Femme pendant la période menstruelle, pages 120-21, has also referred to recorded cases of hysteria in animals, Costs and Peters cases, as has Gilles de la Tourette, Opposite, Volume 1, page 123. See also, for references, Fairy, L'instinct sexuel, page 59. 264, Man and Woman, 4th ed., page 326. A distinguished gynecologist, Matthews Duncan, had remarked some years earlier, Lancet, May 18, 1889, that hysteria, though not a womb disease especially attaches itself to the generative system, because the genital system, more than any other, exerts emotional power over the individual, power also in morals, power in social questions. 265, Gilles de la Tourette, Archives de Toxicologie et de Gynecologie, June, 1895. 266, Revista Experimental de Freniatria, 1897, page 290. Summarized in the Journal of Mental Science, January, 1898. 267, from the earliest times it was held that menstruation favors hysteria. More recently, Landuzzi recorded a number of observations showing that hysterical attacks coincide with perfectly healthy menstruation, while Ball has maintained that it is only during menstruation that hysteria appears in its true color. See the opinions collected by Eichert, La Femme pendant la période menstruelle, pages 75-81, 268, Kraft-Ebing, Über Neurosen Psychosynderch Sexuelle Abstinenz, Jarbitur für Psychiatry, Volume 3, 1888. It must, however, be added that the relief of hysteria by sexual satisfaction is not rare, and that Rosenthal finds that the convulsions are thus diminished. Allgemeine Wiener Medizinalzeitung, numbers 46 and 47, 1887, so they are also, in simple and uncomplicated cases, according to Mongery, by pregnancy. 269. All doctors who have patients in convents, remarks Marrow, La Puberta, page 338, know how hysteria dominates among them. He adds that his own experience confirms that of Raciborski, who found that nuns devoted to the contemplative life are more liable to hysteria than those who are occupied in teaching or in nursing. It must be added, however, that there is not unanimity as to the prevalence of hysteria in convents. Bratchett was of the same opinion as Brouillet, and so considered it rare. Imbert Gabir, also, La Stigmatization, page 436, states that during more than 40 years of medical life, though he has been connected with a number of religious communities, he has not found in them a single hysterical subject, the reason being, he remarks, that the unbalanced and extravagant are refused admission to the cloister. 270. Parent Duchatelet, de la Prostitution, Volume 1, page 242, 271. It may not be unnecessary to point out that here and throughout, in speaking of the psychic mechanism of hysteria, I do not admit that any process can be purely psychic, as Fay puts it in an admirable study of hysteria, 20th Century Practice of Medicine, 1897, Volume 10, page 556. In the genesis of hysterical troubles, everything takes place as if the psychical and the somatic phenomena were two aspects of the same biological fact. 272. Pierre Janet, L'automatisme psychologique, 1889, L'état mental des hystériques, 1894, Névroses et idées fixes, 1898, Breuer und Freud, Studien über Hysterie, Vienna, 1895. The best introduction to Freud's work is, however, to be found in the two series of his Sammlung kleiner Schriften zur Neurosenlehre, published in a collected form in 1906 and 1909. It may be added that a useful selection of Freud's papers has lately, 1909, been published in English. 273. We might, perhaps, even say that in hysteria the so-called higher centers have an abnormally strong inhibitory influence over the lower centers. Giaffridi, Gazzetta degli Ospedali, October 1, 1895, has shown that some hysterical symptoms, such as mutism, can be cured by etherization, thus loosening the control of the higher centers. 274. Charcot's school could not fail to recognize the erotic tone which often dominates hysterical hallucinations. Gilles de la Tourette seeks to minimize it by the remark that it is more mental than real. He means to say that it is more psychic than physical, but he implies that the physical element in sex is alone real, a strange assumption in any case, as well as destructive of Gilles de la Tourette's own fundamental assertion that hysteria is a real disease, and yet purely psychic. 275, c.e.g., his substantial volume, Die Traumdeutung, 1900, 2d ed. 1909. 276, Sammlung, First Series, page 208. 277, Studien über Hysterie, page 217. 278, Sam Lung, First Series, page 162. 279, Sam Lung, Second Series, page 102. 280, Ib, page 146. 281, Sam Lung, First Series, page 229. Freud has developed his conception of sexual constitution in Dreieabhandlungen zur Sexualtheorie, 1905. 282, as Moll remarks, Freud's conceptions are still somewhat subjective, and in need of objective demonstration, but whatever may be thought of their theories, he adds, there can be no doubt that Breuer and Freud have done a great service by calling attention to the important action of the sexual life on the nervous system. 283, Gertrude Stein cultivated motor automatism, Psychological Review, May, 1898. 284, Charcot's most faithful followers refuse to recognize a hysteric temperament and are quite right. If such a conception is used to destroy the conception of hysteria as a definite disease, we cannot, however, fail to recognize a diathesis which, while still apparently healthy, is predisposed to hysteria. So distinguished a disciple of Charcot as Janet thoroughly recognizes this, and argues, l'état mental, etc., page 298, that we may find in the habits, the passions, the psychic automatism of the normal man, the germ of all hysterical phenomena. Feyre held a somewhat similar view. 285, A.F. Aking, Hysteria, American Journal of Obstetrics, May 18, 1891. 286, M. Rosenthal, Diseases of the Nervous System, Volume 2, page 44. Feyre notes similar cases, 20th Century Practice of Medicine, Volume 10, page 551. Long previously, Gall had recorded the case of a young widow of ardent temperament who had convulsive attacks, apparently of hysterical nature, which always terminated in sexual orgasm. Functions du Cerveau, 1825, Volume 3, page 245, 287. There seems to be a greater necessity for such explosive manifestations in women than in men, whatever the reason may be. I have brought together some of the evidence pointing in this direction in Man and Woman, 4th ed., revised and enlarged, chapters 12 and 13. 288. There is no doubt an element of real truth in this ancient belief, though it mainly holds good of minor cases of hysteria. Many excellent authorities accept it. Hysteria is certainly common in the single, Herman remarks, Diseases of Women, 1898, page 33, and is generally cured by a happy marriage. Lowenfeld, Sexuality van Leiden, p. 153, says that it cannot be denied that marriage produces a beneficial change in the genital condition of many hysterical patients, though, he adds, it will not remove the hysterical temperament. The advantage of marriage for the hysterical is not necessarily due, solely or at all, to the exercise of sexual functions. This is pointed out by Mongery, who observes, Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatrie, 1901, Heft 5, page 917. I have known and treated several hysterical girls who are now married, and do not show the least neuropathic indications. Some of these no longer have any wish for sexual gratification, and even fulfill their marital duties unwillingly, though loving their husbands and living with them in an extremely happy way. In my opinion, marriage is a sovereign remedy for neuropathic women, who need to find this support in another personality, able to share with them the battle of life. 289, for a bibliography of masturbation. See Rohleder, Die Masturbation, pages 11-18. Also, Arthur MacDonald, La Criminal Type, pages 227a sec, CFG Stanley Hall, Adolescence, Volume I, pages 432a sec, 290, Oscar Berger, Archive for Psychiatry, BD 6, 1876, 291, Die Masturbation, page 41, 292, Dukes, Preservation of Health, 1884, page 150, 293, G. Stanley Hall, Adolescence, Volume 1, page 434, 294, F.S. Brockman, A Study of the Moral and Religious Life of Students in the United States. Pedagogical Seminary, September, 1902. Many pitiful narratives are reproduced. 295, Miraglia, die Onanie beim normalen Weibelbild den Prostituten. Zeitschrift for Criminal Anthropology, 1897, page 489. It should be added that Miraglia is not a very critical investigator. It is probable, however, that on this point his results are an approximation to the truth. 296, Ernst, Anthropological Researches on the Population of Venezuela. Memoirs of the Anthropological Society, Volume 3, 1870, page 277. 297, Niceforo, Il Gergone Normally, etc., 1897, Camp, v. 298, Debreen, Motiology, page 64. Yet theologians and casuists, Debreen remarks, frequently never refer to masturbation in women. 299, Stanley Hall, Opposite, Volume 1, page 34. Hall mentions, also, that masturbation is specially common among the blind. 300, Miraglia, Archivio di Psichiatria, Volume 16, Fasc 4 and 5, page 313. 301, see his careful study, Die Sexuellen Perversitäten in der Irrenanstalt, Psychiatrische Bläden, No. 2, 1899. 302, Venturi, Degeneratione Psychosexuali, pages 105, 133, 148, 152. 303, J. P. West, Transactions of the Ohio Pediatric Society, 1895. Abstract in Medical Standard, November, 1895. Cases are also recorded by J. T. Winter. Self-Abuse in Infancy and Childhood, American Journal Obstetrics, June, 1902. 304, Freud, Abhandlungen zur Sexualtheorie, pages 36a sec. 305, G. E. Shuttleworth, British Medical Journal, October 3, 1903. 306, see for a detailed study of sexuality in childhood, Moll's valuable book, Das Sexualleben des Kindes. Cf. Volume 6 of these studies, Chapter 2. 307, this is, no doubt, the most common opinion, and it is frequently repeated in textbooks. It is scarcely necessary, however, to point out that only the opinions of those who have given special attention to the matter can carry any weight. R. W. Schaffelt, on the case of female impotency, pages 5-7, quotes the opinions of various cautious observers as to the difficulty of detecting masturbation in women. 308, this latter opinion is confirmed by Knox so far as the insane are concerned. In a careful study of sexual perversity in a large asylum, Knox found that, while moderate masturbation could be more easily traced among men than among women, excessive masturbation was more common among women, and, while among the men masturbation was most frequent in the lowest grades of mental development, idiocy and imbecility, and least frequent in the highest grades, general paralysis, in the women it was the reverse. Knox, Die Sexuellen Perversitäten in der Irrenanstalt, Psychiatrische Neurologische Bläden, No. 2, 1899. 309, mammary masturbation sometimes occurs, c. e.g., Rollator, Die Masturbation, pages 32-33, it is, however, rare. 310, Hirschsprung pointed out this, indeed, many years ago, on the ground of his own experience. N.C. Rollator, Opposite, pages 44-47. 311, in many cases, of course, the physical precocity is associated with precocity in sexual habits. An instructive case is reported daily in as Den Neurologist, October, 1895, of a girl of 7, a beautiful child, of healthy family, and very intelligent, who, from the age of 3, was perpetually masturbating, when not watched. The clitoris and mons veneris were those of a fully grown woman, and the child was as well informed upon most subjects as an average woman. She was cured by care and hygienic attention, and when seen last was in excellent condition. A medical friend tells me of a little girl of 2, whose external genital organs are greatly developed, and who is always rubbing herself. 312, R.T. Morris, of New York, has also pointed out the influence of traditions in this respect. Among boys, he remarks, there are traditions to the effect that self-abuse is harmful. Among girls, however, there are no such saving traditions. Dr. Kiernan writes in a private letter, it has been by experience, that from ignorance or otherwise, there are young women who do not look upon sexual manipulation with the same fear that men do. Gutseat, similarly, remarks that men have been warned of masturbation, and fear its evil results, while girls, even if warned, attach little importance to the warning. He adds that in healthy women, masturbation, even in excess, has little bad results. The attitude of many women in this matter may be illustrated by the following passage from a letter written by a medical friend in India. The other day one of my English women patients gave me the following reason for having taught the 17-year-old daughter of retired colonel to masturbate. Poor girl, she was troubled with dreams of men, and in case she should be tempted with one, and become pregnant, I taught her to bring the feeling on herself, as it is safer, and, after all, nearly as nice as with a man. 313, H. Ellis, Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 2, Sexual Inversion, Chapter 4, 314, see, also, the appendix to the third volume of these studies, in which I have brought forward sexual histories of normal persons. 315, E. H. Smith, also, states that from 25 to 35 is the age when most women come under the physician's eye with manifest and pronounced habits of masturbation. 316, it may, however, be instructive to observe that at the end of the volume, we find an advertisement of Dr. Robinson's treatise on the virtues and efficacy of a crust of bread. Eat early in the morning fasting. 317, Powlett alone enumerates, and apparently accepts considerably over 100 different morbid conditions, as signs and results of masturbation. 318, Krankheiten bei Masturbanden, Knappschwieger's Archiv für Augenheitkind, BD2, 1882, page 198. 319, Selmo Cohn, Uterus und Auge, 1890, pages 63-66. 320, Functions du Cerveau, 1825, Volume 3, page 337. 321, W. Ellis, Treatise on Insanity, 1838, pages 335, 340. 322, Clara Barris, Insanity in Young Women, Journal of Nervous and Mental Disease, June, 1896. 323, see, for instance, H. Emminghaus, Die Psychosen des Kindesalters, Gerlins Handbuch der Kinderkrankheiten, Nachtrag 2, pages 61-63. 324, Christian, Article Onanism, Dictionnaire Encyclopédique des Sciences Médicales. 325, Nock, Verbrechen und Wahnsinn beim Weib, 1894, page 57. 326, J.L.A., Kolk, Die Psychopathischen Minderwertigkeiten, 1892, page 273 a sec. 327, J.G. Kiernan, American Journal of Insanity, July, 1877. 328, Maudsley dealt, in his vigorous, picturesque manner, with the more extreme morbid mental conditions sometimes found associated with masturbation, in illustrations of a variety of Insanity. Journal of Mental Science, July, 1868. 329, C. E. G. Lewenfeld, Sexuality 2d ed., Chapter 8, 330, Marrow, La Pubertà, Turin, 1898, p. 174. 331, E. C. Spitzka, Cases of Masturbation. Journal of Mental Science, July, 1888. 332, Charles West, Lancet, November 17, 1866. 333, Gowers, Epilepsy. 1881, page 31. Lowenfeld believes that epileptic attacks are certainly caused by masturbation. Fayre thought that both epilepsy and hysteria may be caused by masturbation. 334, Ziemson's Handbuch, BDSI. 335, Adolescence, Volume 1, page 441. 336, see a discussion of these points by Rohleder. Die Masturbation, pages 168-175. 337, the surgeons, it may be remarked, have especially stated the harmlessness of masturbation into absolute a manner. Thus, John Hunter, Treatise on the Venereal Disease, 1786, page 200. After pointing out that the books on this subject have done more harm than good, adds, I think I may affirm that this act is less harm to the Constitution in general than the natural, and Sir James Paget, in his lecture on sexual hypochondriasis, said, masturbation does neither more nor less harm than sexual intercourse practiced with the same frequency, in the same conditions of general health and age and circumstances. 338, it is interesting to note that an analogous result seems to hold with animals. Among highly bred horses, excessive masturbation is liable to occur with injurious results. It is scarcely necessary to point out that highly bred horses are apt to be abnormal. 339. With regard to the physical signs, the same conclusion is reached by Legludic, in opposition to Martineau, on the basis of a large experience. He has repeatedly found, in young girls who acknowledged frequent masturbation, that the organs were perfectly healthy and normal, and his convictions are the more noteworthy, since he speaks as a pupil of Tardieu, who attached very grave significance to the local signs of sexual perversity and excess. Legludic, Notes et Observations de Médecine Légale, 1896, page 95. Matthews Duncan, Goldstonian Lectures on Sterility in Women, 1884, page 97, was often struck by the smallness, and even imperfect development, of the external genitals of women who masturbate. Clara Bars considers that there is no necessary connection between hypertrophy of the external female genital organs and masturbation, though in 6 cases of prolonged masturbation she found such a condition in 3. American Journal of Insanity, April, 1895, page 479. Bachtereau denies that masturbation produces enlargement of the penis, and Hammond considers there is no evidence to show that it enlarges the clitoris, while Gutseed states that it does not enlarge the nympha. This, however, is doubtful. It would not suffice in many cases to show that large sexual organs are correlated with masturbation. It would still be necessary to show whether the size of the organs stood to masturbation in the relation of effect, or of cause. 340, thus, Bacterow, La Phobie du Regard Archives in Urology, July, 1905, considers that masturbation plays a large part in producing the morbid fear of the eyes of others. 341, it is especially an undesirable tendency of masturbation, that it deadens the need for affection, and merely eludes, instead of satisfying, the sexual impulse. Masturbation, as Godfrey Well says, The Science of Sex, page 178, though a manifestation of sexual activity, is not a sexual act in the higher, or even in the real fundamental sense, for sex implies duality, a characteristic to which masturbation can plainly lay no claim. The physical, moral, and mental reciprocity which gives stability and beauty to a normal sexual intimacy, are as foreign to the masturbator as to the celibate. In a sense, therefore, masturbation is as complete a negative of the sexual life as chastity itself. It is, therefore, an evasion of, not an answer to, the sexual problem, and it will ever remain so, no matter how surely we may be convinced of its physical harmlessness. 342, I learnt that dangerous supplement Rousseau tells us, Part 1, BK 3, which deceives nature. This vice, which bashfulness and timidity find so convenient, has, moreover, a great attraction for lively imaginations, for it enables them to do what they will, so to speak, with the whole fair sex. and to enjoy at pleasure the beauty who attracts them, without having obtained her consent. 343. Ich hat sie wirklich verloren, und die Tollheit, mit der ich meinen Fehler an mir selbst trotzt. Indem ich auf mentally unsinnige Weise in meine Physisch netterstürmt, unterschiedlichen etwas zu leid zu tun, hat sehr viel zu den körperlichen Übeln beigetragen, unter denen ich einige der besten Jahre meines Lebens verlor. Ja ich war vielleicht in diesem Verlustvolk zu grundgegangen, hat sich hier nicht das potische Talent mit seinen Heilkräften besonders hilfreich erwiesen. This is scarcely conclusive, and it may be added that there were many reasons why Goethe should have suffered physically at this time, quite apart from masturbation. See, e.g., Bielschowski, Life of Goethe, Volume 1, page 88. 344, Let Obsessions, Volume 2, page 136. 345, a somewhat similar classification has already been made by Max Deswer, who points out that we must distinguish between Onanists aus Noth and Onanists aus Leidenschaft, the latter group alone being of really serious importance. The classification of Dallemann is also somewhat similar. He distinguishes on a par impulsion, occurring in mental degeneration and in persons of inferior intelligence, from on a par evocation ou obsession. 346, W. Xavier Sudduth, A Study in the Psychophysics of Masturbation, Chicago Medical Recorder, March, 1898. Haig, who reaches a similar conclusion, has sought to find its precise mechanism in the blood pressure. As the sexual act produces lower and falling blood pressure, he remarks, it will of necessity relieve conditions which are due to high and rising blood pressure, such, for instance, as mental depression and bad temper, and, unless my observation deceives me, we have here a connection between conditions of high blood pressure with mental and bodily depression and acts of masturbation, for this act will relieve these conditions and tend to be practiced for this purpose. Uric acid, 6th edition, page 154. 347, Northcott discusses the classic attitude towards masturbation, Christianity and sex problems, page 233. 348, El Tab, Traduction de Paul de Règle, Paris, 1893. 349, Rémy de Gourmont, Physique de l'amour, page 133. 350, Tillier, L'instinct sexuel, Paris, 1889, page 270. 351, G. Herth, Wedge zur Heimat, page 648. 352, Feyre, in the course of his valuable work, L'instinct sexuel, stated that my conclusion is that masturbation is normal, and that l'indulgence impose. I had, however, already guarded myself against this misinterpretation. 353, several recent works, however, notably Fraser's Golden Bough and Crawley's Mystic Rose, throw light directly or indirectly on this question. 354, Robertson Smith points out that since snakes are the last noxious animals which man is able to exterminate, they are the last to be associated with demons. They were ultimately the only animals directly and constantly associated with the Arabian jinn, or demon, and the serpent of Eden was a demon, and not a temporary disguise of Satan. Religion of Semites, pages 129 and 442. Perhaps it was, in part, because the snake was thus the last embodiment of demonic power that women were associated with it, women being always connected with the most ancient religious beliefs. 355, in the Northern Territory of the same colony, menstruation is said to be due to a bandicoot scratching the vagina and causing blood to flow. Journal of the Anthropological Institute, p. 177, November, 1894. At Glenelg, near Portland, in Victoria, the head of a snake was inserted into a virgin's vagina, when not considered large enough for intercourse. Brogue Smith, Aborigines of Victoria, Volume 2, page 319. 356, Fraser, Golden Bough, Volume 2, page 231. Crawley, The Mystic Rose, page 192, also brings together various cases of primitive peoples, who believe the bite of a snake to be the cause of menstruation. 357, Meners diestres, etude ethnographiques early lasered shell à pupils Malaise pollinacines. L'Anthropologie, 1892. See also, as regards the lizard in Samoan folklore, Globus, Volume 74, Number 16, 358, Journal Anthropological Society of Bombay, 1890, page 589. 359, Goudan, Étude anthropologique, Cult du Serpent. Paris, 1864, pages 66-70, brings forward examples of this aspect of snake worship. 360, Attilio de Marchi, Il culto privato di Roma, page 74. The association of the power of generation with a god in the form of a serpent is, indeed, common. See, e.g. Sir W. M. Ramsay. Cities of Phrygia, Volume 1, page 94. 361. It is noteworthy that one of the names for the penis used by the Swahili women of German East Africa, in a kind of private language of their own, is the snake. Zasch, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, page 73, 1899. It may be added that Meter, Interpretation de Quelques Archives de Psychologie, April, 1907, brings forward various items of folklore showing the phallic significance of the serpent, as well as evidence indicating that, in the dreams of women of today, the snake sometimes has a sexual significance. 362, W. R. Smith, Kinship and Marriage in Early Arabia, 1885, p. 307. The point is elaborated in the same author's Religion of Semites, 2nd edition, Appendix on Holiness, Uncleanness, and Taboo, pages 446-54. See also Wellhausen, Rest Arabischen Hedentums, 2nd edition, pages 167-77. Even to the early Arabians, Wellhausen remarks, page 168, clean meant profane and allowed, while unclean meant sacred and forbidden. It was the same, as Jastrow remarks, Religion of Babylonia, page 662, among the Babylonian Semites, left square bracket, 363, J. C. Fraser, The Golden Bough, chapter 4, 364, E. Durkheim, La prohibition de l'inceste ses origines, l'année sociologique. Première année, 1898, especially pages 44, 46, 47, 48, 50, 57. Crawley, Mystic Rose, p. 212, opposes Durkheim's view as to the significance of blood in relation to the attitude towards women. 365, British Association Report on Northwestern Tribes of Canada, 1890, page 581. 366, Laws of Manu, 5, 41. 367, Pliny, who, in Book 7, Chapter 13, and Book 28, Chapter 23, of his Natural History, gives long lists of the various good and evil influences attributed to menstruation, writes in the latter place, hailstorms, they say, whirlwinds, and lightnings, even, will be scared away by a woman uncovering her body while her monthly courses are upon her. The same, too, with all other kinds of tempestuous weather, and out at sea. A storm may be stilled by a woman uncovering her body merely, even though not menstruating at the time. At any other time, also, if a woman strips herself naked while she is menstruating, and walks around a field of wheat, the caterpillars, worms, beetles, and other vermin will fall from off the ears of corn. 368, Seaburg, Scatologic Rights of All Nations, 1891, pp. 217-219, 250 and 254. Ploss and Max Bartels, Das Weib, Volume 1, H. L. Strack, Der Bluttaberglaub and der Menschheit, 4th edition, 1892, pages 14-18. The last mentioned refers to the efficacy frequently attributed to menstrual blood in the Middle Ages in curing leprosy, and gives instances, occurring even in Germany today, of girls who have administered drops of menstrual blood in coffee to their sweethearts to make sure of retaining their affections. 369. C. E.g. Do 4. Histoire de la prostitution. Volume 3, page 115. 370. Dr. L. Laurent gives these instances, de quelques phénomènes mécaniques produits à un moment de la menstruation and Ailes des sciences psychiques. September and October, 1897. 371. Journal Anthropological Society of Bombay, 1890, page 403. Even the glands of a menstruating woman is widely believed to have serious results. C. Touchman, La Fascination Magazine, 1888, pp. 347 A. Sec. 372, as quoted in the Provincial Medical Journal, April, 1891. 373, first published in the University Magazine and Free Review of February, 1898, and since reprinted as a pamphlet. A preliminary communication appeared in Nature, May 14, 1891. 374, later study, 1906, has convinced me that my attempt to find a lunar monthly period in the female pulse was vitiated by a hopeless error. For any monthly rhythm in a woman must be sought by arranging her records according to her own menstrual month. And this menstrual month may vary in different women, from considerably less than a lunar month to 30 days or more. 375. I may add, however, that in my own case these discharges are, so far as I can trust my waking consciousness, frequently, if not usually, dreamless, and that strictly sexual dreams are extremely rare, notwithstanding the possession of a strongly emotional temperament. 376. If I can trust my memory, I first experienced this discharge when a few months under 15 years of age, and, if so, within a few weeks of the time when I was, in an instant, suddenly struck with the thought that possibly the religion in which I had been educated might be false. It is curiously interesting that the advent of puberty should have been heralded by this intellectual crisis. 377. This unfortunate breach in the records was due to the fact that, failing to discover any regularity in, or law of, the occurrences of the discharges, I became discouraged and abandoned my records. In June, 1891, a re-examination of my pulse records having led to my discovery of a lunar monthly rhythm of the pulse, my interest in other physiological periodicities was reawakened, and I recommenced my records of these discharges. 378. As a matter of fact, I take it that we may safely assert that no man who is content to be guided by his own instinctive cravings, and who neither suppresses these, on the one hand, nor endeavors to force himself, on the other hand, will be in any danger of erring by either excess or the contrary. 379. It is obvious that the opportunity of continuing such an inquiry as that described in this appendix ceases with marriage, but I may add, 1906, that certain notes that I have kept with scrupulous exactness during 8 years of married life lend almost no support to the suggestion made in the text, i.e., that sexual desire is greater at one season of the year than at another. The nature of these notes I cannot discuss, but they clearly indicate that, although there is a slight degree more of sexual desire in the second and third quarters of the year than in the first and fourth, yet, this difference is so slight as to be almost negligible, even if the months be rearranged in the triplets, November, December, January, etc., so as to bring the maximum months of May, June, and July together. The difference between the highest quarter and the lowest amounts to an increase of only 10%, upon the latter, after allowing, of course, for the abnormal shortness of February, and, neglecting February, the increase in the maximum months, June and July, over the minimum, November, is equal to an increase of under 14% upon the latter. These differences are so vastly less than those shown on Chart 7, that they possess almost no significance. But, lest too much stress be laid upon the apparently equalizing influence of married life, it must be added that the records discussed in the text were obtained during residence in London, whereas, since my marriage, I have lived in South Cornwall, where the climate is both milder and more equable. 380. Selden's Ukes or Hebraica as quoted in Gibbon's Decline and Fall, Volume 5, page 52, of Bond's edition. 381. I may add that the curve yielded by 1897 is remarkably parallel with that yielded by the preceding 9 years, but I have not thought it worthwhile to chart these two additional curves. 382. See Rhythm of the Pulse, Chart IV. 383. As will be observed, I have omitted the results of the incompletely recorded years of 1889 and 1891. The apparent explanation of this curious oscillation will be given directly. 384. See Rhythm of the Pulse, page 21. 385. Starbuck, The Psychology of Religion, 1899. Also, A.H. Daniels, The New Life, American Journal of Psychology, Volume 6, 1893. Cf. William James, The Varieties of Religious Experience, 386. Ed Hahn, Demeter and Balbo, 1896, pages 50-51. Hahn is arguing for the religious origin of the plow, as a generative implement, drawn by a sacred and castrated animal, the ox. G. Herman, in his Genesis, develops the idea